Chapter 91, Chapter 91 Into the Negative Zone. Harry wasn't surprised in the slightest when videos of the battle with that abomination, Spider-Man, and the Hulk were the only thing on the news the following morning. The fight against the Mandarin's martial mech occurred mostly on a highway and in the sky, while the fight against Whiplash occurred in an area where evacuation was forced. There were many videos, but not that many. The prior night's battle happened in the middle of New York, surrounded by light sleepers in high-rise buildings. There were over 300 different videos, many of which had the entire fight from start to finish, as the military's actions at NYU already got the attention of a number of New Yorkers. Surprisingly, no one died. Jean and Wanda showed up moments after the abomination started trashing things and texted Harry for details. The latter explained he wanted to use the damage it caused as blackmail material, which the pair were fine with. Wanda made them both invisible and Jean used telekinesis to subtly ensure no one died. Everyone just got lucky. Blinsky was knocked out by the Hulk and chained and webbed up thoroughly before being tossed into a massive truck. Harry operated into the truck after the doors closed and injected Blinsky with a gene suppressor which would take care of the man's enhancements. Harry doubted he'd ever look human again, but at least he wouldn't be capable of an encore of the night's performance, and his blood would not be usable to make another abomination either. When Harry returned to Stern's lab after breakfast, he found that just about everything had been packed up and taken away, and the man himself was missing. Harry logged into his own computer and checked the logs of what Stearns had recently done for more information. He'd left a backdoor when he updated Stearns' security software the prior day to be on the safe side. According to the log, Stearns had indeed synthesized an antidote for the trap within Banner's blood. However, the machine capable of synthesizing it was not in Stearns' lab but another, so it was not among the confiscated equipment. Harry headed over to the lab a few doors down and confirmed the machine had in fact synthesized a batch of the counter-agent. In fact, Harry found the remaining sample of what was left from the batch Stearns had made still in the system. What he found odd was that even though the smallest batch could make 5 doses of antidote, there were only 3 doses in the leftovers. If the abomination got one, who got the other? And where was Stearns? Harry sighed and pulled out a cell phone. A number was dialed and started ringing. Only after 7 rings did the other side pick up. On the other end, Fury was not particularly pleased to be called on his private cell. Only a few knew the number, and as it was a Brilliance phone, even S.H.I.E.L.D. could not track it, trace it, or tap it. He was also quite certain the name on the other end of his caller ID was not given the number, and he didn't appreciate the implications. "What do you want, Potter? Where's Stearns?" "Samuel Stearns is currently in S.H.I.E.L.D. custody." Harry rolled his eyes. There isn't a lawyer on the planet incapable of getting any charges against him dropped on account of violent coercion, though I doubt he needed much of it. On what grounds is S.H.I.E.L.D. holding him? That's classified? Just tell me what you can. I have a few guesses already and am asking rather than hacking as a courtesy. Fury really didn't like being threatened, but since he could hear some actual concern in Harry's voice over his fellow colleague, he decided not to pursue it. This time, Harry could hear a sigh over the phone followed by, "Stearns was contaminated by something. When he was found afterwards he appeared completely delusional. S.H.I.E.L.D. is holding him for observation. If he returns to normal, he can be released." Harry replied, if being the key word. "All right. I suppose that's the way it's got to be. It really is a waste though. Stearns could have done a lot of good in the world. The problem, as I believe last night made us all aware, is that Stearns is not interested in good. He wants great. Just give him something to do. I'm sure whatever S.H.I.E.L.D. comes up with will be more fun for him than grading term papers or poisoning lab mice." Harry hung up and started texting Banner while on his way back to his home office. Not long afterwards Banner replied. Though officially off the hook, he didn't want people to get tempted to look for him again, so he was going back to Brazil. Apparently, he has unfinished business there, and Banner really wanted to introduce a number of gangs which had given him problems in the past to his greener side. Harry figured that meant the two sides were getting along better now. The first week of summer ended up being more busy than the previous semester of classes. There were a few issues with starting an insurance company as fast as Harry wanted, forcing Harry to spend years' worth of paused time reading over endless lines of legal code, building code, construction regulations, and everything in between. Thankfully, the Scholar Path's assistance prevented his brain from turning into soup before he finished. Besides learning that more than 60% of New York was breaking the law in some way or another when it came to building codes, Harry also figured that he'd never be able to make the insurance company he wanted by outsourcing the construction or simply paying the fees to others so they could do it themselves. Thankfully, Potter and Gold Bank and Trust had partial ownership of a half-dozen small construction groups at that point. Harry immediately purchased the remaining ownership and merged them into a larger construction firm. It only took one trip into the city hall to get the mayor to agree to let Harry's new group repair the damage caused by the fight for free in exchange for a few concessions when it came to a few bureaucratic issues. To manage the whole thing, Harry created a computer application which had all the building regulations that needed to be observed for different jobs for different regions of the city and made sure all of his new employees had access to it. On the app they could simply select the area they were in, select the job type, and select the method used to perform that job, and map out the design on the app. The app would then list off the regulations they had to follow. If they included the materials used in the design, the app could even give a ballpark estimate on the cost. The various managers and supervisors Harry showed the app to pretty much fell to their knees in gratitude, since this would pretty much take care of 98% of the paperwork that came with planning any form of construction. Unsurprisingly, giving every level of management easy access to the rules they needed to follow for each job made doing the job quite a bit easier. The app even allowed for users to message each other directly through it, allowing for requests and submissions to be done as soon as they came up. Anything that they couldn't find a quick answer to they could escalate to Harry, and he'd check his inbox once a day for the odd situations they'd often encounter and message back the regulations they'd need to keep in mind to resolve them. Considering his future plans for the company, he needed to make sure every T was crossed and every I was dotted. After repairing the damage from the fight, Harry had his construction firm start repairing random things throughout the city Harry bought the rights to from the city and various groups, like statues in city parks. Of course, he could only repair and maintain them and clean bird poop and graffiti off them. He could not alter their appearance or move them unless such was required for repair or in case something destructive was happening in the city, like a nearby scheduled building demolition. Still, it increased his visibility to be known for such things, which was in its own way another form of advertisement. The firm also built or rebuilt multiple bus stops throughout the city, usually adding a roof so that people waiting for the bus wouldn't get wet if it was raining or hot if it was sunny. For every perfectly done job, Harry's business path would get closer to increasing in rank, so Harry didn't mind too much as it was a good investment in the long term. Peter and the Fantastic Four were just as busy during that week. Reed had taken everyone into space the prior week and had only returned after the Hulk's battle. Harry found it odd how few people really noticed that Reed had made the Fantastic Four space capable, but decided it really didn't matter. They'd gone to a passing comet to mine for a few materials Reed was interested in, and Reed and Susan had spent the last week in research mode. Peter, on the other hand, was stalked by a crazy dude who called himself Kraven the Hunter all week long. Kraven saw Spider-Man on TV against the Abomination and wanted to test himself against the ultimate quarry, much to Peter's dismay. Kraven quickly learned that Peter's spider sense prevented him from simply sniping Peter's head from a distance, so the Hunter had to create various traps to constrain him and then get close to defeat Peter in hand-to-hand combat. The Hunter was apparently quite rich too. He had some knuckle claws made of a metal capable of piercing Peter's costume and used a compound which broke down Peter's webbing to make the latter less effective. Kraven used Peter's spider sense against him by placing various traps in certain locations to herd Peter into nearly inescapable traps or situations, which heavily reduced Peter's combat effectiveness. Eventually Peter arranged a fight near the water. Kraven thought the docks with fewer high-rise buildings would be to his advantage, but the traps Peter set up for him allowed Spider-Man to toss the Hunter in the water. The moment he got out, Peter quickly tied him up in webbing. The compound Kraven used to weaken the webbing was washed off, and once completely tied up, he couldn't use any more before becoming immobilized. Peter didn't appreciate being invited over to Harry's place afterwards to watch the fight captured on camera on Harry's TV while his girls ate popcorn and provided commentary on everything he did wrong. At the end, rather than feel good he'd beaten the madman, he felt like crying that he'd taken a week to defeat him. Tony had also been busy. According to a call Harry received from the billionaire former playboy, Fury had asked him to use Batasium to ignite a power source they'd had in storage for a few decades. Stark wasn't interested, but Fury offered him something he couldn't refuse. Harry had to ask, wait, what could they have offered that you actually wanted? Tony answered, well, the bureaucrats have been blocking my patent application for Batasium due to the name. Fury said he'd make sure it would go through in exchange for a favor. Harry sighed, of course he did. Yet another supervillain also showed up in New York the following week, but this one lived in a different part of the city, so rather than fight Spider-Man, this guy usually encountered the Fantastic Four. Hydromon, as he was called, was a human mutate created by an ex-Oscorp employee who'd lost his funding and went crazy. The mad scientist didn't survive the explosion caused by his design, but his test subject did. Hydromon could convert himself entirely into water, making him quite difficult to handle. For most people, the fact that Reed defeated him with kitty litter was enough for the man to eternally declare vengeance on the Fantastic Four. Harry was not alone in the opinion that new villains seemed to be popping up more frequently these days. Besides Hydromon, the Fantastic Four also had to regularly deal with a few other criminals, most of which used tech of some kind, such as the Iron Man knockoff Beetle, the glue gun-wielding Trapster, and the gravity tech-using Wizard. Harry was a little upset at the naming sense of the latter. While doing his best to minimize the unpaused time Harry spent on various projects, Harry spent a majority of real time in battle meditation, either alone or with the girls. Giving Mary Jane the gamer package only cost 1 level since she was fairly low spec. Most of her power came from blessings by the goddess and her sword skill. Things went into routine for a few weeks, but before summer could end, Harry got a panicked call from Johnny Storm. Professor, Susan and Reed are gone? There was an explosion in the lab, get over here quickly. Up to this point they had not called Harry for anything annoying, so Harry was willing to give Johnny the benefit of the doubt and come over via portal. Of course, if this was a lie or they called him over for something stupid, he would make them suffer accordingly. Harry portaled into the main work area where Johnny and Ben were waiting. Ben had changed from his normal skin form to his orange rock skin form, meaning he expected to need it. Johnny saw Harry arrive and pointed to an area filled with wreckage. Reed and Susan were working on something over there. Reed said he found something and Susan started panicking while Reed tried to fix whatever was going wrong. Then there was this explosion of red light. Harry mostly ignored Johnny and calmly walked over to the computer terminal he'd already connected to technopathically and set it to play the most recent security footage. The video that came up showed Reed and Susan playing with the newly built dimensional portal. Harry was mildly irked they were even turning it on without calling him there. Harry did, however, access the data and determined the parameters were set for observation only, not travel. As for the observation location, it was a dimension Richards postulated the existence of and wanted to see if his theory was correct. Recently Reed had gone over the data on the readouts sent back by the Hubble telescope on an unusual black hole. NASA thought it looked weird and sent the data to Reed asking him to check it out. The observed mass of the black hole did not match what it should have been. Reed hypothesized that the black hole was sending the matter it absorbed into another dimension and wanted to use his dimensional portal generator to observe it. When Harry checked on the details for the theorized dimension, he had to pause just so he could curse Richards out safely for as long as he wanted. There were some dimensions that even the bravest and most powerful of sorcerers didn't go. Not could not, but did not. If a list of such dimensions was written, the negative zone would be right at the top of the list. According to some theories, the negative zone was a pocket dimension created prior to the Big Bang by a hyper-advanced civilization from the previous universe in an attempt to survive the Big Bang. They did end up surviving the Big Bang, but not the splitting of the multiverse that occurred right afterwards. Because of that, there was only one negative zone for the multiverse, so entering and returning to your own universe was not so easy. Oh, and the fact that any normal portal made to the negative zone would cause an explosion capable of wiping out you, your planet, and everything else in the same star system. One of the Kree's dirty little secrets was that they knew about the negative zone and had designed a machine which could create such a portal. The design was called the Negabomb. Harry knew this because the fake bomb he'd framed the Supreme Intelligence with was a negabomb which matched the designs he'd stolen from Hala. The reason a normal portal caused an explosion was that all matter in the negative zone was in fact antimatter. But not normal antimatter. When matter and normal antimatter interact, they would annihilate and transform into pure energy. When antimatter of the negative zone and matter of this dimension interacted, it would generate energy and deadly radiation. The laws of physics in the negative zone did not completely align with the normal universe, so creating a portal, even for viewing purposes, could easily encounter unexpected problems. Ping. New quest, rescue from the negative zone. Recover Susan Storm and Reed Richards from the negative zone. Harry was moderately surprised at the quest. Harry already figured that the explosion had transported the pair into the antimatter dimension, but wasn't sure if they could have survived without exploding. Though if Susan made a shield around the pair, it was possible. Harry said aloud, "They're trapped in another dimension, I'll go get them." Ben said, "I'm coming too." And Johnny added, "And me 3. Harry considered it and replied, "Fine. Give me a moment." Turning matter into antimatter was mostly impossible, but that was only in this dimension. Creating a portal which reversed the polarity of their matter as they passed through it into the negative zone was possible, though not for any sorcerer but Harry. Even the Ancient One required a sling ring to make a portal, so sorcerers could not customize the settings on their portals like Harry could. Harry calculated out the details and threw out his silver portal. Instead of showing the other side, it only showed a curtain of static red light. When Harry approached it, he got another pop-up. Hell Mode Instance Dungeon, the negative zone. Restrictions. Cannot use inventory while inside. Cannot respawn outside of Instance Dungeon while inside. Cannot use battle meditation while inside. Sorcery used has 1/10 power while inside. Triple EXP on kills. Harry's eyes shined at that last line. This was a first. Though the restrictions were not light, Harry could certainly use it. If he could take the girls inside, it would be better than battle meditation if there were enough mobs. Harry took some armor, a belt, and a few things to place into the belt out of his inventory and equipped them before getting out some stickers with smiley faces on them. He said, "This is an antimatter dimension, so you'll need to be protected. Don't take these off or you will explode in a massive matter/antimatter annihilation event." Before either could reply, Harry stuck a sticker onto each of them and jumped into the portal. The shifting of positive to negative didn't affect him much since his Obscurus particle cells could make the change easily enough. The polarity shift caused by the portal was more for his equipment and weapons than for him. Ben and Johnny on the other hand dropped to their knees on arrival from the disorientation associated with matter polarity inversion. Though Harry had applied a discreet bubblehead charm to the pair before entering, he dispelled it after determining that the air was both breathable and non-poisonous, both of which were odd as their apparent exit point was not on a planet with an atmosphere, but on a floating rock in the middle of a field of other floating rocks. Ben was the first to gain his bearings and looked into the sky exclaiming, "Whoa." Harry nodded to himself. Whoa indeed. The entire sky was an eerie purple and the air itself seemed to have a sickly green hue. The first thing Harry did was confirm that neither Reed nor Susan were around. It had only been about 10 minutes since the explosion and Susan could hold a force field bubble that long, but the quest's map pointer showed them a fair distance away. He wasn't expecting the need for long-distance travel. As Johnny and Ben were standing up, Harry performed a few spells to confirm the problem. Time passed differently in the negative zone. It had been between 10 minutes to a day or two since the pair arrived. Still, they were alive. Harry hadn't thought to take a magic carpet from his inventory and couldn't at the moment. The matter polarity reversal wouldn't have affected the content of his inventory, so anything he pulled out would annihilate in a boom large enough to crack most planets, which was the reason for the restriction. And of course due to the time difference, it would literally take too long to go back, take it out, and return with it. So Harry instead transfigured a rock into a platform and lifted it with telekinesis. Though sorcery was weaker, wizard magic and all his other skills were not affected. Hop on guys, we're heading that way. Johnny asked, oh, you got a pointer. Harry had in fact told Johnny about his quest pointer when he explained how he got the ultimate nullifier, and even a year later Johnny remembered it. Harry answered, yep, and it can't point to something dead, so they're both alive. Ben hopped on and said, well then, let's get this show on the road. Johnny looked around the desolate landscape and asked, what road? Just sit Johnny. I'm gonna make us invisible and your flying is a bit flashy, so until we have more details, I want to remain low profile. Johnny got on while muttering, unless it's a prank, you always want to remain low profile. Once the platform lifted off and was made invisible, Ben asked, why can't you make a portal there? Harry answered, because time and space here are too different. I'd need a bit of practice to make portals from location to location here, but since the pair are not that far, we'll get there faster this way. Though he could still apparate. Wizard magic was about overriding reality, not editing it. It didn't care how nonsensical the existing rules were. Ben nodded while looking around. Ben was much smarter than his appearance gave him credit for, and Harry was quite skilled at giving simple explanations. The pointer led them to a massive, Death Star-sized asteroid. It was easy to tell had multiple structures, new and old, built into it. It seemed to be orbiting a black hole, but as gravity didn't work here the same way it usually did, they were not being pulled unstoppably towards it. What was stranger was that time should pass slower when closer to a black hole, but from what Harry could tell, time was actually moving even faster the closer they got. That meant that depending on when Susan and Reed got there, they might have already been there for a number of days or longer. As they got closer they were able to spot the locals, large insectoid form beings that stood upright on 2 legs and had 4 arms. As gravity seemed to be inconsistent in this place, most used wings to fly, meaning Harry's invisible platform and occupants needed to maneuver quite a bit to avoid collisions as they neared the targets. Eventually they got to a locked door and Harry said, we're still invisible, so keep quiet until we find Susan and Reed. Technically Harry had also applied a silencing spell around them so others wouldn't hear Ben's massive footsteps, but he didn't want them idly chatting. The lock looked pretty heavy duty, but a silent Alohomora took care of it easily enough. The trio walked through a few empty halls and eventually found a main room filled with the insectoids. At the end of the room were 2 figures wearing what looked like metal hazmat suits, and Harry's quest was pointing at them. Harry used some telepathy on the nearby creatures to find out what was going on. Thankfully thoughts don't have a language. After getting the details, he said, all right, those 2 in the suits are Reed and Susan. Go say hi. The pair didn't need a second reminder and rushed over as the invisibility dispelled and shouted, Susan. Reed, you're alive. The 2 suits turned around and the insectoids looked appropriately alarmed. A number of them grabbed weapons that looked like bows but fired energy shots instead. Reed shouted, wait, these are our friends. A moment later, an insect-like hiss came from his suit in what Harry figured was an automatic translator. As the insects lowered their weapons, Susan asked, how are you here without a suit? Ben pointed at his smiley face sticker and said, oh, these protect us. From Reed's suit came out a sigh followed by, hello Professor. Harry smirked and walked over into view after Reed guessed what was going on. A few more weapons were raised since the armored Harry did look a bit threatening, but since the greeting was translated, they knew Harry was a friend. Johnny looked between Reed and Harry and shouted, damn it, he got us again, before ripping off his smiley face sticker. Reed asked the approaching prankster, you reversed your molecular polarity. Exactly. Want me to get you guys too? Susan answered first, oh god yes, I need out of this smelly suit. Harry nodded and concentrated for a moment. He sent a bolt of lightning at Susan but it didn't harm her. Instead, it covered her in a static charge. Harry then used technomancy and telekinesis to disassemble her suit. The static around her kept her isolated, and then Harry made another red portal-like ring and tossed Susan through it. Richards replied, fascinating. You're next, as he repeated the performance. Though Harry reassembled the suits, he took out the translator and made it handheld. Though technomancy was a form of sorcery and only 1/10 as effective, that just meant Harry took longer to reassemble it than normal. After the pair were free to breathe the fresh air of the negative zone, they explained what happened. The portal's explosion created a crack into the negative zone which drew them in. Susan had already created a force field around them to protect the pair from the explosion, and she maintained it after arrival once Reed deduced where they were. Their entry had not been as quiet as Harry's, so a group of locals discovered them and brought the force field bubble to their leader. The leader gave the pair suits which would isolate them within the suit from contact and included a translator that quickly picked up on their language using their conversations between each other as a base. This leader was not exactly benevolent. His name was Blastaar, or King Blastaar as he referred to himself. Reed described him as bestial in nature as opposed into insectoid. Once he learned that Reed had created a device which could allow for transportation between their world and another, Blastaar immediately declared his intentions to rule over the new dimension. Reed of course refused to be a part of any such thing, but Blastaar gave a knowing look at Susan and said, we have ways of making you talk. Thankfully, a rebel force had broken them out of jail before any form of torture or interrogation had started. The rebels claimed that Blastaar killed their ruler and took over by force. Their spies inside the palace heard Blastaar would use the prisoners to become more powerful, so they decided to use that against Blastaar. After being rescued, Reed had been helping the rebels find a way to defeat Blastaar, but had not been of much help. Oh, and they had been there for about a week. Harry sighed at how stupid Reed could be and was a bit disappointed in Susan, thinking that she should not have been so naive. They both needed to watch more television in order not to fall for such an obvious setup in the future. What was worse was that they were thankful to the rebels for rescuing them and wouldn't simply leave until they'd helped take down Blastaar, even though Harry could take them home anytime. Since Harry could see where this was going, he decided to skip to the end and gathered the rebel leaders and said, "What we need is a distraction and a trap. Us new guys and as many of your members as you can spare will go over to the city and create distractions to empty out the palace guard and draw out Blastaar. Then you can have your elite forces break into the nearly empty palace and capture the leaders of your race who have sided with Blastaar. You can offer them a deal, help or die. If they decide to help, they can be used as bait to lure Blastaar into a trap. I have a powerful bomb that I know can kill or heavily weaken Blastaar, so we can lure him there using them as bait, and use that." Oddly enough, the rebels liked the plan. No one asked what would happen to the leaders who refused to help. After the meeting was over, Reed approached looking like he wanted to have some serious words. Harry instead made a quiet motion with his finger motioned for Reed and the others to follow him to a corner. He left the translator on a desk so it would be out of earshot. Before Reed could get in a word, Harry said, "That translator was bugged. Everything that was translated using it was heard by Blastaar." Susan nearly shouted, "What?" Harry continued, "He probably let you guys get rescued so you'd be his inside moles for the base. You couldn't even talk to each other in those suits without him hearing it, so there was no way around it if you weren't going to catch on." Ben stated, "Then it's a setup, eh? So what's the real plan, Professor?" Richard answered for him, "If Blastaar believes the plan is to draw him out and enter the palace with the elite forces of the rebel guards, then he would probably stay in the palace and make it look like he left. That way he could take out the strongest of the rebels himself, and quell the rebellion. Johnny picked up from there, and since we know he's going to be there without any guards, that's where we'll kick his ass ourselves." Harry nodded, "Pretty much. Before the plan, I'll disable the bug and tell the rebel leaders about the new plan. From what I can tell, as long as they don't have to face Blastaar personally, they won't mind anything we come up with." During the wait for the mission start, Harry and Reed spent their time examining the tech of the negative zone. From what they learned, most of the tech was built mimicking the ancient designs found in various ruins. Both Reed and Harry shared a look and a smirk at that. Great minds think alike after all. The rebel leaders were eventually informed of the change in plans and that they just had to send their people out to do random, distracting things while Harry and the Fantastic Four would head to the palace and beat Blastaar. The leaders insisted that Harry give them the bomb he intended to use on Blastaar in case he failed, so he transfigured a fancy-looking piece of metal and a clock he'd found and made it look good before telling them how it would work. Harry and the four invisibly made their way into the palace and throne room where they saw Blastaar waiting for them. He looked similar to Dr. McCoy but 2 sizes larger, brown-furred, and more feral-looking features. Before Susan could undo their invisibility and start talking, Harry pulled out a gun and unloaded his rounds on Blastaar. "Ahurk." He turned to their direction and shouted, "You humans dare to challenge King Blastaar." Harry figured he was practicing his English as he was quite good at rolling them R's. The ruler's hands glowed with fiery light and he pointed them forwards. Bolts of energy shot out from 10 fingers like a scatter shot towards their group. Reed stretched thin to dodge the shots, Susan made a shield, and Johnny flew up while Ben endured the hits. Blastaar then rose into the air using his hands as propulsion and shouted, "All who meddle with the will of Blastaar, die." He fired more shots at Johnny but Susan made a few shields for her brother to hide behind. She also made some floating platforms Ben spotted and used to jump higher and higher into the air. When Ben got close, he shouted, "Why don't you pick on someone your own size," and leapt into the air to collide with Blastaar. Ben wrapped his arms around him and twisted in the air to ensure he landed directly on top as they plummeted to the ground. Before Ben could get up, Blastaar made a fist and struck with a mighty glowing blow. Ben shot into the air in an arc that almost reached the high palace ceiling before coming back down. Harry caught him with telekinesis since Susan was too far away to do so easily, but Ben was clearly out cold. From what Harry could tell, that punch had some serious force to it. Blastaar climbed out of the crater Ben slammed him into and shouted, "I have no more patience for usurpers. You will die." His hands glowed brighter and he shot more bolts of energy from his finger. Reed dodged again, but Susan's shield shattered and she was hit. Johnny shouted, "No, you bastard," and fired a beam of intense heat which pushed Blastaar back, but was endured. Harry operated over and fed Susan some elixir of life he kept in his belt for emergencies. Just to be safe, he immediately created a portal back to Earth and pushed Susan and Reed through. Playtime was well past over. Ping. Quest complete, rescue from the negative zone. Reward map of the negative zone. Blastaar recognized the portal Harry made and shouted, "A new dimension to conquer." Johnny shouted, "Is she okay?" Harry used telekinesis to lift and throw the unconscious Ben Grimm into the portal and said, "Yeah, she's fine. Head in now, I'll follow afterwards." "But what about him?" Blastaar was already charging forward while Johnny continued to try pushing him back using his flames. Harry answered, "I'll take care of it. Just go." Johnny didn't need to be told twice and flew into the portal Harry then closed behind the Human Torch. Now it was just Harry and Blastaar. Harry cracked his knuckles and asked aloud, I wonder how much EXP you're worth. Chapter 92, Chapter 92 Enter the Reds. Author's note. There is still a year until Avengers, so don't mind if you see some time skips to get there early. These chapters probably feel a bit cramped because I'm winding down Arc 4 New York and soon we'll start on Arc 5, Avengers. The moment the portal closed, Blastaar shouted, you should have returned when you had the chance. Harry responded by firing a bolt of black light at the massive brute, which caused Blastaar to cry out in pain. A black rash appeared at the point of contact, which Blastaar covered with one hand while pointing the other at Harry and firing his energy blasts once more. Harry apparat at the last second behind Blastaar, and with a fist coated in golden dragon chi he smashed directly into the rash he created earlier, forcing Blastaar to release another bellow of pain and anguish. Before Harry could follow up, Blastaar spun backwards with a reverse elbow strike, forcing the wizard to distance himself from the wounded tyrant. From what Harry could tell, Blastaar was something of a combination of Wolverine and Captain Marvel. His energy blasts when not holding back were powerful enough to tear through tanks like tissue paper, and he had what Harry figured must have been decades if not longer of combat experience. According to Harry's senses, Blastaar was about level 380, a bit weaker than Apocalypse, but not by much. Harry's sorcery in the negative zone was only partially effective, so channeling strength energy to increase his defense and damage to fight as he did against the Black Dragon wasn't an option. Thankfully, Blastaar's stats seemed quite skewed. He had strong energy attacks and powerful physical defense, but his energy defense was not as strong as his energy attack or physical defense. It wasn't so much a weakness, but more of the weakest link most wouldn't even be able to take advantage of. Since sorcery would not be common in the negative zone, even the strongest of beings who evolved here may not have developed high-end magic resistance. Harry may not have access to sorcery, but he did have access to wizard magic. What Harry used on Blastaar was a debilitatingly painful curse. But what really caused damage was the dragon chi. Harry used a rudimentary form of chi magic to purify his own curse within Blastaar, but he did so incorrectly on purpose. The wizard magic curse and the dragon chi magic purification would heavily conflict with one another within the mighty brute. In essence, Harry was copying the goblin's form of combat, stacking curse effects to subdue immortals and kill gods. Blastaar, having recognized the threat of Harry's attack style, flew towards Harry at lightning speed, forcing Harry to dodge with apparition once more. He reappeared at the side and fired off consecutive curses which caused all manner of painful damage and slowed Blastaar down. The energy Blastaar used could only cover his hands, so he couldn't use it effectively to block the curses by doing anything but using his hands as shields. Any curse which got past his massive hands struck him directly, causing further groans of pain as Harry went down the list of all the wonderful and terrifying spells he'd learned in the Black Family Library. Blastaar continued firing shots from his fingers in a scattergun-like pattern, and Harry continued operating to dodge. Multiple times the self-proclaimed king would turn around to anticipate Harry's return spot and fire, but often Harry would pop in above or below him instead of behind. Blastaar's scatter shot only worked in one direction, and Harry had many options to choose from. Moments after the fight began, the last of the pillars holding the palace roof up had collapsed, and Harry operated out of the building and watched Blastaar pierce through the roof at Harry to continue the fight. There were many instances where Blastaar would feign an opening to draw Harry closer, but someone raised on decades of daytime television knew the definition of prudence by heart, and Harry would fire a blast of purifying chi magic from a distance at those times rather than go in close to deliver a punch. Blastaar himself was becoming more and more aggrieved. If it was just the damage from the curse magic and chi magic, he could probably outlast Harry by fighting defensively. Blastaar could fight at full strength for a week straight without pause, and all forms of magic besides sorcery require using up internal magic reserves. If necessary, Blastaar would welcome a chance to simply drag out the combat until Harry was too exhausted to continue. Then he could capture him and make him work for Blastaar and then take over the new dimension. But Harry wasn't attacking with just magic. Every couple of seconds Harry would attack Blastaar's mind with a psionic assault, causing severe mental anguish. Blastaar had never encountered a being capable of such diverse attacking methods. The mental barrage would cause Blastaar to expose an opening Harry would exploit to inflict terrible damage, not allowing Blastaar to properly fight defensively. The most aggravating part, of course, was that Harry had yet to sustain a single injury. Blastaar knew he only needed one hit to grant him the opening needed to finish Harry off, but he wasn't getting his chance, and Harry's fighting style countered his own. This wasn't Blastaar's fault. The energy sense Harry possessed was a cheat-level ability only found in high-concept existences that were usually composed of pure energy. Harry trained rigorously to use his energy sense to predict energy attacks, so Blastaar's frightening attack speed and terrifying damage output seemed far more useless than it actually was against Harry Potter. Seeing where this battle was going, Blastaar knew that there was only one way to kill Harry, and he knew what he had to do. It was at that point Blastaar did something Harry had not expected. His hands glowed to the maximum and fired down, propelling himself through the air like a rocket. In the opposite direction, Harry used a myriad of spells and everything he could think of to catch up, but the speed of Blastaar's acceleration outstripped anything Harry could accomplish unassisted, and he certainly had not thought to bring his flying broom out from his inventory before coming here. Eventually Blastaar lost Harry's trail, and Harry could only lament the one that got away. This was always the problem with big fishes after all. Although Harry had a map now, he didn't bother returning to the asteroid and just made a portal out of the negative zone. The other end of the portal connected back into the Baxter building and Harry entered calmly. The only thing which touched his armor was the falling debris of the collapsing palace, so he was pretty much fine. Had he not been a video game character, he would likely either be completely out of breath, sweating buckets, or close to collapse. Harry exerted 100% of every bit of strength he had access to for the duration of the fight. Although he didn't win, his warrior, magic, dragon, and Schnick paths all noticeably got closer to their next increase in rank thanks to fighting someone who by all accounts was much stronger than Harry was. Upon exiting the portal, Harry saw Johnny clad in flames pointing threateningly in his direction, but once Harry emerged, he released his flames and shouted, "The professor's back and he's all right." Harry fought against Blastaar for about an hour after the palace collapsed and the former king ran off, but considering the time difference, it should only have been a few moments since the rest returned. From another part of the room Reed said, "Was everything all right, Professor? What happened to Blastaar?" Harry answered, "When running he was capable of accelerating to over 20,000 miles per hour and ended up getting away." Johnny shouted, "Whoa, that fast." Johnny's top speed was less than 1/100th of that. Harry figured with more practice he could crack a few multiples of the sound barrier, but not even Harry knew if the Maelstrom sibling would ever be capable of that speed. Reed asked, "What of the rebels?" Harry rolled his eyes and answered, "I doubt Blastaar would return quickly after I chased him, but even if he did, those guys lived on an asteroid, not a planet. They may have been orbiting a black hole, but gravity in the negative zone is weird, so they could probably relocate the whole thing before Senior Flashy Fingers returns." Reed considered it and frowned. "A shame. I was hoping to discuss more with them after dealing with Blastaar. Think of what we could learn from them." Harry sighed and said, "Reed, if they ever see you again, they are just as likely to shoot you as they are to ignore you." Johnny asked, "What? Why?" "After all Susan and Reed did for them." Harry explained, "From what I observed, the former king that Blastaar overthrew to rule them was not the slightest bit better than Blastaar himself. The reason the rebels wanted him off the throne wasn't because he was an ineffective ruler, but because they were xenophobic racists who would rather die than serve an alien." Reed surmised, "So they never had any intention of forging any relationship with us." Harry added, "Let me put it this way. Before we got there, did they offer plans which required you and Susan to confront Blastaar?" Reed nodded, "They did." Harry finished, "Those suits you wore prevented you from becoming a matter-antimatter annihilation bomb. It wouldn't take much to sabotage them and make you explode at the right time. In fact, both Blastaar and the rebels likely had this use for you as a plan B if they could figure out a way to use you to lure Blastaar far enough away for the damage from the explosion to not affect their home." Reed looked pensive for a moment before sighing in defeat, likely recalling the obvious signs that Harry was correct. Still, Reed looked over to Harry and asked, "Will you be making another trip into the negative zone in the future?" Harry answered, "Likely. Though I'll need quite a bit more prep before that." Before Reed could ask, Harry added, "I'll only let you go if Susan allows you to, so make sure to start sucking up to her." If Harry did find a relic site, a second set of observant eyes may be useful. Besides, Harry guessed that Reed had a luck stat well over 100 or more. That would explain how he got Susan in the first place and explain how all the horrible things he's gone through haven't killed him yet. Bringing him along should increase the chance of either finding something there, or something there finding them. Luck was fickle like that. The remainder of the summer was uneventful and the fall semester started. Harry's higher-level metaphysics class was joined once more by Hope Van Dyne, Fitz, and Simmons, and Mockingbird was accepted back into class as well. Leah Arthe was not admitted back in. Harry may or may not have accidentally deleted her records prior to the admission period, and though the copies were resubmitted, the enrollment period had ended by them and she wasn't able to return. Jade, Mary Jane, and their friends were all in their final year of high school along with Peter and deciding what they would do with their lives. Their frequent returns to Harry's house continued and Harry wondered if it would continue into college as well. One of the reasons they continued it, besides Harry's food, was because they had less time to spend together otherwise. Gwen had gotten an internship at Oscorp since Harry didn't have a place for non-magical human employees in his company besides placeholders at the moment. Felicia had gotten a new hobby which caused her to become more and more fit. She told everyone she was also interning somewhere, but Harry could tell she was lying. Not that he'd call her out on it or pry deeply. It was her business after all. It was October when things started getting tense for the citizens of New York. The weirdos the Fantastic Four often fought had decided to team up. The Beetle, Trapster, Hydromon, and Wizard called themselves the Frightful Four and went together against the Fantastic Four. The cops couldn't do anything useful as the Trapster's glue gun stuck a number of officers in place, basically using them as hostages and human shields, forcing their heroic rivals to come personally. The villainous quartet obviously had a plan and sprung a trap, but their teamwork wasn't anything special and Reed had developed a number of countermeasures to their tech-based foes and eventually emerged victorious. Harry had a bad feeling that Peter's 6 usual foes would have the same idea soon. After using money to get himself out of jail, Kraven the Hunter had decided to stick around New York and decided to occasionally try his hand at killing Peter along with Sandman, Dr. Octopus, Electro, Rhino, and Scorpion. Harry wasn't sure how they decided whose turn it was each day. Did they draw straws or were they assigned shifts? It was on the last day of October, of course, that something even worse than Harry's expectations occurred. On live news, Spider-Man and the Fantastic Four were lured into a trap together, and it was revealed that Peter's 6 foes had teamed up with Reed's 4. Of all things, they actually called themselves the Terrible 10, and on live TV after defeating both the Fantastic Four and Spider-Man, they declared that New York City belonged to them now. While watching this on TV, Harry could only sigh and send the text message his girls had been waiting for. He gave a silent moment of prayer out to the Terrible 10 and hoped they enjoyed it while it lasted. Escalation was a terrible thing. One moment you are at the top of the world, and the next, everyone and their grandmother is right up there with you, and some were even higher. In Times Square, Otto Octavius continued reading from his list of demands on camera. Of the assembled villains, he was the least camera-shy and least likely to stutter embarrassingly on live TV. Wizard had already used his anti-gravity discs to arrange many floating cars around them which, according to Otto's calculation, blocked all the prominent sniper vantage points, meaning Otto and the others didn't need bulletproof helmets to appear in public. Each car was even floating over a trapped citizen or police officer stuck there by Trapster's glue gun, so each was both a shield and a threat to the hostages. Otto was duly enjoying all the attention when a news reporter turned to the side and everyone glanced to see what he was shouting at. Still sitting on his couch, Harry wasn't the least bit surprised when the boobmail wearing Red Sonja captured the eyes and cameras of every person in Times Square the moment she was spotted. It was MJ, of course, but she could shift back and forth into her old form of Red Sonja, which made for a good cover to prevent others from easily figuring out her secret identity. Still, Harry didn't think he'd be able to sell toys of her to children without giving her a cloak or something. There was barely more metal in her two-piece chainmail bikini than there was in her sword. Though every eye in the city had just turned to her as she approached, Red Sonja had led armies against the darkest of creatures, so this pressure amounted to nothing in her eyes. She called out, "You damnable villains shall not find victory this day. Now stands before you Red Sonja, she-devil of the Hyrcanian steppes." The manner of speaking combined with the wardrobe should have elicited a stream of laughter, but the confidence and strength of her words left the audience silent. Scorpion was the first to recover and walked forward asking maliciously, "Hee, it looks like an example needs to be made. What kind of idiot actually challenges us with a sword?" Red Sonja smiled confidently and shouted, "One who does not fight alone." Jade, who had been intangible and invisible, revealed herself next to Red Sonja, floating to the side. She was of course in her adult mode, wearing her red cheongsam with a golden dragon embroidered over it and a red silk mask over her mouth and nose. In a burst of brimstone smoke appeared a tall, well-toned blonde standing to Jade's side. She looked about 25 as well but had no mask. Instead she had a black costume and black long coat, both bearing a large crimson X. This was Rogue, who'd used Mystique's power to shapeshift. Wanda apparated into the space the next moment and started floating. She had a completely red suit, red witch's cloak, and red crown-like mask which covered the top half of her face with a visor to hide her identity. Her hands glowed a dangerous scarlet as a warning to others, and from the sky descended a floating Jean in a red and gold suit. She used a simple illusion over her face to appear older and different enough not to be recognized. They all appeared together at Red Sonja's call in a grand display of showmanship likely to be rerun on air over and over for the rest of the year. Harry smiled and shook his head. He doubted many of those terrible 10 had adequate mental defenses to block Jean from rendering them unconscious, but Harry was an advocate for hiding your true abilities, so he couldn't tell if he was a good influence or a bad influence on them. Red Sonja shouted, "Engage," as she charged forward. With a single sweep of her enchanted blade, Scorpion's tail had been cut off before he'd had time to react, and the acid connected to his tail in the suit started pouring out. Scarlet Witch had teleported to the bound Peter and the Fantastic Four and shot out bolts of chaos magic at their bindings, destroying them and allowing them to free themselves. Thing shouted, "It's clobberin' time." Spider-Man however stopped him. "Wait. We're not needed." Johnny asked, "What?" "They're still outnumbered." Peter continued, "Trust me. Let's just make sure everyone else is protected from the fight and get those hostages free while they're distracted." Susan and Reed shared a glance and nodded. They separated and surrounded the fight to keep the collateral damage to a minimum and free the hostages under the floating cars. Jean had already telekinetically lifted Scorpion as he drained of acid and pointed him at Sandman. The latter was too slow to dodge and much of his mineralized cells were damaged, forcing him to concentrate his form rather than spread out. Hydromon turned into a massive wave and rushed Jade. The latter didn't bother to dodge and simply turned intangible by shifting into the astral plane as the wave passed over her. After shifting back she turned to Rogue and shouted, "Crimson X, you take care of him." Rogue shouted back, "You got it Dragonheart," and shot a harsh beam of intense cold at Hydromon. Before he could respond he had already turned into an ice sculpture. Still watching from his couch, Harry nodded. When working together, it was best to assign the right person to the right job. No need to inefficiently fight someone that a teammate can one-shot. As for the names, it was something the girls already came up with. Rogue and Jade called themselves Crimson X and Dragonheart respectively. Jean and Wanda called themselves Phoenix and Scarlet Witch, and Red Sonja just used her name as her call sign. Dr. Octopus was already mad that these girls were taking away his attention, and now that they were disrupting his plans he was furious. He charged Red Sonja as she drew his ire the most and seemed the weakest. He launched his metal arm at her with a force strong enough to crush bedrock, yet when the tip of her sword intercepted the blow, it swiftly turned and angled the fierce strike a notch to the side just as the swordswoman did a half-step to dodge. It seemed simple, yet the elegant motion was done in an instant. Faster than Otto could command his other arms to follow up, Red Sonja had closed in on the scientist and spun around. Once she reached him, she slammed the hilt of her sword against Otto's forehead, knocking him out cold before he understood how he had lost. Her next target was Scorpion. He'd lost his tail and acid, but he was still much stronger than a normal human thanks to the crazy lunatic's experiment on him, and he was already charging her from behind. He would join his partner in Dreamland moments later. Rhino and Sandman both charged Wanda once they noticed she released the prisoners. She responded by sending a tripping jinx at the pair, causing them to collide into each other. Sandman popped into a pile of sand and Rhino fell over and rolled to the side. Wanda transfigured the ground into a deep mud pit that Rhino quickly started sinking into. He tried to swim and wade, but Wanda had stacked a number of other jinxes and curses preventing him from moving any direction but down, deeper into the mud. Sandman came back together in time to see Rhino sink to his neck into the mud before he stopped getting deeper. He shouted at Wanda and turned his fist into a mallet and struck forward. Wanda apparat behind him and charged a powerful hex bolt she released point blank. Sandman's sand exploded like someone buried a firework at the beach and scattered around. This time though, he didn't reassemble quickly. The scattered grains of sand moved towards each other very, very slowly. Wanda smiled and floated into the air to watch Jean finish up her share. Jade used the intangibility gained when shifting into the astral plane to dodge the glue gun of the trapster while Hunter tried attacking her close up and Electro tried shooting her with electricity. She would fade like a ghost out of sight with each use, giving her a mystic, eerie feeling. Kraven shouted, "You can only hide, you are not worthy of being my prey." Jade's eyes narrowed at the provocation and she took a stance and made the universal motion of, "Come here." Kraven pounced on her but was stopped by Jade grabbing and lifting him by the neck and floating into the air. He tried to free himself, but the super strength granted by the Bull Talisman's incorporation into the dragon heart which granted her its powers was not something he could counter so easily. Jade flew behind Trapster and threw Kraven at Trapster's pack with enough force to crack Trapster's glue storage tank. The tank shattered and covered Kraven and Trapster in glue, sticking them to the ground and to themselves. Electro used the opening to fire another bolt of lightning at Jade, but she blocked it using a sorcery shield. Even though she was wearing a mask and Harry was watching her from the TV, he could still see how proud she was that the shield worked. It was the first sorcerer skill she had mastered. With one hand up and blocking the continuous lightning barrage, Jade made a hand sign with the other and seemed to be chanting beneath her mask. A moment later, the fire hydrants around the block burst forth and the water coalesced into an oriental dragon. It roared into the sky and charged at Electro. The man fired at it, but his powers were of no use and he was rammed by the water stream into a wall where he lost consciousness. Though she could only use one sorcerer skill, the dragon heart granted a massive boost to the chi magic she was capable of using in her adult form. From the beginning of the fight, Wizard and Beetle had been fighting the floating Jean in the air. Wizard stood on a floating disc and Beetle's suit had insect-like wings and a small jetpack to allow him swift flight. Wizard fought by throwing discs at various objects such as cars and people. Those discs contained remote-controlled anti-gravity mechanisms he could control with his helmet and use like pseudo-telekinesis. Beetle used his flight and armor to execute high-speed hit-and-run tactics. Jean was playing with them both. It was only when she noticed everyone else had been taken care of that she ripped Beetle's jetpack off his armor and removed Wizard's helmet off his head. Without the helmet to control his disc, the one he stood on fell to earth and along with Beetle, both landed with a harsh bounce. Watching this entire fight from the side, Spider-Man could be seen shouting at various moments, "Yeah? How do you like it? Hurts, doesn't it? I know that will leave a mark. It's gonna hurt for weeks." A few of the bystanders watching Spider-Man slowly stepped away from him, not understanding why he was so emotional over seeing these villains get beaten up by the girls. Once Jean had finished, Red Sonja shouted up, "Good work, Phoenix." They'd made sure to call out everyone's name at least once to ensure no one else would decide their names for them. As a final measure, Jean gathered some wreckage and Wanda transmuted it into a container for Sandman's sand and Hydroman's ice. Jean also lifted Rhino out of the mud and Spider-Man came over and wrapped him up in a big cocoon. Although the fight from start to finish lasted less than 2 minutes, each girl should still be mostly satisfied with how much they showed off. Besides, they still had plenty still hidden. Jean didn't show her telepathy, precognition, or phoenix fire. Jade didn't show her ability to animate inanimate objects or shoot energy beams. Wanda barely showed off the power of chaos magic, and Rogue only showed 2 of the massive assortment of powers she possessed. MJ technically showed everything she was capable of after knocking out Dr. Octopus and Scorpion, but as a goddess-blessed swordswoman, her strongest power was, according to Harry, plot armor. That was also one of the reasons she was their team leader, though technically she could be considered the weakest among them. Plot armor isn't something you can plan against. In fact, doing so usually makes things worse, so he wasn't too worried about people looking down on her and thinking they can beat her easily. Harry and his girls spent the remainder of their day watching the news and enjoying the reruns of their heroic debut. The news had collectively dubbed them the Reds and many aspects of the fight were analyzed for hours on end. Harry smiled every time Red Sonja got screen time. Her blade work and combat style wasn't flashy, but it was beautiful and easy to watch on TV. MJ noticed this and asked, "Is it weird I'm getting jealous of you watching me on TV?" Harry turned and answered with a searing kiss that promised more to come later. The following day, Harry's insurance company got more business than the prior length of its existence. The idea that 10 villains could team up and defeat the local heroes and police was enough to make anyone with doubts reconsider the insurance Harry was offering. The prices weren't bad for what he was offering, but it still increased the cost of living in New York, though since cost of living was always increasing, few would notice or pay that much attention. After their debut, the Reds would occasionally patrol various parts of the city. Everyone but MJ could fly, so they would patrol from the rooftops while MJ would just walk around looking normal and shift into Red Sonja mode when she spotted an injustice that needed handling. Link the AI acted as their manager and supervisor. He had a few invisible drones throughout the city monitoring variables he felt needed attention and would give the Reds a schedule of patrolling that increased the likelihood of effectiveness. Not that Harry felt such a thing may really be needed. Each girl had a luck stat over 80, meaning they attracted events when they wanted to or not. The sudden appearance of 5 new heroes, 4 of which had amazing powers, stunned the criminal element of the city into a momentary silence. It almost seemed like for every hero that popped up, a new villain would appear, and for every villain to appear, a new hero would pop up. Those considering becoming one or the other couldn't stop themselves from wondering if they entered the scene, who would enter to oppose them. Thanks to this, New York experienced a period of calm. Harry, on the other hand, worked harder than ever. He couldn't help but feel it was the calm before the storm. Every weekend he'd take the girls into the negative zone for 3 days, which amounted to an hour in New York. Although he never found Blastaar, he did find a number of sites filled with monsters eager to rip intruders to shreds. Harry's goal was level 290 before the end of the year and level 300 before next summer. At the moment he wasn't too far off. Harry Potter. Level 285, age 17. STR 375, AGI 375. Int 600, WIS 550. Luck 50. Warrior Path rank 40. Scholar Path rank 47. Magic Path rank 47. Tech Path rank 43. Business Path rank 39. Crafting Path rank 39. Dragon Path rank 35. Chinook Path rank 36. Sex Path rank 40. And the girls were getting stronger with each week as well. Jade was catching up nicely and Jean was making up for her absence while MJ was blazing through levels one after another. Jade Chan, level 155. Age 17. Anna Marie, level 173. Age 17. Wanda Maximoff, level 173. Age 17. Jean Grey, level 161. Age 18. Mary Jane Watson, level 103. Age 17. It was after the end of the fall semester near Christmas when Harry felt something he'd been expecting for a long time. The portkaya he gave Thor was on its way back. When it arrived, Harry would have the coordinates of Asgard. Chapter 93. Chapter 93, Aiding the Realms of Asgard. Author's note. Me rereading the chapter. My gods, what have I done? The intergalactic portkaya Harry made was powered by his own magic and used himself as an anchor, so a period of time after it had been set off, the item popped into existence next to Harry, who took it and confirmed the recorded coordinates. Harry was not sure if he should be surprised or not that wherever Thor set off the portkaya was not in the Milky Way galaxy or Andromeda. Either way, sorcerer portals don't care for distance, so once Harry made his preparations, he made a silver portal to the exact coordinates and peered through. At the other end of the portal was an ornately carved stone room with a fancy-looking bed and a table with a few chairs. Harry figured it was a bedroom of sorts and currently an empty one. Harry stepped through and took a bit of a look around before taking a seat and crossing his legs. Harry then entered the astral plane to scout a bit before opening the door. Passing through walls was easy enough, but the map and layout of the astral plane was not always the same as the material world, so it can only be used as a vague reference at best. Harry was able to spot various people wandering through the halls and confirmed this was probably Asgard or somewhere similar. Harry returned to his body and transfigured his clothes to match what the others wore. Black hair and green eyes was not a particularly uncommon sight, so he did not need to change his appearance. The room itself had a few tapestries of various symbols and images which told of many stories. Some included who Harry guessed was Thor, meaning there was a chance this was his room. He wasn't completely sure since he didn't check the adjacent rooms to compare them, since he might walk in on a naked Asgardian dude and Harry did not want to risk that. After confirming he looked the part, Harry opened the door and left the room into an empty hall and walked until he could find where there were people gathered. Something that quite stood out about Asgard was that it had the scent of death all over it. To someone who spent centuries living in the land of the dead, it wasn't something he could mistake for anything else. This place felt a bit like a graveyard or mausoleum. As he explored more, he had a few ideas as to the source. Much of Asgard had gold built into the structure, granting it an ethereal beauty and majestic appearance. But Harry doubted a single gram of the gold was acquired peacefully. This place was built using gold acquired through trading blood and death. However, the scent was ancient and had not been renewed in thousands of years. So Harry didn't particularly care about the origin or history of the place. After taking a bit of a tour, Harry asked someone, "Do you know where I can find Thor?" There is something he asked to discuss with me at this time, but his room is empty. The passerby answered, "He is probably in the mess hall." Harry thanked him and headed over. Now that he had enough information, he used a point me charm to direct him through the halls to the mess hall to where Thor was. The spell only works if you know the destination and need assistance with the journey. Useful for mazes and finding your way through unfamiliar cities, but not much else. Eventually he saw Thor sitting on a table looking at a mug of something. He seemed deep in thought about something. Harry remembered when he met Thor at the diner, Thor had acquired a mug somewhere and given it to the waitress at the diner because he'd broken a mug there the prior day. Harry took a seat next to him and asked, "Penny for your thoughts." Thor turned to look at Harry Potter and then turned back to his mug. Then he quickly did a double take and once again looked at his mug. He sniffed it, perhaps worried he had been drugged with something. Harry sighed and asked, "You used that thing and now I'm here, so what do you need help with?" Thor stated, "Actually I placed it on a table and it fell to the ground and vanished. I was not sure what it meant." Harry shrugged. False alarm apparently. "Well, you're sitting alone and pensively staring at a mug. I'm sure there is something you need help with. Jane is still trying to figure out how to find you, you know. And tell me, how are you here?" Harry answered, "There are sorcerers in my world who have mastered dimensional magic. It's thanks to their help that I can come and go to many places. I also have a way back so don't mind me." Thor looked surprised at that. "I was not aware that the Sayer of Midgard made themselves known to others. Asgard has had no contact with them in centuries. They have hidden themselves and keep to themselves mostly. So, what has you so glum?" Thor sighed once more and emptied his mug before starting his story. Turns out Loki did not handle the knowledge of his adoption well, killed his birth father, and tried to destroy his birth world. In order to stop this, Thor had to destroy the Bifrost, but doing so cut off Asgard from the rest of the 9 realms and beyond. Though Asgard had craft capable of space travel, they were far inferior to the Bifrost. So Thor was personally responsible for the destruction of the Bifrost, though it saved Jotunheim. He still felt responsible for the problems now spreading amongst the worlds that once relied on Asgard to be their shield. Harry asked, "Any chance of fixing the Bifrost?" Thor shook his head. "I have asked of this. The Bifrost was created with a powerful artifact thousands of years ago. The artifact has since been lost. My mother searches the records for it, but its location is not known at the moment. Once it is, I shall retrieve it personally." Which of course meant Thor could do nothing but hurry up and wait. Harry wondered if there was anything he could do. Harry asked, "So what's the situation of the other realms?" Thor sighed once more and stated, "The Baedun have revolted and are at war with each other. Their war spreads beyond their worlds to Asgard protected worlds and Alfheim has suffered greatly for it. The Troll Lords have set a blockade around Nidavellir, preventing food and metal from being sent to the dwarves. Every day their own stores of food and weapons lessen as those rock trolls wait for King Eitri and the dwarves to starve to death so they may take the forges of Nidavellir for themselves. Vanaheim, Nornheim, and their neighboring worlds have fallen under the mercy of marauders and pirates. The Vanir have always relied on Asgard to protect them, and now they are defenseless." As Harry was considering the problem, he got a nice pop-up. Ping. New quest, Defender of the Realms. Protect Alfheim from the Baedun. Protect Nidavellir from the Troll Lords. Protect Vanaheim, Nornheim, and their neighboring worlds from the marauders. Harry figured that it was quite the convenient quest. Despite the difficulty, the quest itself provided pointers Harry could use to find the other worlds himself. Harry had to ask, what happened to Loki? For something like this, he'd probably be able to think of something. Thor smiled but looked sadder than before. Indeed, Loki always had a way of going where he wanted, even if it was somewhere he was not supposed to be. But Loki fell off the Bifrost. Mother says he is alive. She contacted him using magic and offered assistance returning home, but he ignored her. I do not know what has become of my brother. Harry nodded and said, then maybe I can think of something. First, give me a few more details. Thor thought it was an odd request, but answered all the questions Harry asked. For example, the reason blockading Nidavellir would cause the dwarves to starve was because the dwarves had forged their own planet into a forge. There was no longer arable land and they got by on trade. Vanaheim and its surrounding worlds had mines containing metals of great value and the target of the marauders' greed. In the past they would trade it and their crops to Asgard in exchange for protection. Asgard would trade it to Nidavellir along with food in exchange for dwarven crafted weapons. Apparently, they really relied on the Bifrost for trade in the 9 realms. The Baedun which were now invading Alfheim were a violent reptilian species. Asgard forced their leaders to behave and their leaders forced their people to keep their heads down. Once the Baedun learned that Asgard was not coming to help those in need, they revolted and started a civil war. War requires resources and the peaceful elven paradise of Alfheim was now being used by both sides of that civil war for resources. At the end, Thor asked, do you really think you can do something that would require the might of Asgard's armies? Harry smiled, these problems can be solved using the force of Asgard's armies, but they can be solved other ways as well. Thor, not believing Harry could do so, stated, well, I wish you the best of luck Harry Potter. Harry nodded and got up to find a place he could portal out of. Both Heimdall and Odin watched over all of Asgard at all times, but unless Harry was in front of them, they would not see him. Harry's first stop was Alfheim. He used his spacecraft to search the planet a bit for where some Baedun had set up camp and admitted it was probably the most beautiful planet he'd ever seen. Definitely a spot to take the girls on a future date. Alfheim had a variety of elves and most if not all elves had a disposition to certain forms of sorcery. Light elves could use light magic, water elves could use water magic, air elves could use air magic, etc. Most elves could also learn nature magic and used it creatively. As could be seen from the fields of growing candy Harry flew over. Eventually Harry found a space filled with stumps and ash and ugly creatures. Harry turned invisible and captured one before pulling out a crystal rabbit. This was an upgraded version of his original rabbit of Kerbanog, but lasted even longer and he could set even more parameters. First, Harry had the rabbit fully scan the captured reptile man. Then Harry set in some additional parameters. They would primarily target those of the same species, and those who attacked them multiple times. The improvements included a built-in point me charm which would lead the rabbits to the closest target and a power-saving standby mode in case no targets were available. Harry also added a program which would have them sneak aboard ships and become invisible until the ships landed. These Baydun had brought their war to other worlds, right? Did Harry mind the possible genocide? Not particularly, though he wouldn't have gone this far if he was not given the quest. Quests are usually absolutes, so it is easy to tell good from bad during one. The rabbit was released upon the captive and after a quick death, the rabbit transfigured its corpse into 2 more rabbits. The upgraded version didn't multiply as quickly, but they were sturdier. Guns wouldn't affect them much and their heads could ram through blast doors when given enough time. About half an hour after the rabbits were released into the camp was deserted. All the dead Baydun had turned into more rabbits and the live ones had fled to their spaceships. Unfortunately, some rabbits may have gotten aboard said ships before they left. Oh well. The remaining rabbits started hopping off in the same direction. It would be the way to the next closest Baydun camp. Next Harry spent a few hours making a very large batch of a very powerful potion. Once done, he dumped a vast amount of glitter into the cauldron. Once he had his diabolical concoction, he headed over to Vanaheim and used the point me charm to find the various marauder camps. In each one, Harry didn't bother being subtle, he dumped what amounted to tons of ore outside of each one he found. Within a day, each marauder ship had loaded the ore onto their ship and blasted off. The ore was not actual ore of course. Harry transfigured his glitter of doom into the ore and used a Gemino charm to duplicate the ore. Once they used a jump point, the various spells on the ore would go off. First, the transfiguration would end, turning all of the ore into glitter. Then, the Gemino charm would activate, causing the piles of glitter to multiply into vast amounts of glitter. Depending on the size of the ship, that may or may not be enough to destroy it then and there, but probably not. Still, it would probably get everywhere and onto the skin of the pirates. The potion had 2 terrible effects. The first was something Harry got the idea for from a comic book. It induced fear. Thankfully, fear was something that worked the same way in everyone, so it was something that had a large chance to work, regardless of the species. People became rather stupid when scared. Would they attack their comrades, hide, cry in the corner? Who knows? The second effect was much worse. Harry has saturated the potion with Malakla venom. Anyone who came into contact with it would become terribly unlucky for a week. Harry put these trap ores all over Vanaheim, Nornheim, and the few planets around the system. Each had a spell which would make the locals ignore it, thinking it was too dangerous to keep until the Asgardians returned. As for Nidavellir, Harry decided it was time for an encore of Goose the Giant Flurkin. Nidavellir was not so much a planet as it was a ring around a star. It used to be a planet much further away from its star, but the dwarves were just a bit too enthusiastic about forging and forged their planet into a forge that directly used the fires of the star itself. The dwarves used to be short, but Nidavellir lost much of its gravity after being forged around the star and the dwarves ended up adapting to the change in gravity by growing to Titanus proportions. Harry's spacecraft was already capable of illusions, so Harry fully charged it and flipped the switch. Outside the ring of Nidavellir were hundreds of spacecraft of various sizes. They were piloted by the rock troll race led by the Troll Lords. They stayed just outside Nidavellir's firing range and simply planned to wait the dwarves to death. Suddenly, behind the fleet of ships, a massive portal opened up and an orange tabby cat walked through as if standing on a solid surface. It then walked over to the closest ship which immediately began firing at it. The illusion rippled when fired into but did not break. The orange cat then opened its mouth and outpoured a mass of horrific purple tentacles. The cat walked forward and the tentacles wrapped around the ship. Harry used a bit of telekinesis to shake the ship and then he opened a giant silver portal, hidden within the illusion, and threw it forward, over the ship as the illusion tentacles made it look like the ship was being pulled into the cat's mouth. Once they realized the ship was indeed gone, all ships fired at the Titan cat. Harry flew his ship and the illusion over to the next rock troll spacecraft and did a repeat performance, followed by a silver portal thrown over the ship. He was transporting them to the various ends of the universe. If they made it home and tried again, Harry would not be so merciful next time. No Baydun would be harmed if they didn't go to Alfheim or other planets. No marauders would be glittered if they didn't take ore from Asgard protected planets. Harry's prank style of war required the enemy to perform the action which doomed themselves. By the 5th ship, Harry was picking up speed and since the ships were getting closer to shoot him more, he started taking multiple ships at the same time. By the time a third of the ships had been eaten, they had stopped firing and started fleeing for their lives. Harry would have to make a portal to check if they'd returned every once in a while, but the dwarves should be able to start up trade with local systems once more for food and ore. Harry nodded and returned home. The rest was only a matter of time. Heimdall had been having a very strange few weeks. He'd witnessed the slow descent of the 9 realms into panic and chaos, and without the Bifrost there was nothing he could do but watch. Now, things had changed. Alfheim and her nearby worlds had a new species, a white rabbit that did not chew grass nor vegetables. Instead, it hunted the Baydun, somehow turning the fallen into more rabbits. They had spread to several worlds, and the Baydun had to mostly flee back to their home world, being very careful not to bring one of these creatures with them. When no Baydun were on a world, these rabbits simply stayed in place until attacked by the creatures of Alfheim. If a wolf attacked the same rabbit 3 times, the rabbit would rip off the wolf's head and turn it into more rabbits. Heimdall watched in amazement as the elves figured out the details of these rabbits and kept them as pets. They did not require food or care and could simply be picked up and petted and set back down. Many elves loved them. The situation of Vanaheim, Nornheim, and their nearby worlds was stranger still. When Heimdall looked at the marauders who stole from these worlds, they were often covered in glitter and screaming at various small, non-threatening things and each other. Many of their ships broke down after being covered in glitter, and there were difficulties in repairing them. And of course the strangest occurrence happened at Nidavellir. A creature that appeared to be a massive flurkin arrived and started eating the vessels of the troll lords with unstoppable momentum. Even Heimdall could not find where these eaten ships had vanished to. The troll lords did return, but less than a day later, so did the flurkin, and more ships were eaten. They had not returned since. Heimdall decided to call Odin and Thor and inform them of the situation. Thor had been depressed lately, and this should cheer him up. What Heimdall had not expected was what Thor told him after being informed of the news. Ping. Quest completed, Defender of the Realms. Reward, a favor from Odin. Harry returned to Asgard not long after getting the message and quickly found Thor. Thor brightened upon noticing Harry and said, "Harry Potter, know this, from this day forward, you are a friend of Asgard. Come, you must meet my father and mother." Harry nodded and headed over. He checked back after getting the quest complete message, and the results were better than he expected. There were many planets with rabbit-like creatures on them. After what Harry did to the Baydun, all Baydun now avoid these planets. The Baydun were now terrified of rabbits. The marauders were worse off. They lived in a state of constant fear, surrounded by glitter, with terrible things happening again and again for a week every time they went to steal ore. Because of this, most of the marauders now had a psychological fear of shiny and sparkly things. Many have given up on stealing and have become farmers. And of course, all rock trolls were now terrified of cats of all sizes. Harry was very pleased with himself for protecting several worlds using rabbits, glitter, and a cat. When Harry was brought to Odin, he gave the customary ceremonial bow as a subject would his king. Odin looked at this and asked Thor, "Who is this mortal you have brought before me?" Harry's energy was hidden by death, and though Odin was probably about level 1500, he still couldn't sense anything from Harry and believed him to be a powerless mortal. Thor answered, "Father, this is Harry Potter, the one I told you about. It was Harry who advised me when I was on Earth, and Harry who I believe is responsible for the matters Heimdall has spoken of." Odin looked over Harry once more and asked, "How is it a powerless mortal is capable of such, and how have you arrived here?" Thor answered, "Harry is in contact with the Sayer of Midgard. They are more capable than we have given credit for." Odin considered this and nodded. He turned to Harry and said, "The Sayer rarely involve themselves in mundane matters. The Sayer of Vanaheim have great power, but they remained silent when the marauders came. I am surprised you can reach out to them and acquire their aid on your world." Harry nodded understandably. He'd noticed a number of mystical protections on Vanaheim which limited his options. They too had a sorcerer supreme, and Odin's wife was a powerful sorceress of Vanaheim, so the planet was not lacking in magic. But as Odin said, they did not interfere in mundane matters such as theft and murder of mundane. Harry said, "I was contacted by the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth when Galactus invaded. I assisted in driving him away, and we are close friends." All true, but it implied that Harry did not know her before then and did not use magic himself. Odin stated, "I created the protections around Midgard myself. He could not have found your world." Harry replied, "A massive explosion occurred in our system outside of your protections, and his herald came out of curiosity and discovered our world in the process." Odin frowned. He was obviously aware of the SOS Harry had sent but had ignored it, leaving Midgard to fend for itself. That was rather bad form for a king. Odin said, "Then it seems I owe you a debt for your actions in protecting the 9 realms. Very well. What is it you want? Gold, a weapon, a woman perhaps?" Harry answered, "I would like permission to read from the Asgardian library and the tomes on Asgardian magics." Odin frowned. Centuries ago, he'd cast a massive spell using the Odin Force which erased and blocked all knowledge of Asgardian magics outside of Asgard, leaving them with a monopoly over it. Without his permission, even if someone in Midgard found and read a book on Asgardian magic, the knowledge would be blocked and unusable. Odin answered, "Very well. But you may not share what you have learned or teach it to others." Understood. Harry nodded. If only he was given permission, nothing he told others or tried to teach would be remembered. Odin nodded, and a small spark shot from Odin to Harry. Odin then turned and left. Harry did his best to hide his smile. This was one of the good parts about hiding his abilities. Odin was under the impression Harry could not use magic because Odin felt nothing from him. Odin would never have agreed to such a favor if he knew. Ping. Magic path has risen to rank 50. Harry had to pause to keep the headache that just appeared from showing on his face. Everything he learned from analyzing Thor's hammer had become tangible in his mind. Also, the Sanctum Sanctorum did in fact have several books on Asgardian magic which Harry did read, he just didn't have access to that knowledge before. Now he did, and his magic path rank had risen 3 ranks just from that. Asgardian magic was very powerful. It had been researched longer than any other magic and was the magic closest to science of any other magic. Harry and Thor discussed various things and Thor asked if Harry could deliver a letter to Jane which Harry agreed to. He could probably arrange for her to visit or for Thor to visit Earth. Thor declined such a request though as Heimdall would know if Jane showed and there was still much to be done in Asgard so he could not visit yet. Thor took Harry to the library and Harry used Point Me to find the magic books. Once no one was looking, he stuffed them into his inventory and paused to read them. Harry wondered how Odin would feel if he knew Harry would memorize the whole library in just a few visits. Winter on Earth ended and spring came. New York was oddly silent and Harry had a few suspicions why. It was the calm before the storm. Since Jean was fully capable of precognition, she'd pretty much confirmed there would be something big coming so Harry was just using his time to prepare. The only thing of interest that really occurred was when he heard from Tony that Captain America had been found frozen in the ice and thawed out. Not only was he alive, but according to the S.H.I.E.L.D. records Harry hacked, he was doing fine, though feeling a bit out of place. It was on the morning of May 1st, a few weeks before graduation, that Link called and informed Harry that something was going on. A S.H.I.E.L.D. base had just exploded. Chapter 94 Loki of Asgard. Wednesday, May 2nd, was one of the last days of class before finals came up and Harry made sure to come to class himself to answer questions the students had since this was their last chance to get a parachute before Harry threw them off the plane. Sometimes it felt like Harry was explaining the whole of metaphysics in the span of the classes, but thankfully the minute details could simply be referenced in terms of videos he'd made and specific chapters. Today's review was a bit special. They had a guest. The entire class noticed when the door opened since that was usually how Harry's pranks started, but when no one entered, most turned away. Some of the more observant ones noticed LEDs built into the tiles started glowing which created a path to the back of the room, but they too decided not to care. Their grades were more important than blinking tiles. At the end of the class which felt too short for many and too long for some, Harry had the students leave and stayed behind himself. Harry asked the empty classroom, "What did you think?" A figure shifted into view, one Harry recognized as Loki. He was standing in front of Harry's desk, though the LED lights on the tiles showed a path slowly walking from the back of the room to his side. Loki stated, "An enlightening lesson. Midgard has come much further than I imagined since my last visit." Harry didn't bother looking at the fake. It looked real to all his senses, a perfect illusion by any account, but Harry wasn't someone you could catch off guard so easily. When Abomination wrecked the building and the area, Harry used the chance to provide a few upgrades to his classrooms. If someone invisible stepped onto the floor, a small LED on the tile would light up. Loki's illusion had no weight and Loki himself was not weightless, so the glowing dots on the floor panels the trickster god had yet to notice gave his position away. Harry turned to where the real Loki was standing and asked, "Exceptional praise from the great Loki of Asgard." Harry then added as an afterthought, "Speaking of your last visit, what was with the D.B. Cooper thing?" Loki noticed Harry was staring at him, not making eye contact, but staring in his direction. He walked a bit to the side and Harry followed. Loki examined his surroundings and only then did he notice the LEDs in the tiles. The illusion vanished and Loki appeared with a fancy-looking scepter. He smiled and said, "That's quite clever." Harry acknowledged with a nod and replied, "This is my classroom. I have to make sure the only one doing pranks within is me." Loki approached and stated, "An understandable sentiment if ever there was one. As for D.B. Cooper, that was the result of a lost bet between my brother and I. Thorha. I was tempted to prank him when I last saw him, but I figured the god of mischief wouldn't appreciate another prankster pranking his own brother. I know if I had a brother, only I would be allowed to prank him." Loki smiled again at that. He approached cautiously and stated, "Indeed. I have a proposition for you. You see, I have come to this world with a goal in mind and I have been informed that the easiest way to fulfill my goal would be to enlist the aid of Harry Potter." Harry nodded and said, "Well, I am a fan of yours so depending on the issue, I'd be willing to assist with it." Once Loki was close, the scepter at his side charged up and he said, "I need you to stand still for a moment." He then quickly brought the pointy tip to Harry's chest, only for the sharp edge to be stopped by a hard light wall that appeared between them. Harry sighed. It seemed Loki did not want to be pranking Buddings. Loki kept tapping on the barrier and Harry said, "Standard safety settings. Anything sharp brought up to another person or any projectile weapons brought out in class causes a wall to form to protect the occupants." Loki frowned, "This will not stop me. I shall be the king of this world and you and those under you shall pave the way for it to happen." Harry paused at that. Once the scepter charged up, Harry felt a type of energy within it similar to that of the Time Stone, so that glowing rock may have been either an Infinity Stone or a replica of one. If Loki had the confidence for Harry to take over the world for him, it was probably the Mind Stone. He probably went after Harry first since Harry Potter, at least according to anyone but Tony Stark, was a powerless human. Harry considered his options. Unfortunately most of them were not great. Fighting Loki here may work, but the hallways and adjacent classrooms were not empty of innocent students and colleague teachers. That and Loki may have entered Harry's class alone, but the building may have included some of Loki's allies. Even if he beat Loki, the allies could harm others before Harry could get to them. The deaths of those students and teachers was not a price Harry was willing to pay to acquire the Mind Stone when he could think of other ways to get it later. Harry unpaused and said, "That may not stop you, but she will," and pointed at the storage room door behind Loki. Loki turned around just as the door opened. Thor walked out, but it wasn't Thor. This Thor had 2 massive breasts and a few slightly feminine features, though still grew a beard. Thor was also carrying a 2 or 3-year-old girl with curly blonde hair and green eyes. At his side was a small skinny black hair boy who looked like a mini version of Loki with blue eyes. This Thor said, "Honey, where have you been? I've been so worried about you." Then Thor gave the equivalent of a coquettish look and said demurely, "The bed has been so cold without you to warm it up." The look female Thor gave Loki caused him to reel back in horror. Then the black-haired child ran up to him and shouted, "Daddy, we missed you." Loki started screaming, arg. He then scrambled away and ran out the door faster than any human would ever be capable of. The hologram faded and Harry locked the door and hoped Loki wouldn't come back. Thankfully the mild version of fear gas Harry released from behind his desk the moment the last student left was enough to override Loki's logic and get him to fall for that small prank he made with hard light projections. Harry then texted his girls to find an empty space and use their port keys to go home. A few moments later he got a confirmation from everyone that they were home, meaning Harry really was the first one approached. All of his girls had mental protections against mind control, but Harry couldn't be certain how effective those would be against the Mind Stone. The stone wasn't at full power of course. Just like the Eye of Agamotto did with the Time Stone, the scepter seemed to hold back the true power of the Mind Stone. This was normal since an Infinity Stone cannot be used to its fullest potential without cost. Since he needed more info, Harry pulled out his phone and made a call. Less than half a ring later, the other side picked up and said, "Now is not the time, Potter." Harry figured Fury was probably quite busy since his secret shield base exploded yesterday, but Harry still said, "Thor's brother showed up for my class today." After a moment of silence on the other end, Fury asked, "What happened?" "He tried to poke me with a magic stick thingy but the automatic hard light defenses built into the class were enabled, preventing that from happening. Want me to send you the security footage?" "Do it." Harry figured Fury would want it and it would probably make Fury's day a little brighter. Fury watched the video and afterwards Harry heard Loki's scream. Once the video ended, Harry asked, "Loki said someone informed him I would be of assistance in conquering the world. Any ideas who told him that?" Fury replied, "He used that spear on Barton. Turned him into his own personal flying monkey." Harry added, "Figured it was something like that. I called the Reds and told them to stay low. Reed and the rest of the Fantastic Four are on a plane to Hong Kong to attend a conference there, so Loki shouldn't be able to get them, but I'll inform them nonetheless to be on the lookout." "Good. Stay out of sight yourself until we take care of Loki. I could also use your help tracking him. We can't access cameras under your systems. I can ensure that if any cameras in my systems see Loki or Barton, you'll get notified, but I can't guarantee that'll work. I already checked before calling and Loki isn't anywhere at the moment. As that video showed you, Loki can become invisible so he isn't going to be seen until he wants to be. That'll have to do." Before Fury could hang up, Harry asked, "Wait, you don't want my help? I've already proven I can outprank the god of mischief and unless Thor shows up, you don't have access to anyone who knows more about Asgard than I do." After a few more moments of silence on the other end, Fury answered, "There's a jet leaving New York for the helicarrier in 3 hours. Be there." And with that he hung up. Harry made some preparations and finished the last class of the day before heading to the airport. Jean said to have fun and that they would be ready when everything went to hell. Jean could use a bit of precognition and could tell when something dangerous was coming. According to her, it was coming tomorrow, and Harry wouldn't be in danger if he went, which was why she said to have fun. Harry made his way to the runway where he was met with an agent who escorted him to a large carrier-type jet craft. Waiting within were Coulson and someone straight out of the history books, Steve Rogers. Harry said, "Good to see you, Agent Coulson of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." Coulson chuckled and Steve raised an eyebrow at the exaggerated title. Coulson answered back, "Glad you could join us, Professor Potter." He motioned to his side and said, "And this is Captain Steve Rogers." Harry offered a hand Steve was glad to take and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Steve smiled a bit and replied, "You too. You're a lot younger than I thought you'd be." Coulson replied, "He's 17. The same age you were when you first tried to enlist." Steve smiled awkwardly at that. Harry said, "I turn 18 in 3 months. Anyways, how bad is it?" "I have a few guesses but nothing substantial besides the fact that Loki is on Earth and doesn't appear to be up to any good." Coulson nodded and replied, "Yesterday at a core shield research facility, an object known as the Tesseract caused a wormhole to open up from the other end of space. Loki emerged with a scepter, a weapon of some kind. He used it to put Barton, another agent, and Eric Selvig under his control. The wormhole detonated not long afterwards, destroying the facility and Barton, Eric, and Loki got away and took the Tesseract with them. We've already called in Dr. Banner and he's agreed to assist with locating the cube." Harry listened incredulously to such an irresponsible story that was completely filled with holes. He couldn't help it, he was unable to stop himself from smiling. Steve frowned at that and asked, "You find this amusing?" Harry took in a few breaths and asked, S.H.I.E.L.D. was playing with the Tesseract? You were playing with the power source Hydra used to fuel their war. Harry turned to Captain America and said, I'm the planet's #1 expert on magic and energy sources. I literally wrote the textbook when it comes to metaphysical energy sources. They should have called me if they were going to play with something like that. The fact that not only were they playing with it, but it bit them in the ass and they didn't call me immediately means they were too embarrassed to do so. That is why I'm laughing. Calling me for this is like a child calling their parents when they hurt themselves playing with something they shouldn't even have been around without adult supervision. S.H.I.E.L.D. and everyone involved was too ashamed to do so before I called them first. Steve looked back to Coulson, who had lowered his head awkwardly. Coulson had of course stated they needed to call Harry, but the request was rejected. Harry added, and people wonder why I don't give S.H.I.E.L.D. anything dangerous to play with. Steve sighed that the heads of the group apparently founded by Peggy Carter were being rightfully scolded by a 17-year-old British trying to change the subject. Steve took out the folder he'd been given and asked, so this Dr. Banner was trying to replicate the serum they used on me? Coulson, more than happy for a change in subject, added, a lot of people were. You were the world's first superhero. Banner thought gamma radiation might hold the key to unlocking Dr. Erskine's original formula. Harry snorted, that's the official version anyways. The higher-ups always make sure their names don't appear when the time comes to put the blame on someone. Banner didn't even know he was working on a super soldier project until he tried it on himself. Thought it was a health enhancement project that would make people healthier and immune to radiation. Steve sighed again. Things were never simple. Coulson, deciding to go to a subject Harry probably couldn't hijack, asked, Mr. Rogers, would you mind signing some things? I have the complete set of your trading cards from the war. They're vintage, near mint. Some slight foxing around the edges, but... Steve asked incredulously, my trading cards? I mean if it's not too much trouble. No, it's fine, Steve replied in good humor. Harry smiled at Coulson fangirling around Steve, but kept it to himself. Not long after the jet arrived on the helicarrier, parked near the middle of the Atlantic. The jet landed and the group got out and was met by a familiar redhead. Coulson motioned to her and said, Agent Romanoff. Captain Rogers. And you know Professor Potter. Steve greeted, ma'am, to which Natasha replied, hi, before turning to Coulson and stating, they need you on the bridge, they're starting the face trace. Coulson nodded and headed off. Natasha turned to Harry and said, been a while. Hear you've been keeping out of trouble lately. She then turned to Steve and asked, did Coulson ask you to sign his trading cards? Steve lightly smiled and replied, that he did. Natasha smiled with satisfaction and led them over to the edge of the ship and said, he's very proud of them. Their group saw Bruce looking over the sea and Natasha called out, Dr. Banner. Bruce turned and looked at the group. Professor Potter? They told me Captain Rogers was coming, but I didn't hear you were too. Natasha asked, you two know each other? Bruce replied, quite a bit. Harry gave me this fancy watch. It certainly has made the nomad life easier. Harry replied, glad to hear it. Bruce then offered a hand to Steve and said, it is an honor to meet you, Captain. Steve smiled warmly and replied, the honor is all mine. I look forward to working with you. A few orders sounded over the speakers and Natasha told them, gentlemen, and Harry. It's about to get a little hard to breathe out here, so it's better to come inside. Bruce asked, this is a submarine. He then sarcastically asked, and they want me inside it. The helicarrier's turbines then started running, making it clear the direction this craft was going was not down. Bruce then smiled and said, oh, this is much worse. Harry laughed. The Hulk had a bit of a sadistic side and didn't mind making people think he was a stupid monster, even now. So other than Harry and Betty, no one else knew that the Hulk was completely different now compared to what he used to be. As they were led up the flight deck and through a hall, the group passed a chicken wearing a perfectly fitted suit. The chicken stopped in front of Harry and said, Buck, Bugok. Harry nodded back and said, good work as always, Agent Cluckers. The chicken bowed and continued down the hall. Everyone else just stared at him. Even Bruce had to ask, I'm sorry, but what was that about? Natasha answered, almost a year ago, Harry pranked S.H.I.E.L.D. by somehow filling the helicarrier with chickens. Some were caught, but that one was not. Once it was the only chicken left, it started wearing a suit. No one has ever been able to catch it. Bruce had to ask, so no one has, I don't know, tried to shoot it. Natasha shook her head but didn't reply. She couldn't tell them that every time someone shot a chicken, a horde of them came out of nowhere and viciously attacked the shooter. She also wouldn't tell them that sometimes the chicken let her pet it. It was a good chicken. After they got to the deck and were high enough in the air, Fury ordered the ship to go stealth. It wasn't perfect, but at least from the ground, no one would be able to notice the ship floating high in the sky above them. What Harry found funny was that the shield used the sound-cancelling properties Harry taught Fitz and Simmons in its construction. Because of that, the sound of the engines wasn't deafening and the people below the ship wouldn't be able to easily hear it. If they were high enough. Steve walked over to Fury and handed him a $10 bill Fury pocketed before going over to Bruce and welcoming him. When asked for ideas on how to find the Tesseract, Bruce answered, call everyone with a spectrometer and tell them to put it on the roof and calibrate them for gamma rays. Harry and I shouldn't have any problems roughing out a tracking algorithm for basic cluster recognition. It will let us rule out a few places. Harry added, I have a few programs we can use as a base. Won't take longer than an hour. Natasha smiled and told Fury, apparently these two know each other. Fury raised an eyebrow but decided not to pursue that, for now. Agent Romanoff, would you show Dr. Banner and Professor Potter to their laboratory please? Natasha walked over and said, you're going to love it boys, we got all the cool toys. After passing Agent Cluckers again, Natasha asked, so how did you two meet? Harry answered, Bruce and Betty were in New York a few months ago and I invited them over for dinner. Bruce shook his head and smiled at how much Harry left out, but he still had no idea how Harry pulled off what he did and wasn't going to ask in front of the intel-gathering spy. The helicarrier reached its maximum cruising altitude and the pair got to work. Harry loaded up a base algorithm and explained the parts to Bruce as they worked to alter it to the parameters they needed it to work on. Harry could have finished alone in a few minutes using technopathy to type instead of doing it by hand, but Harry doubted the labs around the world would have moved their stuff that fast, so even taking an hour, they would finish before the labs did. A little before they were done, Harry got a notification that Loki had been spotted in Germany. They were mostly finished, so Harry told Bruce they found Loki and Harry wanted to go. Bruce didn't really feel like meeting a god of mischief, so he elected to stay and finish up. Harry headed out to the deck and took a rebreather near the wall before going outside to the jet on standby. Natasha was already on board waiting for Captain Rogers. She said, I don't recall you being invited. My system saw Loki before Fury's did and told Fury. It told me too, of course. And here I thought you were keeping yourself out of trouble. Harry smiled and replied, no, you just haven't heard what I've been up to recently. Not long afterwards Steve showed up in a Stars and Stripes uniform with his famous shield. He didn't question why Harry was there and got on board for the jet to take off. Although they were in the middle of the Atlantic, it was much easier to fly at high altitudes, so from the altitude the helicarrier was maintaining, the jet could make it to Germany in 20 minutes. Along the way, Harry asked to check out the captain's shield. Harry actually had never handled normal vibranium before, he only used the vibranium he created alchemically from silver. While looking it over he noticed a number of differences between what Harry usually used and the shield. The first was that it had absolutely no magical properties. Much like the adamantine which covered Wolverine's bones, this metal either lacked or was stripped of the magical properties it should have possessed. It would be harder to transfigure this shield into a rubber duck than it would a steel shield, but it was still doable, and a sufficiently powerful magical strike could destroy this shield. Harry wondered if Steve would mind an upgrade. He couldn't help but spend the remainder of the ride thinking of ideas. Eventually they arrived. Steve grabbed a parachute and jumped out since descending that way would be quicker than waiting for the jet to descend. It ended up being a good idea. As Steve descended down, he noticed Loki pointing his scepter at an old man with the clear intent to fire. Steve removed his parachute to fall the rest of the way and landed just in time to block the energy strike and protect the old man. The pair fought for a bit, but Steve's strikes were barely moving the frost giant and Loki was a little faster than Steve. Natasha shouted for Loki to surrender, but he fired an energy blast at the jet the pilot was just barely able to dodge. This in turn gave Steve an opening to kick Loki's head in, but Loki was barely phased. It was then that the jet's onboard speakers were hacked and the song, Shoot to Thrill, started playing, along with a, Miss Me Agent Romanoff, in a familiar voice. Tony showed up in his suit and Harry couldn't help but wonder if he flew from New York to Germany in that thing. No, Harry figured it was more likely that Tony had been stalking the helicarrier and was waiting for the right moment. He left the helicarrier at the same time as the jet and went just a little bit slower, which explains why he arrived a bit after they did. Tony shot Loki with a muon beam, blasting the Asgardian off his feet as Tony approached with weapons primed in a threatening manner. At that point Loki simply lifted his hands in surrender. Harry frowned at that as they lowered the jet to load everyone and Loki up. Harry knew that Loki's illusions could fool cameras. He could easily make an illusion of him running in one direction as a distraction and turn himself invisible and run in the other direction. When Loki came on board, he glared at Harry for a moment before turning away. Tony noticed this and asked, "Friend of yours? He tried to recruit me earlier today and I ended up pranking him in retaliation." Tony removed his helmet and asked, "Do you have a video? This I gotta see. Maybe later?" Harry waited until Loki was restrained and then threw a handful of silver glitter at him. Loki closed his eyes and after a few moments opened them to see it wasn't a weapon. He saw the sparkles of glitter over himself and deadpanned to Harry, "Was that really necessary?" Harry replied, "Of course it was. You may be able to make an illusion of yourself, but modifying it is a bit trickier. If any of us sees a version of you not covered in glitter, we know it's a fake." Tony did a double take before asking, "Did you really just defeat magic with glitter?" Harry corrected, "Asgardian magic with glitter. Trust me, it's more impressive." Loki looked rather peeved at that and turned to the side and remained silent when Natasha started questioning him. When Fury asked for an update, Natasha informed him that Loki was remaining silent and also updated him on the security precautions Harry took to prevent Loki from tricking them. It was then that they heard lightning cackle in the distance. The clouds they were in were not thunder clouds, so that was quite odd. Steve noticed Loki tense up and asked, "What's the matter? Scared of a little lightning?" He answered, "I'm not overly fond of what follows." Harry perked up and said, "Ah, that would explain the lightning." Steve asked, "What?" A loud thud sounded from the roof and shook the jet. Harry pointed up and answered, "Him." Stark got his helmet, but Harry said, "Stay put, old man," as he walked to the hatch and pressed the button to open it. A moment later Thor jumped down and locked eyes on Loki. Harry stepped in front of the god of thunder, causing Thor to raise his hammer, which caused Stark to charge his repulsors. Thor then smiled upon recognizing the one standing in front of him. Harry Potter, good to see you. This caused Stark to lower his repulsors. You too, Thor, can I ask what you are doing here? I am here to retrieve my brother and the Tesseract. Harry nodded and said, well, Loki here gave himself up to our custody and doesn't have the Tesseract on him. Why do you need it anyways? Thor answered, the Tesseract is the item Heimdall requires to repair the Bifrost, it must be brought to Asgard. Harry considered it and said, I have no problem with that. The people of Earth are not doing anything terribly productive with it anyways. However, I suspect that Loki doesn't know where it is. He probably assumed he'd be tortured when he gave himself into our custody, so my guess is he has some independent plans to reunite with it later. The only way to get it is to stick around Loki, so take a seat. Thor frowned and took another look at Loki. After a moment his frown changed into a bad attempt at holding back laughter. My brother, why are you shimmering like that? Steve snorted and Tony laughed out loud while Natasha held back a giggle at the face Loki was making. Harry answered, that was me. I covered him in glitter. If you see a Loki not covered in glitter, that is probably an illusion. Thor said, there are spells Loki can use to clean himself of such things. Harry replied, I know, but this glitter can't be removed with magic. Loki asked, what? Apparently he'd been planning to remove it this whole time once the occasion was right. A shimmer covered Loki in what Harry and Thor recognized as an Asgardian cleaning spell. The glitter remained much to Loki's horror. Thor laughed vigorously and Harry said, this is the second prank I've done to him. Would you all like to watch the first? Loki sighed in defeat as Tony got closer to the monitor Harry was pulling up. A minute later, Tony was laughing with tears in his eyes, Steve was fighting to remain dignified while Natasha was laughing like a little schoolgirl. Thor was unable to laugh as his own amusement was matched by his horror at the scene of a woman version of himself with the same voice claiming to be the mother of Loki's children and sharer of his bed. Thor hoped Harry Potter would not show this to his mother. Neither of them had given her grandchildren and he'd never hear the end of this should she find out. The way back to the helicarrier was filled with small talk as Thor spoke of the 9 realms and Tony asked completely pointless questions. Once they arrived, an armored group was ready to escort the sparkly god of mischief to a holding cell and the scepter was brought up to the laboratory. Harry could already tell the scepter and Loki were linked. He could use a bit of its power at a distance and even hear and see through it like a remote camera. After Loki was locked up, Fury tried a few intimidation tactics. Loki returned with insults and taunts while smiling. While Fury was getting taunted, Harry called his phone, making it ring in the room. The ringtone was something Harry made and discreetly added to Fury's phone. AHH, ARG. AHH, ARG. AHH, ARG. Loki gritted his teeth at Fury's ringtone and Fury took his time to answer it before eventually picking it up and hearing Harry asking him to come back for a plan. At the command center, Steve asked Thor, what's his play? Thor answered, he had an army called the Chitauri. They are not of Asgard nor any known world of the 9 realms. He means to lead them against your people. They will win him the earth. In return, I suspect for the Tesseract. Steve asked, an army from outer space. Bruce added, so he's building another portal. Steve commented aloud, I want to know why Loki let us take him. He's not leading an army from here. Harry said, let's find out. Thor asked, how? Give him an audience and let him gloat how much better he is than everyone. Think that'll work? Thor gave a small nod as he begrudgingly admitted his brother would probably fall for that. Coulson and Tony entered a moment later and Harry said, we're going to see Loki. Harry grabbed the scepter and everyone followed to Loki's cell. Harry handed the scepter to Bruce and whispered something to him before he stepped forward and approached the cell. You know, I heard that little speech of yours in Germany. I happen to be one of the most rational people on the planet, so let's consider this a practice round. If you can convince me to follow you, I'll not only get you out of here, I'll provide you with all the resources needed to take over and rule the people of Earth. Everyone looked at Harry, admitting to what amounted to treason against their planet. Harry added, of course, if you can't convince a rational person to follow you, then you obviously will never convince anyone. Wanna give it a shot, or do you have no confidence you'll succeed? Loki glared at Harry's bait, but it wasn't something he could simply ignore either. Loki was confident in his ability to see through lies and Harry wasn't lying. Loki replied, I have already said enough. You are meant to be ruled. Harry acknowledged, perhaps. Monkey see, monkey do, and all. Humans can improve themselves through imitation. They instinctively follow those who are better than them so they can use their example to better themselves. But, what about you is better than me? Why should I follow you, specifically? Loki scoffed, I am a god. A god of mischief, lies, deceit, treachery, and according to a few tales, magic, and fire, which is rather ironic considering your origins. What you are not a god of is law, rules, order, justice, or anything concept that would benefit your subjects through imitation. Loki argued back full of confidence, I was born to rule. So was Thor. Would anyone who had a chance to kneel to you, not simply kneel to him for all the same reasons? Loki sneered and said, you are just trying to trick me into giving you information to prove my worth. Harry smiled and replied, so you have information that proves we would be better under your rule than your brothers? What kind of information is that? Knowledge of a threat perhaps? One you could protect the earth from under your rule. Loki remained silent. Harry continued, you know, with or without such information, there is something you can do to convince me to bend the knee to you. Legends say that Odin sacrificed an eye for the knowledge and wisdom needed to rule. I'm certain you have lost much, but I don't think you have sacrificed enough. Loki sneered in disgust, you want me to remove my eye? Harry shook his head, sacrificing what he did would not grant you anything better than what he had. Therefore, in order to surpass your adoptive father, you must sacrifice even more. Loki asked sarcastically, and what would that be? Harry remained silent for a moment before locking eyes with Loki and answering seriously. Everything. Loki blinked and asked offensively, I beg your pardon. Harry explained, the god of mischief can never become a better ruler than Odin. It literally goes against your divinity and your own identity will sabotage you, preventing you from ever achieving it. In order to surpass him, you must sacrifice your godhood and become mortal. If you were willing to do so, I'd be willing to give you access to all the resources needed to allow you to conquer the world at your leisure. Your godhood and powers hold you back, Loki. Only through discarding them can you become a better ruler than your father ever was and perhaps better than your brother could ever be. Harry was staring at Loki with the rest behind him, so he took a moment to pause and look at everyone's expressions. Most were shocked, especially Thor. Harry unpaused and continued, as you are now, few if any on Earth would benefit from following you, someone born above them. But if someone born above them was willing to bring themselves to their level in order to lead them, that sounds like someone worth kneeling to. Loki remained in pensive silence as everyone waited for his decision. Eventually he said, I don't need your help to conquer this world. Harry shook his head, because your plan is foolproof. Harry turned to the group and said, you guys want to know what his plan is? It is a basic Trojan horse. Tony asked, so we're the horse and Loki is the Greeks. No, Loki is the horse. Harry pointed at the scepter in Bruce's hands, that's the Greeks. Loki knew S.H.I.E.L.D. would absolutely want to get their hands on something that shiny, despite the fact that they know that thing can control minds. What guarantee do we have that it won't go off and take control of everyone on the helicarrier? At that, everyone took a step back from Bruce. Harry continued, what guarantee do we have that Loki's control over Barton and Dr. Selvig won't end if we destroy it? A good prank relies on your victim's sin to work. Greed is always a good option. Harry had been looking at Loki the whole time, and when Harry said that, Loki glanced at Banner. Not the scepter in his hands, but Banner. Harry added, or perhaps Wrath. You weren't planning on unleashing the Hulk, were you? Loki remained silent. Harry smirked and walked up to Banner. Let's fulfill his dreams, shall we? Harry pointed at Banner and said, Abracadabra. Banner gave Harry an amused look. Harry gave a stage whisper, come on man, that's your cue. Banner rolled his eyes and started expanding. Everyone stepped back except Harry and Coulson, and Fury, who'd been standing in the corner, drew their weapons. Hulk stretched for a moment and looked back at the scepter in his hand. The Hulk stated, the professor is correct. This does appear to be emitting an energy wave that stimulates the amygdala and the hypothalamus. Prolonged exposure would certainly cause those in proximity to be at each other's throat sooner or later, like a poison for the mind. Everyone, including Loki, was unable to keep a shocked expression off their face. Harry asked, so what do you suggest? Hulk approached Loki's cell and heavily tapped on the glass a few times. This caused some alarms to flare and caused the space beneath the prison to open. A warning sounded from the room stating to stay away from the wall or the cage would be dropped. Hulk didn't continue. Instead he said, according to legend, when the horse was found, a seer told the citizens of Troy not to let it in, but she was cursed so that no one would believe her. I say we do what the Trojans should have done, and toss it into the sea. Before anyone could respond, Hulk snapped the scepter in half, cutting Loki's connection to it. Hulk then tossed the two pieces under the cell into the opening that went into the sea. Loki shouted, no, what have you done, you monster? Hulk smiled back and said, you know, you have some real anger issues. Maybe you should get some help with that. Loki was stunned silent as Hulk turned back into Bruce and laughed. Once he composed himself to recognize the mockery, Loki snarled back and shouted, when I get out of here I will cut out your heart. Harry shook his head and asked, threats? Really? It seems you are no longer capable of convincing me. Without another word he leaves with the rest following shortly behind him. In the hall Harry turned to Fury and said, Loki is certain he will get out soon. Banner will be in the wind if we find the Tesseract, which should be in a few hours. If Loki is confident in removing Banner's heart, he must have a plan to get him out within the next 6 hours. Either escape or extraction. My money is on the latter with Barton leading the team. Natasha asked, didn't you say breaking the scepter will free Barton? It could have, but it didn't. The scepter would have reacted differently to being broken in that case. I've dealt with artifacts like that in the past. In either case, when Barton shows up to get Loki out, I say we let him. Fury asked, and why the hell should we allow that to happen? Harry answered, because there is no way someone lets themselves be captured without a plan B. Plan B should be a scenario where the Tesseract causes world-ending damage and only he can stop it, forcing S.H.I.E.L.D. to release him. So plan A is to get an alien army to take over Earth. Plan B is, if I can't have Earth, no one will. I say park the helicarrier in the water and evacuate the unneeded personnel. Fury really didn't like that completely reasonable answer, so he asked, how can he do that? Harry answered, using a portal? I can think of a dozen ways off the top of my head. If he created a portal and the other end was a black hole, the Earth would be slowly sucked into the portal and destroyed. A portal to the surface of the sun would burn whatever continent the portal was opened over. And Loki's army may be the only army in the galaxy that will listen to Loki, but I doubt they are the only army or even the most deadly one. If Loki knows the coordinates of another worse army, he could order a portal be made there, then when they come here and destroy the Earth, he could offer salvation through the use of his army to defeat the other army. The fact that Harry really could think of so many ways to use a portal to conquer or destroy the world scared a few people. Harry wondered how they would feel if they learned Harry didn't need the cube to make such portals himself. Harry said, "So, let Barton in and let them rescue Loki. Capture Barton if you can though. Let Loki get some distance and then track him to where the cube is." After quite a bit more deliberation, Fury decided to go with Harry's idea. However, since Harry was considered unneeded personnel himself, he was sent back to New York with the other evacuees. Fury really didn't like him on his helicarrier, which was fine with Harry. He needed an excuse to get away and go back in time and retrieve the Mind Stone. He asked Bruce to throw the scepter overboard earlier with this in mind. S.H.I.E.L.D. would eventually try to find it, but they were in the middle of the Atlantic, so not finding it was understandable. Author's note. Only changed a little here, since stopping the Battle of New York is not something any reader really wants to happen. My Battle of New York will of course be quite different. For those who do not know, I prefer to be original, so my battle for New York will be completely different from anything in any other fanfic. And for those wondering, if Loki agreed, Harry would give Loki control of Brilliance Inc. and let him run it with the goblins. Loki would technically be given the resources needed to rule the world, but that didn't mean it would be easy. That was a prank of its own. Unfortunately, we won't see the Battle of the Helicarrier, so here is a single scene from it as an apology. Barton noticed one of the mercenaries pointing his rifle much too low. When he noticed what the man's target was, the brainwashed S.H.I.E.L.D. agent shouted with all his might, "No, don't shoot the chicken." Bang! The immortal chicken looked in their direction, and a sound that haunts the dreams of every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent echoed through the base. Kakekoakalku. Chapter 95, Chapter 95 The Battle of New York. Author's note. Okay, I may have written myself into a teeny bit of a corner, so please forgive the plot shenanigans required in order to prevent the Battle of New York from ending in 2 or 3 paragraphs. I really do try my best to remove plot holes, but common sense is the bane of comic book movie plots. Like, I am 99% certain that if someone really did snap Loki's scepter, the control over Hawkeye and Selvig would have been undone. Without Clint to bust him out and without Selvig to make the portal, that would have ended the movie then and there. In this chapter, you're also going to find out that a lot of the useless filler I have in a bunch of other chapters turns out to not be so useless after all. Should make rereading some things more interesting. Chapter 95 The Battle of New York. Harry didn't go to sleep that night, nor did the girls. Each was well enough beyond human to be fine without one night of sleep, and they wanted to be ready. Harry asked, "You really think he's going to attack New York?" Jean answered, "It was up in the air, but with how much you antagonized him, it's about as certain as the sun rising from the east at this point." Jade asked, "Shouldn't we, I don't know, stop it or something?" Jean said, "We can try, but I have no confidence. Precognition and Infinity Stones do not mix well together." Wanda asked, "What if you use the Mind Stone for a boost?" Jean replied, "Oh hell no, I do not want to touch that thing. It would definitely strengthen my abilities, but it would also supercharge the phoenix within. I'm barely keeping up with it as it is, I don't want to supercharge the damn thing." Rogue asked, "So there's no stopping it?" Harry answered, "Maybe, but it could certainly be worse. It's not like we're getting caught with our pants down." MJ chuckled, "There's no way Loki would use that portal here if he knew how powerful everyone actually is." Harry nodded. They confirmed that since S.H.I.E.L.D. could easily guess the identity of the Reds, that Barton knew, which meant Loki knew. Should Harry get turned, he could have assisted Loki with turning the others. However, Barton and S.H.I.E.L.D. only knew what the Reds showed off, which was barely a fraction of their abilities. Working together they could bring down governments and countries and worlds. Defending one world was not going to be that much of a challenge. The trick was keeping damage to a minimum, especially since Harry's insurance company would have to pay for any of the damages. Thankfully the stone was now safely tucked away in Harry's inventory and couldn't be used by anyone against his family. Jade asked, "He needs a big power source, right? How many of those could there be in New York? Couldn't we just protect or turn them off until tomorrow?" Harry considered it. In fact, the only ones in New York that were feasible were in Harry's basement, the goblin-filled server rooms of Brilliance Inc.'s underground site, the one that Oscorp has tucked away, and the one in Stark's tower. Of those, only one of them was public knowledge. Stark's arc reactor, the one he plugged into his tower and turned on yesterday. There were a few others, but none of them were always online and could afford to divert enough power without failing. Harry stated, "Loki will probably use the arc reactor Stark plugged into his building." Jade got up and excitedly exclaimed, "Great. We go there, wait for him, and throw him in a sack when he shows up." Harry nodded and said, "Works for me." Ping. New quest, Birth of the Avengers. Ensure the Avengers gather together and openly fight against the Chidori. Bonus, battle must last longer than 20 minutes. Harry sighed and said, "Wait, I got a quest." Rogue asked first, "To stop Loki? About time. Shouldn't you have gotten that a few days ago?" Harry shook his head. "Actually, the quest implies not stopping Loki and instead assisting Fury's boy band in protecting New York from the invasion." Jean sighed and said, "This is why I don't like precognition. It makes choices so much harder. The Ancient One said the quests make a better long-term future, right? Wanda asked. Couldn't we just call the Ancient One and ask her? Harry figured he might as well and picked up the phone, dialed the number and put it on speaker. After a few rings, the other end spoke up. Let me guess, you want to know how to stop the Chitauri invasion? Harry answered. Nope. We already figured that one out. Loki will use Stark Tower's arc reactor to power the cube to open the portal. We were calling to ask if we should stop him beforehand. I got a quest to help the Avengers stop it, right before I was going to stop it myself, implying I should not prevent aliens from descending onto my city. Harry had no doubt that in a timeline without Harry, Loki succeeded, so he wanted to know if the Ancient One had an opinion on the matter. Ah, an understandable quandary. Indeed, in a future without you, the Chitauri did indeed invade, many lives were lost, but in the end, the portal was closed and the world was saved by the Avengers. This changed the world forever. In a world where this does not happen, there cannot be Avengers and the little problems the people of the world have with each other will only continue to grow. Harry replied, so the invasion was basically a long-needed wake-up call. Precisely. I can assure you there were many versions of the future where Loki won or versions where the damage to the world is far beyond what most can envision. I and many others capable of seeing into the future had the choice to stop the invasion or minimize the damage, and all of us have chosen the latter. Still, there is only so much we can do to minimize the damage. Jean asked, so for the future, it is better to let Loki open the portal but save as many as possible. Jade replied, I don't like it. We shouldn't have to choose between who dies and who doesn't. Shouldn't we try to save everyone? This is the burden of knowing the future. Each timeline you chose means sacrificing another. Every choice requires sacrifice. As long as it is contained, this invasion will act as a flu shot for the planet Earth, something to strengthen it. Without that strength, many more lives will be lost when that strength is needed in the future. Jade sighed. She didn't like it, but no one did. She was quite glad she wasn't a seer. They always got screwed in the end. Harry looked around the others who all seemed to agree. He said, all right, we'll prepare and minimize damage. Anything to make note of? Yes. The Tesseract contains the Space Stone. When activated, space itself will stabilize over the city. Not even you will be able to make a portal. Wait, there are 3 Infinity Stones on Earth right now. If you have what I think you have in your inventory, then yes. Yes, there are. Harry shook his head in disbelief. He always knew some force would come to Earth for some reason. Either for him, for the Time Stone, or for one of the many other valuables on the planet. It was why he already put so much effort into making a defense system. Still, the idea that there were 3 Infinity Stones on Earth would make it tricky to sleep at night. After that they ended the call to discuss their plans. Wanda sighed. No portals, huh? Bummer. I know how much you like playing with those. Jade laid back and said, I still can't believe sorcerers can make portals anywhere in the universe so easily. This Loki guy needs the Tesseract which your teacher said contains the Space Infinity Stone to make a portal, yet the Ancient One and any of the Masters can make one whenever and wherever they want. Harry replied, it isn't that easy. The main thing is the sling rings. I don't need one thanks to my perk, but sorcerers do. From what I understand, they are made using a technique created by the founders of Camartage. Even I can't figure out how to make one. Also, only Camartage teaches dimensional sorcery. When I checked out Vanaheim, they too had sorcerers, but none of them trained in dimensional energy. So it really is not that common. Wanda asked, what about Odin? Didn't he send Thor here without the Bifrost? Harry replied, I know the spell he used. It didn't use dimensional energy, but dark energy. Jade asked, like Dormammu dark energy. Not from his dimension. There are a number of ways to acquire dark energy that don't require that guy, they are just more taxing and inefficient. Odin would not be able to use such a spell easily. MJ asked, how do you want to defend the city? Should we stay together or stay apart? Harry answered, well, if Loki opens the portal using Stark Tower, it will probably open over Stark Tower. Harry used the house's hard light system to make a holographic map of New York with Stark Tower at the center. Let's make a plan. A few hours later, an exhausted, battered, and chicken-scratched Loki made his way to the top of Stark Tower and over to Selvig to give him a few orders. When he re-entered the tower, he noticed Harry Potter sitting at the bar pouring himself some scotch from Tony's stash. It wasn't tea, but Tony did have the good stuff. Loki had to do a double take and asked almost offensively, what do you think you are doing here? Pouring a glass of scotch. Did you want some? Tony has the good stuff, you know. Loki took a moment to compose himself. After another moment he asked, aren't you supposed to stop me or something? Harry took out and poured a glass for Loki anyway and answered, I considered it. As I watched those mercenaries disable Stark Tower's security, as I watched the brainwashed Selvig assemble the portal device and install the Tesseract, and as I watched them drag the cable from the arc reactor to the portal device, I considered it. But after much consideration, I decided not to. Loki sneered at the implication. He wanted to call Harry a liar, call him out on such a large bluff clearly stated to throw Loki off balance that his plans were in the hands of what amounted to a child. He wanted to, but he could not. Loki was confident in his ability to see through the lies of mortals, and Harry wasn't lying. Harry slid the glass down the bar table in Loki's direction where it stopped just before hitting the edge. Harry looked around and said, you know, you and Stark have a lot in common, more than even he knows. Loki approached cautiously and stated, I highly doubt that. Harry continued, one of the times I hacked S.H.I.E.L.D., I found all the data they had on Howard Stark, Tony's father. One of the files was heavily redacted and what remained was meaningless gibberish to those unfamiliar with genetics, but I could tell what it was, and I am probably the only person on Earth who knows this secret. You see, Howard Stark was a perfectionist who never stopped seeking something better. When he decided to have a kid, he wanted a perfect kid. So he actually hired some geneticists to take his DNA and his wife's and create a genetically perfect super baby. What do you think happened? Loki answered, Tony Stark. Harry shook his head, nope, super baby died some months after birth due to the problems they apparently encountered trying to make a super baby, and a baby Tony was adopted from an orphanage. Howard deleted or redacted all records of this, so no one alive, not even Tony, knows he is not Howard's biological son. Loki raised an eyebrow and picked up the glass on the table. Harry continued, so, Tony grew up with a father that knew Tony wasn't his son yet pressured him into being the son he always wanted while Tony had no idea why anything he did was never good enough. Still think you two have nothing in common. Loki examined the glass for poison in an attempt to ignore the question. Harry then gestured to the tower and said, sorta makes this more impressive, you think? A lot of people think Tony inherited his father's genius, but they are wrong. He has long since surpassed it. Maybe it was because he wasn't Howard's son that he isn't bound by the same limitations. Food for thought, huh? Loki seemed to consider it and said, surpassing fathers, I think I can drink to that, and brought up the glass. Harry smiled, lifted the drink towards Loki, and downed his own as Loki appeared to do the same. The hard light barrier stopped the blade going for his back for just an instant, long enough for Harry to spin to the side as he had of course been expecting the literal backstab. The Loki illusion he'd been speaking with did have some glitter, but it didn't contain Harry's magic. The glitter was actually a distraction from the magic on the glitter which Harry could keep track of. The real Loki's blade was only stopped for a moment before his strength enabled him to pierce through the hard light barrier, but that moment was enough for Harry to dodge the blade. Loki realized that since Harry really had been there for a while, he had apparently taken the time to install a hard light system within the room. Of course, Loki knew the weakness of hard light, it only worked within enclosed spaces. Several barriers were erected to stop Loki as Harry moved away, but Loki shattered them with his blades and then got to the large window the room had and destroyed it. Loki then turned invisible. Harry sighed. He didn't feel like playing with Loki anymore. Harry sensed where his magic was and lifted it with telekinesis. Loki could shapeshift, use illusions, and throw projectiles, but with the exception of the latter which could be blocked with a shield, Loki had no means of long-distance combat. Harry would estimate Loki's level to be about 390, but his combat skills were lacking anything that could make use of his outrageous stats. His illusions could perfectly fool Harry's senses, but when countered, his over-reliance on them revealed his true weakness. Loki's illusion broke as he rose into the air and shouted, "What is this? What are you doing? Put me down." Of course that was just a cover. He had already recast his illusion over himself to look as if he was complaining, and several invisible knives bounced off the Chinook shield Harry already placed between them, thrown by the illusion-shrouded Loki. Loki seemed to realize that things were not as they appeared. He revealed several grenades and pulled their pins and tossed them around the room. Harry rapidly pulled them to himself, grabbed each, and put them into his inventory before each could explode. All but one ended up being an illusion. Harry was now getting annoyed. He wanted to pull a Darth Vader, but frost giants and Asgardians don't need to breathe, so that wouldn't work. Thankfully he could at least disarm him. Harry used some basic electromagnetic sorcery to remove all the hidden weapons on Loki and let them form a pile next to the trickster god. Some of them were strapped down, but Harry was still able to remove each piece. He wasn't at the level of Magneto, but technomancy was a branch of electromagnetic sorcery, so he was certainly skilled enough not to miss anything. Loki responded by shouting and updating Harry's knowledge of Norse and Asgardian curse words, so Harry cast a silencing spell on the noisy trickster god just as Tony landed on the outside platform and took off his Iron Man suit. He walked in and noticed Harry and a floating Loki. He then asked, "Did you drink from my stash?" while pointing at the two empty glasses. Harry shrugged, "Even if he is invading the Earth, Loki is still my favorite god. Haven't you ever wanted to share a drink with your idol?" Tony considered it and nodded. If it went towards a good cause, he didn't mind too much. "What are you doing with reindeer games?" Holding him in place so he doesn't run off. "The portal machine is with Selvig outside. You might want to take a look at that." Tony first went over to the bar and poured himself a glass of scotch while grabbing some bands on the counter and putting them on and saying, "Jarvis, deploy the Mark 9 and reboot the home systems." Some of the lights in the building started going off and on again, and a voice came over the speakers, "Backup systems restored." Stark then walked back up to the floating Loki and asked, "Hey, did you really tell Selvig to open the portal to some nightmare world if you didn't return? I got a $10 bet on this, so I'd appreciate an honest answer." Harry removed the silencing spell as Loki answered, "How did you know about that?" Tony laughed and said, "Yes," and walked over to a wall that was opening up. Harry answered for him, "I asked Fury to make sure you got away to avoid any backup plans you might have had." Harry then turned to Tony and asked, "Did you get Barton?" Tony was in the middle of the suit assembling around him as he answered, "Yeah, Romanoff snuck up on him and bashed him in the head. He was coming around when Loki and the mercs were chased out of the building by a swarm of angry chickens." As the armor finished assembling around him, he asked, "Can I have one of those for Stark Tower?" Harry shook his head and answered, "No, can do." The chicken was similar to the rabbit of Kerbenog in that it was a singular artifact which replicated itself, though they were vastly different in function and purpose. Stark didn't ask more and lifted off and flew over to Selvig and the portal machine. He tried talking to Selvig, who seemed completely out of it. He fired a repulsor at the portal device, which bounced off a shield around it. Jarvis said from the speakers, "The shield is impenetrable." Tony flew over and grabbed Selvig before tossing him away from the portal device and fired an intense beam at the floor the portal device was set on. The ground collapsed, causing the device to momentarily fall, but the shield erected around it glowed and it stopped moving, simply floating in place. Tony's comm was broadcast through the speakers, so Harry and Loki both heard him swear, causing Loki to look amused. In the next instant, the portal device shot a beam into the sky which stopped and became a purple cloud. The cloud expanded into a massive portal and an army of aliens on flying vehicles passed through it in a massive swarm. Tony swore again and flew up, launching missiles and lasers into the descending army to pick off as many as he could. Tony asked through the speakers, "Got any ideas, Professor?" "Yeah, but I need 20 minutes. Sounds of combat came through the speaker along with Tony's voice. "Yeah, about that. I don't think New York is going to survive 20 minutes. Harry answered back, "Remember the girlfriends I told you could kick your ass?" "Sir, it does not appear you are alone up there." Along with Jarvis's observation, Stark's system pointed out to him 4 locations a number of blocks north, south, east, and west of the tower where there were 4 additional figures. When the swarm of aliens went north, they faced Phoenix, who psionically crushed or telekinetically smashed their cruisers. Most of them, however, she pushed back, only destroying the ones which strayed too far from Stark Tower. She was doing her best to fight cost efficiently. The alien cruisers who flew south were met with Crimson X, who stood atop one of the higher roofs and, similarly to Jean, crushed and slammed every alien which came at her. Like all her powers, she could only use Magneto's power in a situation Magneto would not disapprove of. This meant she could never use her gift against Magneto himself or the Brotherhood, but alien invaders were fair game, allowing her access to the Master of Magnetism's full power. The cruisers going east met Dragonheart. The power of the pig and dragon talismans had been altered to give her a vast range of powerful magical attacks. Her flight speed, super strength, and immortality also allowed her to simply use herself as a battering ram, and since the source of her magic was the chi of her 1,000 past lifetimes, she could actually fight at a high intensity for a long duration without difficulties. And those aliens unfortunate enough to go west, all encountered the Scarlet Witch. She was feeling creative today, as only an artist could, and struck each cruiser that tried to pass her with a hex bolt or transfiguration spell. The former cruisers died and the latter either changed into something else or worse. Many of the cruisers fell apart as if they had been turned into puzzle pieces which had been shaken loose. On the ground was Red Sonja, attacking anything she could run up to. To the immense disappointment of many a New Yorker, she had changed her outfit from a goddess-enchanted chainmail bikini into a set of armor forged by Harry. Her shoes allowed her to walk or run on air. Her armor deflected most energy attacks and was completely bulletproof, and she had a helmet that prevented people from shooting her in the head. She also had a space-expanded pouch of goodies that took full advantage of her plot armor to ensure the unlikelihood of encountering an unwinnable situation. Harry also made some modifications to the goddess-blessed sword she used, granting it a monomolecular edge, indestructibility, and near weightlessness. Stark took a moment to observe each of them and said, "Well, they have the sky covered, but the ground not so much. Okay, I can work with this." "Jarvis, what is Romanov's ETA?" From the speakers Harry heard the Russian's voice, "We're already here, Stark." A shield jet flew up to the tower a moment later. Stark said, "All right, we've got the sky taken care of. You guys head to the ground and help evacuate everyone outside the perimeter." Harry said, "I'll help with that." Stark asked, "How?" "Almost everyone in New York has one of my cell phones, right?" The moment the portal opened, Harry told Link to launch the evacuation plan. Since he knew it would be used today, he spent a few hours streamlining the details for use today before launching it. Everyone in New York got an alert on their phones asking them to evacuate. The alert gave them a few buttons to press. "Leaving now, need help leaving, I don't believe this, and I don't care." If leaving now was pressed, a route from their position to a safe zone appeared on their phone and they were told to safely follow the route and not to take anything with them. If people on the same family plan clicked leaving now, everyone on the same plan could see who was leaving and who had not yet clicked leaving now. If someone clicked, need help leaving, the people near them would get a message asking if they could help someone. If they clicked yes, several people would be directed to that person. If no one was available or if no one agreed to help, their situation would be assessed and they would either be told to sit tight or wait, and others such as law enforcement would be directed to them. If someone actually clicked "I don't believe this," a live stream of the portal and the aliens descending on it would appear on their screen until they exited out of the screen. And of course, because Darwinism existed, people could in fact click "I don't care," and the alert would go away and not bother them again. Some of the people who were too close to the epicenter were not directed to the perimeter, but directed to other buildings which had basements. Only certain amounts were directed to each basement to prevent unreasonable overcrowding. The only reason Link could even make the plan work was because Link had been tracking each person in the area for the last few hours and had spent that time calculating the most efficient responses and routes for each. The funny part was that the ability to do all of this was actually included in the terms and conditions of use of service for the phones. The fact that not a single person ever mentioned it implied a great deal about how New Yorkers felt about reading the TS and CS. Everything seemed to be going okay for about 3 minutes. The girls stayed in the air to prevent anyone from leaving their encirclement, but that meant they had trouble hitting the ground forces that stayed under the roof level without destroying the streets and buildings. The attacking forces noticed this and landed, attacking the citizens, but this made it easier for the Avengers and Red Sonja to kill them. Bruce had already turned Hulk and was using a street lamp to swipe and smack anything within reach. Each lamp ended up mangled after a few swings, but there were plenty of extras for Hulk to restock from when he needed another. Thor similarly attacked groups of Chitauri with lightning. He had inquired as to Loki's position and was already informed that Potter found him and had him contained. If there was one person they had some confidence could handle Loki, it was Harry, so Thor didn't ask again. Then the massive alien Leviathan came in and the amount of cruisers that came behind it had doubled. Some of the aliens were getting past the girls in the air and some were getting past them on the ground. Tony asked over the speakers, "Has it been 20 minutes yet? We're running out of time here." Harry said, "No, we're fine. This just means I have to use a few more contingency plans." Loki, who Harry had unmuted, said, "You cannot stop a war with a dozen individuals. Surrender now and I may grant mercy." Over the speaker Thor said, "I feel you may be underestimating Harry Potter, my brother." Harry replied back, "Indeed." Harry took out a few devices which opened up a dozen holographic screens and control panels. Harry said, "Initiate, the last Olympian." He really hoped he would not get sued for this one. All throughout the city, Harry's company had repaired and restored and maintained hundreds upon hundreds of statues. According to the contract Harry signed when he acquired the rights to maintain them, they could be moved if something destructive happened in the city. What the contract did not stipulate was the distance from the destructive something and how the move was going to occur. All at once, hundreds of statues all over the city began to move. Harry had planted crystal seeds within each of them which grew beneath the stone and steel into a crystalline muscle structure, the same kind he showed Dr. Doom for the extra credit science project. A small amount of magic was used in their growth, but none was required for their upkeep and movement, thus the animation of almost 1,000 statues throughout the city could be done without, technically, breaking the statute of secrecy for magic. Many of the gargoyle statues on the rooftops jumped off their various roofs. Their targeted landing spots were the tops of nearby covered bus stops, but before each landed, their speed of descent dropped and they eventually floated in the air for a moment before they began accelerating up. The bus stops Harry installed and updated throughout the city had powerful electromagnets built into their ceilings which interacted with the magnets built into many of the statues, allowing them to simulate flight or long-distance jumping to navigate the city without impeding traffic. A terrifying swarm of giant, jumping statues and gargoyles of various shapes and sizes started moving through New York into the encirclement. Though there were more aliens than statues at first, the aliens' energy weapons didn't have much effect on the statues since Harry had modified more than just the interior. Harry's holographic display gave him all the information Link had and he used it to direct the statues to where they needed to be and draw attention from the officers who were still trying to evacuate the citizens unable to leave on their own. As for the aliens who got out of the encirclement, they each fell to either Harry's magic-powered drone, or Obscurus who Harry had already arranged to be the last line of defense. Stark, finally noticing Obscurus on his speeder bike zipping around and shooting everything that got past the girls, asked, "I see your friend showed up. Not sure how that works but I can leave that for later. Guess I'll take on the big guy, but be honest, do you really need us? You seem to have this covered." Harry answered, "Please keep the damage to a minimum. A lot of New York has my insurance which actually does cover alien invasion, so more damage equals more money out of my pocket. So yes, I do need you to keep costs to a minimum." Stark replied, "Wow, that was the most capitalist thing I've ever heard in my life. It seems I need to up my game." According to the video cameras Harry had on display, Stark created a massive 2-story tall hard light blade and cut the Leviathan in half, the long way, while flying under it. 2 more Leviathans flew through the portal after a few more minutes, but Thor and Hulk took them down. Although the enemies were getting more reinforcements, more statues were arriving with every minute as well, supporting the ground fighters, drawing fire, and acting as usable cover for those who were not bulletproof. A minute later Peter showed up in costume. He'd put it on a few minutes ago and the built-in connection to Link asked if he wanted to help which he agreed to of course. Link had access to Harry's data on Peter and concluded thanks to Peter's spider sense he would not be in danger and would be of great assistance. Unfortunately Reed and the rest of the Fantastic Four were in Hong Kong. Apparently, the Science Expo they were at was attacked and they were also currently in the middle of combat, fighting alongside War Machine against unknown forces. Harry had screens of each of the girls and some of the Avengers up at all times. Scarlet Witch created a massive amount of floating red orbs which automatically sent hex bolts at nearby cruisers and filled her area with them, forming a crude magical barrier that prevented enemies from passing through. Phoenix and Crimson X had done something similar and were both surrounded by wreckage which circled around them and were used as both projectiles and shields, though both had their own form of shield even if a blast did get through. Dragonheart was having a bit of fun. A massive, animated water dragon and a terrifying fire dragon, composed of water and fire respectively, flew around her zone at anything that tried to pass her. If the water dragon passed through a cruiser, the riders were always thrown off and it wasn't hard to guess the smoldering fate of those unlucky enough to attract the attention of the fire dragon. The power of the rat talisman allowed Jade to grant life to the lifeless, animating the inanimate. She had worked hard at combining this aspect with her yin-yang dragon chi magic to create this formation of water and fire. Of course, Jade herself would still fly into and ram through anything she felt like at super speed. Red Sonja fought alongside Black Widow and Captain America in the most crowded area. Although her sword could not kill dozens in a single attack like some of the other Reds, she made up for that with her speed and moved like a blur to effortlessly slice through anything and everything in her path like a beautiful goddess of war. According to Link's data at about the 10-minute mark, more than 4/5 of the New Yorkers in the danger zone had either been successfully evacuated outside the perimeter or into a basement. Link created some prediction models for the most likely to be destroyed buildings and the New Yorkers within who had clicked need help leaving. Harry added a function to them asking them if they needed to be carried gently away or if they were okay with being rushed out. To those who clicked they could be rushed out, they next got a message asking if they were okay with a statue coming into their house and carrying them out. For those who clicked yes, Harry directed the lighter statues into their floors through the stairs or windows and had them directed towards whoever had the phone and lift and princess carry them out. For those who clicked no to the statues in high danger buildings, Link directed Spider-Man to them. To the ones who could not be princess carried out by a statue or Spider-Man, law enforcement officers were directed to them as efficiently as possible. Each subway entrance had a dozen statues surrounding it, allowing humans to get in but stopping the aliens who tried to chase them. At the 15-minute mark, officers from the rest of the city had been directed through their phones to set up roadblocks on every street beneath the Reds to block any of the Chitauri from getting past them. Over the comms, Stark said, "Not bad overall. Are you done yet?" Harry answered, "That drone flying around? In addition to picking up the slack, it is charging itself for a massive boom. Give it another 5 minutes and I'll have it fly through the portal to blow up everything on the other side." "Copy that. How's everyone else holding up?" Steve answered first, "Not terrible. The officers are getting people out and the statues are helping." Natasha followed with, "These creatures hit hard and are pretty good shots, but they are pretty stupid. They keep trying to destroy the statues which takes a lot of time for each one." Harry replied, "They seem to be biological androids. Test tube soldiers. There is a signal I can't block coming from a big ship on the other side of the portal which is directing them. Once my drone blows that ship up, they will probably drop like the power has been cut." Thor commented through a comm he'd asked for to speak with Loki earlier, "They lack wisdom in battle, but they also lack fear. Do hurry, Harry Potter." Hulk apparently had a comm unit and said, "Too bad. Never had this much fun before." Thor remarked, "Then I must invite you to Jotunheim one day. These Leviathans have nothing on the Jotuns. A mountain giant could crush one of these beasts like a worm." Hulk replied, "I'll think about it." Banner could use a change of scenery too. It was at this point a new voice rose on the comms. "Stark, you there?" Fury continued, "The World Security Council just launched a nuke at Midtown." Stark shouted, "What? Why? We're not doing too badly here. I told you." Potter said 5 more minutes. Fury stated, "And the missile will be there in under 3. They overruled me and said it was too high of a risk." Everyone could hear him mumble a curse through the comms. Harry considered it and said, "They are probably targeting the Reds. Now that they have shown off a bit, the council feels nervous." Harry looked over at Loki who was frowning. Harry didn't know what he was thinking. Would Loki survive a nuke? Maybe. Would the shielded portal device survive a nuke? Probably. Would the army? No. But the army on the other end of the portal could send more. The thing was, did the army have more forces than the US did nukes? Harry doubted it. Harry wondered if Loki thought they wouldn't use nukes on their own people. Over the comms, the distinct voice of Obscurus said, "I've got it. Stark, hold the line for a minute." Though he couldn't use portals, the speeder Obscurus rode was the second fastest thing on the planet, just behind the drone also flying through the city killing everything that got past the Reds. The speeder quickly got him to the nuke in flight and Obscurus lazily used technomancy to completely disassemble it. Harry could not put large things or things controlled by others in his inventory, so remote-controlled things could not be placed within. But Harry could easily use technomancy to disarm the nuke, disable every component, and block the signal, thus rendering it inert. Once taken apart using electromagnetism, he could put every piece into his inventory. From flying up to the nuke to putting the last piece inside his inventory, the process took 6 seconds. Obscurus said into the comms, "It's done. And Fury, tell the World Security Council the return of the nuke they fired is contingent on the resignation of every member." In the quest box, the 20 minutes mark bonus got checked off. Harry figured he didn't have to wait anymore. Harry said into the comms, "Okay, I'm finished. I need to make one change on the drone before I'm sending it through. 2 minutes top guys, keep it up." The drone quickly flew into the room and Harry took out a reality bomb from his inventory. Since the portal could not be closed from this side, he would just collapse the space on the other side. No matter how good the space stone is, nothing can make a portal into a space with the wrong laws of reality. Loki of course asked, "What is that and where did you get it?" Harry ensured Jarvis could not hear him and answered, "Reality bomb, I invented it when I was 11. It makes a good plan Z for almost any situation." Harry armed the bomb and hooked it to the drone which flew out, avoiding the descending army and Leviathans and passed through the portal. Navi the AI accelerated right up to the massive ship while Harry counted the remaining forces through the drone's camera feed. There were about a dozen more Leviathans and probably 3,000 more troops total. A lot, but not even close enough to take a world without a plan that prevents nukes. The drone even confirmed that the mothership didn't have any form of energy shielding. Not too surprising since they may not have accounted for the humans attacking them through the portal, but still. Navi dropped the bomb off in front of the mothership and immediately used the star driver to get to the closest star. It was told to map out the nearby region and later activate its built-in intergalactic port KA to take it home. The drone was too powerful, so if people thought it wasn't destroyed, they'd be worried. A moment later the reality bomb went off. A bubble rapidly spread out from the ship and a moment later, the Chidori ground troops all dropped dead. The bubble continued to spread until it reached the portal itself and then the portal popped like it had been a bubble itself. The beam being sent by the portal device sputtered and died. The shield around the device flickered and a moment later, it dropped onto the floor below it. Ping. Quest complete, Birth of the Avengers. Reward, Infinity Stone perk. Harry suddenly realized that the Mind Stone he shouldn't have been able to use inside his inventory was now slightly usable. That was weird. Something to figure out later. The invasion alert on every cell phone changed to a caution alert and asked that people remain patient and not return home before the buildings were confirmed structurally sound. Officers were directed to the remainder of people who needed assistance getting out until the buildings could be confirmed stable. Over the comms, Stark said, "Yay, we did it. Does anyone want shawarma? I flew by this shawarma place like 10 times and I can't get it out of my head now." Harry shook his head. "You guys go ahead. I need to set up an online press conference and start damage control. Stark, if you have some titanium shackles or something to bind Loki with, please get them and the cube. Thor will be taking them both back to Asgard." Tony did in fact have some unbreakable monocles Harry secretly enchanted with tracking spells, port KS spells, and unbreakable spells to prevent accidents. The first thing Harry did after leaving the tower was use the time turner to go back and redo the invasion as Obscurus, allowing him to be in 2 places at once. If Stark asked, he'd tell him it was just another drone. Once caught back up, Harry then set up a camera and made a video explaining what had happened. An artifact of unknown origin previously used by the Axis in World War II was discovered and attempts to weaponize it were made. This attracted the attention of aliens who wanted it. The invasion was to acquire the artifact. To prevent another, the artifact will be given to Thor of Asgard who will be taking it off the planet. Harry also went over the plans he'd made, how they were technically legal, and how his company would be taking care to rebuild the destroyed Midtown area. He made plans and arrangements for every building in the affected area to be checked thoroughly within 48 hours and asked for people to be patient and not go home until the locations were confirmed secure. Those who had his insurance were also covered for relocation, so up to a certain amount, they could be recouped for hotel fees for the duration they could not return home. When Harry heard a knock on his door, he had been expecting many things. What he had not been expecting was Jane Foster. How can I help you, Miss Foster?" Jane sighed and said, "I want to see Thor. He already left and you are the only one I think can help." She had been taken to a safe place once Loki arrived and kept there until now, preventing her from getting there before Thor left. Harry considered it and decided might as well. Besides, there was something wrong he couldn't quite place with the invasion. Something he was missing. A trip to Asgard might give him some ideas. "Okay, follow me." Jane, not expecting that answer of all things, followed Harry into his basement. Harry created a hard-light image of a really advanced-looking machine and threw a silver portal at it with a bit of sleight of hand, making it look like the machine created the portal. "Asgard is through, here." Harry took one step through and realized what he had been missing. The army Loki was given was not enough to conquer Earth. Maybe Loki could use his smarts and get lucky, but it was not a guarantee. So why give him an army at all? Well, Odin and Heimdall would definitely be watching the whole time. And once the Tesseract was revealed and Loki showed up, Odin would definitely use up a great amount of power to send Thor to Midgard, thus leaving Odin weak and Asgard without its strongest warrior. Odin and Heimdall's attention was entirely on Midgard. That would explain the battle-torn look of the Asgard in front of him. Considering the Asgardians walking around, they had certainly emerged victorious, but the cost must have been high, far higher than it should have been. Loki was never a conqueror. He was a distraction. Chapter 96, Chapter 96 Odin vs Thanos. Jane Foster got a clear look at the wreckage and numerous smoky remnants of put-out fires before Harry took a step back out of the portal and closed it. After a sigh of defeat, he turned to her and said, "I can still take you to Asgard if you want, but now may not be the best time. Just leave me your number and I'll call when Thor and Asgard are a bit more ready to receive you." Jane dumbly nodded, still a bit overwhelmed at the scene of destruction she had just witnessed. Harry escorted her out and after the door closed, he made another portal to Asgard and jumped in to find Thor. Harry didn't use a notice me not so as he ran through Asgard, he received a lot of stares. Warriors in the field of battle have instincts which make the unnoticeable more noticeable, so walking around a battlefield with a notice me not was a great way to get attacked. It didn't take long to get to the wreckage that was the former palace of Asgard where he saw the warriors lifting massive chunks of the former palace and setting it aside. Harry used a point me charm to direct him to one of the few buildings close to the palace that remained standing and found Thor speaking with his mother and Heimdall. The Tesseract was sitting on a table. Upon Harry's approach, Heimdall turned around violently and stared in Harry's direction. He asked with uncertainty, "Who are you?" Thor noticed his friend and gave a bare, weak smile. "This is Harry Potter." Heimdall asked, "The one you spoke of?" "This is the first I have seen of him." Harry replied, "Supernatural farsight, clairvoyance, and foresight can't see me. You can only see me now because we are next to each other and this doesn't count as clairvoyance." Thor stated, "As you must have seen, Asgard was attacked while I was away." Harry nodded. "Was it the one who sent Loki or someone who used Loki as a distraction?" Frigga answered, "The former." Harry turned to Frigga and said, "I carry a large amount of powerful medicines in a pocket space. Can you have someone direct me to the wounded?" Frigga smiled and said, "I can take you there myself." Thor let out a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Harry Potter. Asgard is once again in your debt." Harry said, "It's fine. I make them all the time and I never have anything to use them on." It was true. Making and inventing potions was ridiculously dangerous for most, but Harry could take a newly invented potion and put it in his inventory to determine the effect and store them indefinitely. That and the fact that brewing difficult and complex potions increased his crafting path was another good reason to make them. Harry had enough stored potions to clear out most hospitals in New York. Frigga took Harry to the tents where the wounded Einherjar were kept together and tended to. The moment Harry saw the first patient, he cast a diagnosis charm and cast a few spells to stabilize the wounds before taking a potion out of his inventory and using a spell to assist in feeding it to him. Frigga watched all of this, now perfectly clear that the lack of magic she and her husband felt within Harry was a ruse. The fact that Harry had tricked them all actually caused her to show the barest glimpse of a smirk. This was the mother of Loki after all, and it wasn't like Harry lied to them and they'd never asked, so it was entirely their fault for making the false assumption. Frigga continued to watch Harry with interest. Her own magics had been completely consumed keeping her husband alive after he fought off the leader of the invaders. Asgard had many machines capable of healing others, but the number of wounded far exceeded the number of machines and many such devices were stored in the now destroyed buildings. When the healers saw their lady Frigga standing next to Harry, they made way for him as he healed their fallen one by one in the strangest of ways. For destroyed bones he would cause them to vanish and feed the patient an elixir which caused the bones to regrow. These were not normal human warriors of course, but these potions were not meant for normal humans. Harry's specs were too high for normal potions to affect him and his girls, so his potions had been enhanced using all of his mystical knowledge and they were highly effective on the Einherjar. The wounded Einherjar only numbered about 200, so Harry was able to get to each and every one before emptying even half of his reserve potion stock, and his own magics were barely drained from the spells he had to perform. Frigga had already left and once Harry finished, he found Thor and said, "The wounded have been taken care of. A few days of rest and they will be back to normal." Heimdall stated, "Most impressive. I have never seen such medicines before." Harry admitted, "I brewed them myself, so I suspect not." Thor nodded, "Thank you my friend. That is one less concern. Asgard will not last long without its warriors to defend it." Harry offered, "I can call the Reds over and we can stay for a few days until the Einherjar have fully rested." Thor replied, "That would be most welcomed. Perhaps thankfully, my father rests in the Odin sleep. He would never allow outsider help so easily." Although Odin could see everything in Asgard during the Odin sleep, he couldn't say anything during that time to complain about it until after he woke up. Harry asked, "How is he?" Thor answered, "Alive. My mother was able to save him after he drove the attacker back." Harry continued, "Who attacked?" Thor shook his head. "I do not know his name and my mother has not told me anything about their fight." Harry looked over at Heimdall who sighed and replied, "I have been ordered not to speak of it." Harry asked, "Have you been ordered to prevent anyone from looking at where the fight took place?" "I have not," he replied. Harry said, "Then let's go have a look, shall we? I can help us find out what happened today." Thor agreed without issue. He had a lot of pent-up anger at the one who did this, and being left without a name or face to vent it on was most irksome for the Prince of Asgard. Thor brought them over to the palace and said, "The fight occurred mostly here." Harry nodded and began concentrating. He started casting a powerful sorcery spell he'd learned off the Ancient One. Though it was powerful, it was basically a practice spell for time magic which he hoped to soon learn. It did not allow one to change or go against the flow of time, but view it. This spell allowed one to peek into the past, and was one of the few spells that could be used to see Harry, since he was not shielded when being looked at from the present into the past, only when being looked at from a distance and from the present into the future. Harry released the spell and a massive illusion formed around them, an illusion of the palace before its destruction. Thor and Harry watched Odin stand tall before his throne as he was forced to look up. Sitting above him in a massive floating chair, was a massive purple humanoid. Thor sneered, "Thanos. The Mad Titan." From the illusion, the so-called Mad Titan stated in a calm voice, "You know what I have come for. Release her and I shall spare your life and that of your people." Odin's form shimmered. He now donned a glowing set of golden armor whose majesty could clearly be felt through the illusion. In one hand he carried the spear Gungnir and on his waist was tied the spiked mace Thrudstock. Harry's detailed illusion even showed the golden ring Draupnir that adorned the Alfathar's finger. Odin raised his spear which surged brightly with Odin force and said, "You dare court death." Thanos smiled without the slightest trace of fear as one of the most powerful beings in the universe threatened him. He replied, "You know I do." Odin struck out with his spear, but the chair Thanos sat in vanished and appeared at ground level in an instantaneous teleport. Thanos sat up and said, "So be it." Odin launched himself forward in a strike that looked more like a lightning bolt than a spear thrust. A barrier appeared over Thanos and the chair but shattered a moment later. Thanos used that moment to dodge and strike Odin with a massive metal glove. Odin was slammed with such force, the columns of the palace cracked from the impact, but Odin only slid back a few feet before bracing himself. His form suddenly multiplied using what Harry and Thor recognized as the same type of illusion magic Loki often used. Lightning discharged from Thanos' glove into the stone floor where spikes of obsidian stone shot up all over the palace grounds. Some of the illusions were dispelled from getting hit while the others were disrupted in their movements around the irregularly positioned stone pillars. Harry couldn't help but frown at that. Harry knew that most powerful beings like Odin and Frigga were sorcerers, but they along with every other powerful sorcerer Harry had met were usually allies. Thanos was an incredibly powerful sorcerer but was obviously an enemy. Odin swiped his spear, shattering all of the obsidian pillars with a wave of force and took control of the debris and reformed it into a massive spike he threw at Thanos' chair. The chair automatically teleported out of the path of destruction and Thanos used the opening to smash his armored fist into Odin once more. Odin was struck flying into the air but twirled his spear causing him to change direction mid-flight and point himself instead at Thanos who released another discharge of lightning into the ground and raised a massive stone block between them. Odin's spear passed through the magically reinforced block like it was made of styrofoam but it still slowed the Alphathor down enough for Thanos to use the moment to align himself for a counter. The Alphathor predicted it this time however and used his spear to block the heavy punch Thanos struck him with. Though the fight was faster than most mortals could even comprehend, Thor and Harry could see every detail. Harry was mostly paying attention to the type of sorcery Thanos used. It seemed to be electromagnetic sorcery, similar to what Magneto used, but far more sophisticated. He was also clearly using technomancy with his incredibly advanced chair. The force of his metal glove was massively enhanced using magnetism which also had the effect of deflecting much of the force from Odin's Gungnir, or at least it would have had the spear not been completely saturated in Odin force. Odin pressed Thanos back and threw Gungnir at Thanos' chair. The chair teleported once more out of the way, but Gungnir spun without losing momentum and followed it, forcing the chair to teleport further away from Thanos. Odin grabbed the spiked mace thrudstock from his side and swung it at the Mad Titan with all the force of the apocalypse itself. Thanos met the strike with his own palm thrust but this time Thanos was pushed back and a massive crater formed beneath him. The reason Odin kept trying to destroy or at least separate that chair from Thanos was obvious to Harry. It was a masterpiece of sorcery and technology and seemed to act as a focus, a source of power which channeled limitless energy into Thanos allowing him to match the Alphathor's Odin force. The chair immediately teleported above Thanos and he created a pillar beneath him that rose him from the crater's depths towards Odin who shouted down. Harry and Thor watched wide-eyed as Odin's shout caused time to stop around Thanos, just as Gungnir flew back into the throne room toward the Mad Titan's heart. The chair teleported both itself and Thanos out of the way and to the side, breaking the time lock and saving the Titan's life. Odin grabbed the spear and spun to throw it back at Thanos' new position. The aim was true and the chair was directly behind the Mad Titan, meaning that dodging the spear would allow the spear to destroy the chair. The chair and Thanos were teleported again, causing Thor and Harry to frown. Even for Harry, back-to-back teleports were not a simple thing, but that chair didn't seem to have any cooldown period before it could teleport again. Odin leapt forward mace in hand to strike at Thanos once more, aiming to smash his head off his shoulders. The Mad Titan raised his hand to meet the Odin force-saturated mace and pushed it up, parrying the strike rather than taking it head-on. Odin twisted to follow through with the attack and jumped at Thanos in a shoulder tackle that threw the purple giant into a pillar, causing the pillar and the roof above it to collapse on top of him. Odin stepped forward but faltered and had to take in a few deep, steadying breaths. Thanos rose from the rubble. Various parts of his arms and face bore shades of darker purple showing where he took damage and he also seemed to be just a bit out of breath. Still, he said without showing any weakness, "You are much weaker than the last time I saw you. The piece you used your strength to achieve has taken your strength from you." Ironic really. Odin's ring glowed and the light of his Odin force seemed to be absorbed into his body, armor, and weapons. He said with a voice that carried with it the depths of his age, "You know nothing, child." Thanos only smiled and replied, "We shall see." Odin vanished from his position and appeared before Thanos thrusting his spear. Rather than teleportation, it was a movement of pure speed. The Titan's chair's auto barrier stopped the tip of the spear for only an instant before it pierced through, aiming between Thanos' eyes. Thanos moved faster than before to tilt his head out of the way, but the spear still drew a gash through the side of his face and continued forward towards the chair itself. The chair once more teleported out of the way and behind the pair. The chair started glowing with power and sparks of light and waves of energy seemed to coalesce around Thanos. Odin twirled his spear before throwing it forward, but held onto it causing the spear to drag the Alphathor towards Thanos at an impossible speed. Odin swung his mace at Thanos who sidestepped the flying spear forcing the Titan to block. The impact of the mace and Thanos' glove shined white within the illusion as a deafening explosion occurred. Odin didn't stop and moved like lightning but Thanos moved like the wind. He was not as fast, but he was fast enough to dodge, deflect, or counter everything the Alphathor's newly empowered form threw at him. The space itself seemed to cry out in pain as the shockwaves from each clash caused the ancient palace walls to shake, creak, and rumble. The pair's last exchange was something even Harry had trouble registering, and it almost caused the illusion of the moment to shatter. When the dust cleared, the palace and throne room of Asgard was reduced to rubble. The illusion extended a bit and showed images of the armies of Thanos and his generals fighting against the Einherjar. The latter was winning, but not by much. 10 massive ships larger than the one Harry saw commanding the Chitauri-littered Asgard and the Einherjar were outnumbered 50-1. The Mad Titan's chair teleported into view, and sitting on top of it was a visibly wounded Thanos staring down at the rubble. A moment later the rubble exploded out and Odin stood there, strong and proud. Thanos raised a hand and in a single instant, his armies started retreating. He said, "You may stay alive a little longer. I have completed what I came here to do. It is a shame you won't get to see her. Perhaps you will in the next life." The chair teleported away, and after the armies returned to their ships, the ships also teleported away. The illusion showed Frigga immediately running up to her husband and putting her arm to his. They walked away together, but Harry and Thor could tell that without Frigga's arm holding him up, he would have collapsed then and there. Harry cancelled the illusion and asked, "Did Thanos take something? Why'd he say he got what he wanted?" Thor remained silent for a moment before softly answering, "My father cannot use his full power without cost. His life has been greatly shortened. Though the Odin sleep will restore his strength, it cannot return what he lost in this battle. My father has but years to live." Harry asked, "So if he wanted to kill him, why retreat?" Frigga, who had followed them and watched the illusion, made herself known by answering, "Because he understood that my husband cannot be killed in Asgard." Harry asked, "Why not?" Thor answered this time, "It is the king's right, a power Asgard grants to her ruler. In the direst of circumstances, my father may take the lives of his subjects on Asgard to empower himself. Doing so may even restore his lost strength. But he would never do this unless a threat to Asgard herself was too great to stop without such sacrifice. If Thanos continued, my father would have been forced to this measure, restoring his life at the cost of the Einherjar." Thor then turned to Frigga and asked, "Mother, who is the one the Mad Titan spoke of? Who is she?" Frigga shook her head. "I am sorry, my son. I cannot tell you." Thor gave her a hard look, but it did not last. Harry couldn't blame him. Glaring at your mother wasn't easy. Thor sighed and said, "Then I shall discuss it with father when he wakes." Frigga gave a look that told everyone she did not believe that would go particularly well. To avoid further awkwardness, she left them and returned to the room Odin was resting in, to stay at his side to protect him until he woke. Thor decided to change the subject by turning to Harry and asking, "So, you're a wizard then?" Harry shrugged, "Yeah. My magic is invisible to the senses of others though." Thor nodded, unconcerned over the ruse. "My brother may be relieved then. He was most upset to have been bested by a mortal." Harry laughed and said, "Oh, I didn't use any magic on him except for the glitter and when I removed his weapons. Where is he by the way?" Thor smiled for a moment, but the depressing atmosphere caused it to die once more. He said, "My brother is locked away. His sentence shall be decided when my father wakes." After another moment of silence, Thor continued, "The Mad Titan's strength is beyond me." Harry could tell how difficult it was to admit this for the god of thunder. But Thor had clearly seen his father go all out and he knew that Thanos was stronger than Thor was. Harry replied, "I don't have any confidence either. I can teleport too, but I can't do so as smoothly or as fast as that chair of his allowed him to. There may be a weak point, but going against him without a plan of attack isn't something I'd recommend." Harry usually had confidence going against tech since his own technomancy gave him an edge over anything without mystical protections, but that chair was just way too overpowered. The most difficult part of powerful magics was the targeting and channeling of power, but that chair seemed to do everything automatically for Thanos and probably had an AI which could judge the situation without input and assist Thanos as needed according to the situation. Harry couldn't even begin to figure out how that chair worked. The strongest artifacts he created either enhanced his own power, had built-in power sources, or stored power he channeled into it while making it. Thanos' chair on the other hand actively channeled extra-dimensional energy into Thanos, granting him more power with finer control than Harry suspected even the Ancient One could ever achieve. Regardless of Thanos' own talent at sorcery, that chair gave him the ability to channel more energy than the Sorcerer Supreme, and it did so on its own, allowing Thanos to concentrate on the fight while receiving the energy. What was worse for Harry was that Thanos used a better version of the same fighting style he was trying. Martial arts, magic, and tech all at the same time. Nothing Harry could think of would likely surprise the Mad Titan, so there wasn't a good way to win against him should they start a fight that didn't destroy the planet they fought on. Harry told Thor, "Give me some time to figure out how to stop that chair of his, or at least how to stop his teleporting. If we go all out and catch him off guard, ending him may be possible." Thor nodded, but knew that such words were little more than false comfort. Someone who had schemed so deeply against one of the strongest forces in the universe would not be caught off guard so easily. Before Thor went off to direct his people in the rebuilding of the palace and wrecked buildings, Harry asked when they would use the Tesseract to rebuild the Bifrost. Thor thought about it and frowned. "Only Heimdall knows how to do so, but he must stand watch until my father wakes." Harry offered, "Odin hasn't retracted my permission to check out the library. I could probably find how to do it there and rebuild it myself. Do you mind if I have a look?" Thor nodded and said, "All of Asgard is open to you, Harry Potter," before he went off. Harry nodded, pleased at this answer. Harry used a portal to return to New York and asked the girls to keep watch on Asgard for a few days. Most of New York was shut down from the invasion, so school was closed for the next week until everything was back to normal. After returning, he quickly headed to the library. It was under the palace but had survived the destruction without difficulty. The library and prison were two of the strongest areas of Asgard. The reason Harry returned in the first place was that many of the areas of the library were blocked by Asgardian magics Odin would certainly believe Harry could never bypass. Harry needed time to learn said magics before he returned and opened these areas. Now was the perfect chance. Odin was out cold, Frigga was at his side, and everyone else was busy, so Harry could enter the most restricted areas without a problem. It only took about an hour to get through the magical defenses of the restricted section. Harry found it odd that the books within were stored more securely than the actual vault, though the vault was apparently protected by the destroyer. Or at least it had been. Once Harry removed the last of the locks, a room Harry felt existed within a pocket dimension appeared filled with ancient books. Harry used magic on each one to confirm whether or not they were dangerous before he would place them inside his inventory. It didn't really matter how powerful something was. The dangerous aspect of putting something in his inventory was whether or not it was sentient. The Mind Stone, for example, sat safely in his inventory, but it was not actually sentient. Like all Infinity Stones, it was basically an administrator's login and password for the hidden files and programs of the universe. The files the Mind Stone gave access to were basically the Akashic records, but a little different. The Mind Stone had access to all minds, all knowledge, but was incredibly difficult to use. You could not simply gain knowledge using it. Trying to download knowledge into yourself with it would grant you echoes and aspects of the minds of the people the knowledge came from. This was similar to how Rogue felt when she borrowed the powers of others before Harry helped her. When Loki brainwashed Clint, what he actually did was channel the echoes of an artificial mind into Clint, which was completely loyal to Loki and suppressed his true mind. For Selvig, Loki implanted a fragmented mind that had the knowledge Loki needed Selvig to possess to create the portal machine. The side effect of the latter was that Selvig would gain traits of the person the knowledge came from. Apparently, that person didn't like wearing pants. When Harry initially put the Mind Stone in his inventory, it had no effect, just like when he tested doing so with the Time Stone. Harry could not access its power, it was like a picture of a keyhole. He couldn't use the picture to look through the keyhole. After he got the Infinity perk though, he felt that he had somewhat limited access to the hidden files of the universe the Mind Stone gave access to, even though it was in his inventory. That was unusual. As far as Harry knew, Infinity Stones cannot be used safely without assistance, usually in the form of an artifact built specifically to allow a people to use a tiny portion of the stone's power. The Eye of Agamotto allowed one to use a tiny bit of the Time Stone's power. The Tesseract allowed one to use a tiny bit of the Space Stone's power. The scepter Loki used and Hulk snapped allowed him to use the Mind Stone's power. The fact that Harry could use the stone meant that the perk basically turned Harry into an artifact capable of channeling a tiny portion of the stone's power. How much he could channel depended on him. He'd already noticed the effect since the perk was acquired. His Shinix skills were massively enhanced and he was hearing the thoughts of others without meaning to, so he had to put some effort into dulling this. Harry considered removing the stone, but decided against it. All power came with a price, and he'd just have to live with it. Besides, his Shinix path was slowly increasing as the passive use of the stone got him more and more familiar with the use of Shinix. After confirming none of the books within were possessed, and thankfully the stone assisted with checking that, Harry decided not to be polite and put each and every book from the secret section into his inventory before pausing to read and memorize them all. Quite a bit of time later, Harry unpaused, returned the books, and started relocking the space. Harry already knew exactly how to use the Tesseract to rebuild the Bifrost without reading from the secret library. He just wanted an excuse Thor would buy so as not to question the time it would take him to take down the defenses. The books told of the history of Asgard, but some of the pages were ripped out, so Harry still didn't know who Thanos was talking about, but he could guess. The period the pages were removed from was during the war where Odin swept across the realms and created Asgard. Perhaps Odin took someone prisoner during that period and Thanos wanted her released. If she was dangerous enough to keep prisoner this whole time, Harry doubted Odin would tell Thor about her if he asked. That was not what Harry was really looking for though, and thankfully, the true history of Asgard included the portion he'd theorized about, confirming his guesses about Asgard. Thor was born over 1,000 years ago and Odin was born over 10,000 years ago. Yet cultures from across the stars know of both. This is not surprising since Odin really did a number on the universe during his conquest of the 9 realms, but the problem was that Harry found evidence of people knowing about Thor's existence before Thor was born. How was this possible? According to the records Harry read, it was the Ragnarok cycle. Odin died, Ragnarok occurred, everyone died, Asgard was destroyed. A new cycle started, a new Odin was born, a new Asgard created, a new Thor was born and a new Loki adopted, and the cycle continued. The Ragnarok cycle has existed since the dawn of the universe. There were hints to the cycle existing even in Camartage. That's why Harry was so surprised when Thor was stripped of his powers and sent to Earth. That had never happened before. From what Harry could tell, Odin was fully aware of the Ragnarok cycle. He gained knowledge of it every time he sacrificed his eye to the World Tree. However, he was also bound to it. So how did he do something other incarnations of Odin had never done before, and sent a powerless Thor to Earth to learn humility and the value of mortal life? Harry wondered if it had anything to do with the woman Thanos wanted. In any case, there were too many missing pieces of the puzzle. Harry could either ask Odin or Thanos, but he felt neither would be willing to give an answer. After finishing up in the library, Harry grabbed the Tesseract and put it into his inventory. As he suspected, it too became usable within. Harry then made his way over to the Bifrost. Ping. New quest, Road of the Nine Realms. Repair the Bifrost. Bonus, build in a safety and kill switch. Harry paused to consider the quest. Thor had told him how the Bifrost could channel the power of Asgard to destroy a world, and Thor had no choice but to destroy it to prevent such from happening again. Harry could just repair the bridge back to what it was, but who was to say history would not repeat itself? Harry spent some time figuring out the best way to do so before unpausing and channeling the Space Stone. The Space Stone gave Harry access to all the energy of the universe. Many thought the Power Stone gave the most power, but this was a false assumption. The Power Stone allowed one to control all power. Power itself originated from the expansion of space. All power was basically driven by the expansion of space, and Harry could create roads from microverses and stars to himself through the Space Stone to create the exact matrix formation of power the shattered Bifrost was created from to repair it. Heimdall stood at the edge of the Bifrost and for a moment, turned his gaze away from the universe and towards Harry. He watched, amazed as the wizard did in moments what he knew would take him months if not years. Perhaps only the Alphather could do better. Satisfied with Harry's work, Heimdall's gaze turned away to continue looking for any threat that may be coming for Asgard. Harry took his time, getting the feeling of the Tesseract and using the stone. His magic path and crafting path were both affected by the rebuilding of the Bifrost, and Harry wanted to slowly savor the feeling. While channeling the energy of the universe, he wondered if Heimdall would notice a small prank. The Tesseract itself was an Asgardian crafted artifact, and with Harry's knowledge of Asgardian magic and access to the Space Stone, he could in fact make a pretty lifelike copy. They only needed the stone to fix the Bifrost after all. It took Harry about 5 days to repair the Bifrost, and the girls had been assisting with the reconstruction of Asgard while occasionally sparring with the Einherjar. Lady Sif and Mary Jane became drinking buddies after they sparred for 3 hours straight. Sif won, but only because MJ did not have unlimited stamina. MJ also told the warriors of Asgard a few stories she knew about Odin. She had never met him, but Red Sonja heard stories of Odin before he became the Alphather, which none among the Einherjar had known of. While fixing the Bifrost, Harry returned to Earth every 5 hours to use his time turner, since he had just as much to do there as he did in Asgard. Many of the people of New York felt better when they saw he was busy, since Harry had clearly established he knew what he was doing, and Harry doing something meant something useful was getting done. Ping. Quest complete, Road of the Nine Realms. Reward, +1 magic path rank, +2 crafting path rank. Harry smiled at the reward. The magic path's increase from 50 to 51 was not a small bump, and the crafting path's jump from 39 to 41 was just as impressive. Much of Asgard was repaired at this point, and with the return of the Bifrost, Asgard could call for assistance from other worlds. Harry pulled out the Tesseract copy he'd made and handed it back to Thor, saying, "I'm done. I think you're good to go from here." Thor smiled brightly and said, "In my father's place, I must ask, what can Asgard do for you to repay this?" Harry seemed to ponder this and asked in return, "Where are you going to keep that?" while pointing at the Tesseract. Thor answered, "In the vault, of course." Harry said, "In that case, I'd like to be put in charge of protecting the Tesseract." Harry pulled out a large safe he built and put it on the table. He said, "Put your hand on the scanner." Thor examined the safe for a moment before complying. The scanner registered his hand and opened. Harry then got out a random rock and put it inside the safe and closed it. He said, "This safe contains the entrance to a stable pocket dimension. Only your hand can open it after registering it. Try breaking the safe with your hammer." Thor complied and smashed the safe to pieces. Harry took the pieces apart and showed that the rock was gone. Harry pulled out another identical safe and said, "I'd like to be put in charge of ensuring the Tesseract is never used to harm Midgard again. I invented this safe to guarantee that anything put inside cannot be obtained by others. My request is that you allow me the honor of guarding the Tesseract and use this safe. You may place it in the vault, of course, but closed, with only your hand capable of opening it." Thor smiled and shook his head. "I do not understand how you can ask for that, which sounds like something we should be asking of you. But on my word, if this is your request, it shall be granted. I name you the protector of the Tesseract." He then placed his hand on the other safe and opened it before setting the fake Tesseract inside and closing it. He then picked up the safe and said farewell to Harry before heading over to the vault. Harry hoped Thor would forgive him, but that stone was not something he wanted in the hands of others. The safe was great and all, but nothing was perfect. If Thanos' technomancy was greater than the mystical protections Harry could build into the safe, he could open it anyways. Harry's inventory, on the other hand, was something created by the most powerful beings in the multiverse. Gaining access to it was harder, especially because almost no one knew about it and fewer still even knew Harry had the stones. Harry called the girls who said their goodbyes and made a portal home. Harry really didn't want to be there when Odin woke up. After returning to Earth, Jade asked, "So what are you gonna do with the Mind Stone?" Harry considered it and said, "Well, studying it will give me a greater understanding of the mind than any person in the universe. And I think I know exactly what to do with that." Jean laughed and asked, "You're going to create a video game, right?" Harry smiled, "Of course I am. What better way to use knowledge of the mind than to create a full-dive virtual reality platform video game?" Author's note. In case it was not obvious, I'm using comic book Thanos, which has been slightly formatted to fit into the MCU. This is not someone a random laser can slice in half. Comic book Thanos is like Kong the Conqueror, Ultron, and Apocalypse all rolled into one. Comic book Thanos was once called in to fight Thor when Thor basically had Odin's Odin Force and the Power Stone and went mad with power, and no one in the universe could stop him. Without using a stone, Thanos beat Thor easily. And that was without that op chair of his. Even if Harry gets the stones and counters that chair, it won't be an easy fight. The fight may not have seemed like much, but that was just because the fighters concentrated their force into the smallest areas instead of having giant flashy moves. That's how I figure real powerhouses should fight. All of the stuff here, including Odin's ability to take the lives of his subjects in Asgard, are legit in comics. The plot for this one is the direction I wish MCU had gone when they introduced Hela, but I'm tweaking it a bit to add details from comic book lore and some original details to make it cooler. Some of you may even be able to use the clues I gave in this chapter to guess what's going on. Arc 5 will be a race for Harry to get as strong as he can before Odin kicks the bucket, with some fun filler thrown in just because I feel like it. Ideas for random filler. Harry visits either canon HP universe or an HP FIC. Anyone have a preference for which fanfic to visit? Heads to soccer and meets Beta Ray Bill. Something with Jackie Chan and Uncle, maybe Shendo as well. Harry heads to zombie universe and kills everything for EXP. Chapter 97, Chapter 97 Graduation. Asterisk author's note. I keep needing to go back and remember how old Harry is. In this he was born 1994, turned 11, and went to Hogwarts Sept 2005, spent 2006 and half of 2007 at Camartage. 2 months before his 15th B-day he went to Xavier's school. Spent a year there, and Sept of 2009 at 15 years old he got married and moved to New York. A year later Iron Man happened when he was 15 going on 16, and a year after that when he was 16 going on 17 Iron Man 2, and the rest happened. As of May 2012, when Avengers happens, he is 17 going on 18. Chapter 97 Graduation. Despite access to a time turner allowing him to be in 2 places at once and the ability to pause, Harry was still unable to find any time to sleep for the 2 weeks that followed the Battle of New York, even after fixing the Bifrost. Harry first needed some trusted men to go into every damaged building and check the internal structure. Some of the buildings were damaged beyond repair from Leviathans ramming into them, and the foundations were cracked, bent, and unfixable. For the ones Harry could get away with doing so, he used magic to repair the unfixable damage and let the construction crew deal with the rest. Some buildings though were violating too many building codes just standing upright even before the damage, so Harry couldn't even legally repair them because the pre-damaged state wasn't legal in the first place, so the buildings would have to be torn down regardless. Harry also had to fix the damaged statues and replace the destroyed ones that were blasted to pieces during the invasion. The undamaged ones he just sent back to where they came and turned them off. Plenty of groups came in and nabbed all the broken statues and alien weapons they could, but Harry couldn't do much about that. The broken statues were useless to anyone, and it wasn't Harry's job to prevent looters from grabbing alien tech. The best he could do was politely ask the police force and the National Guard, who showed up a few hours later, to keep the area under quarantine until all the alien corpses and weapons could be gathered up. They probably missed a bunch, but it was better than nothing. As Harry expected, every millisecond that took place during the invasion was looked over with a microscope to find an area where people could complain about and pin the blame on others. Thankfully, Harry's initial press conference telling others that the aliens invaded to steal an artifact answered a lot of questions and helped people point their complaints away from him. When someone leaked that the same group responsible for playing with the artifact was also the group who fired a nuclear missile at New York, riots broke out all over New York and a dozen other countries over the world, demanding the heads of the World Security Council, who eventually had no choice but to resign. After the final one resigned, Obscurus visited the helicarrier and delivered the nuke, fully disarmed and tied with a bright red ribbon. Fury did not appreciate the kind gesture. A number of people who love to watch the world burn tried to blame Harry, of course. They figured since he already had an army in place, he must have known New York would have been invaded, so it was his fault. Some listened, but a majority of people condemned such arguments since Harry had released all the details of what he did, how he did it, and even why he did it. The why being that New York always got targeted, and every New Yorker had no problems believing that to be the truth. Although Harry did receive some criticism for his army of statues, Harry simply repeated that it wasn't illegal and that he could only deploy them if something destructive was happening in New York. That meant if the next army that invaded New York didn't actually destroy anything, Harry would not be able to legally deploy the army. Harry repeated that point several times. Of course, if an army really did come and try to take over New York without destroying anything, they could likely be taken out by the superheroes of the city, so it wasn't a problem. The only thing Harry couldn't sweep under the rug was the means he used to blow up the Chitauri in space. Harry pretty much had to admit that he bought the Mandarin's rings off Obscurus and used them to make a super drone he overloaded to make that explosion. By phrasing it that way, it showed that the resources Harry used to make such an explosion were one of a kind and no longer existed, which made those worried about such bombs feel a lot better. The Avengers also got a lot of press coverage. Link knew that Harry wanted the Avengers to become a thing, so Link had footage of each posted on video share, and even made fansites for all of them. The terrifying and destructive power of the Reds did not get as many videos since Harry preferred the public to think of them as heroes on the same level as the Avengers. This worked for the most part, but outside the battlefield a lot of people who refused to evacuate went to their roofs and filmed the Reds in action. Thankfully in this setting it was clear they were using their power to hold back the invasion, so it was power seen in a good light. Action figures of the Avengers would be made within a month, with each hero getting the proceeds from their likeness rights. During the next press conference, Harry used all the good press he'd gotten to petition for the passing of a law that would regulate superheroes. Sorta. He knew that ever since Iron Man and Obscurus appeared, people would be working on it, but those plans would try to control metahumans and superheroes, not protect them. Harry's bill would establish the creation of an association that would authorize heroes, thus elevating them from vigilantes to actual heroes. The association would work hand in hand with the police and require heroes to go through specific training that officers of the law were required to go through. For superheroes who wanted to remain anonymous, they could get a sponsor, a trusted person who knew their identity and would take care of the paperwork for them, someone government officials could use as a go-between to reach masked individuals. Not just anyone would be able to become a sponsor, but it wouldn't be too difficult for qualified individuals to become one. The bill includes terms like reasonable usage of force, which sounded like a way to restrict heroes in theory but was actually extremely loose in practice. The main aspect of the bill was that a team of heroes or individuals would be held accountable for efficiency, damage, and lives saved vs lives lost when taking action. A hero must have insurance which covers damage they inflict on property and others. If a hero is deemed not good enough, their license can be suspended until they train more, and if they take an action far beyond the acceptable limit, they can have their license permanently revoked. The bill stated that Captain America and the Avengers would be the current leaders of the Hero Association, and Harry Potter would start up the insurance requirements. Of course, Harry fully expected the bill to be shifted around and stalled for years before it was passed. The point was to be the first to submit a draft before anyone else could. Passing a law of that magnitude would take years, and Harry would be surprised if it was passed with minimum changes within 5 years. Also, Harry would not charge heroes for the insurance. Of course, it was tricky to pay them too. The entire bill did not include one clause that stated heroes would be paid. That was deliberate. Harry fully expected people to twist the bill into something they could use to control metahumans and superheroes, so the moment they did, Harry would argue that such restrictions should come with a paycheck. Any senator or congressman can argue to restrict metahumans, but when they are asked who will pay them, Harry knew they would go silent. Paying them meant either raising taxes or taking the money from someone else. No one in the government wanted to answer questions like, how much is the annual salary of someone the government pays to save the world? The main purpose of the bill was to prevent identities from being exposed and protect heroes who were willing to save others without being paid by the government to do so. He did not want something in place that required people with powers to register themselves, but in case that was required one day, people could submit such things through sponsors. If someone had a specific mutant power and mutants were required to register themselves, they could register themselves using a title to a sponsor. The sponsor would know who they were, but would not submit the name to the government, only the title and power. Of course, Harry would fight tooth and nail to prevent such a thing from happening, but he would lay a foundation to minimize the damage should it ever come to that point. The point was to lay the foundation early. The schools were reopened a week after the battle, and most of the buildings in the battle zone were reopened for residents and employees to return to. Harry's insurance company covered most of the bills for repairs for the buildings which had his insurance, and Harry and Stark set up a few fundraisers to pay a chunk of the repair costs for the uninsured ones. Overall there were about 30 lives lost, a majority of them were either unlucky or idiots. Most either didn't have a brilliance phone or ignored the warnings. Considering the scale of the disaster, the overall damage and amount of lives lost was minuscule in comparison. The half-dozen Leviathans alone could have destroyed the entire city. Several of them flew through buildings, destroying them completely and killing the ones who had yet to evacuate, but thanks to the efficiency of the evacuation, most buildings were emptied by the time the massive creatures came through the portal. Though Harry took a lot of losses, he'd get them back from new subscribers to his phones and the fact that the whole of New York would likely have his insurance by this time next year. A month after the battle, Jade, MJ, Peter, Gwen, and Felicia all graduated high school. Jade's uncle Jackie, uncle, and Taro all showed up for the graduation together with Jade's mother and father. Harry held a party at his house and Jade told everyone how things were going, though she certainly left out a few things. Jackie and uncle implied they had a few suspicions about the identity of Dragonheart, but as the hero was clearly older than Jade, they didn't seem to pursue the matter. Jade also used the party to break the news that she got a full scholarship to NYU and would be staying in New York to get a degree in history. All things considered, it was the subject she knew the most about since her 1,000 past lives lived through most of recorded history, and everyone celebrated the announcement. Her parents lived in a small apartment in Hong Kong, so although they would have welcomed her back, it would not have been as comfortable. They were very pleased that she had been living with such good role models and had her life planned out. A few days later there was another graduation that occurred in the UK that Harry attended himself. It was that year's Hogwarts graduation. Hermione, Neville, and everyone from the year he went to Hogwarts with were all graduating. Harry and Hermione had always kept in touch, so he was happy to attend. Hogwarts hadn't changed too much since he left, but there were changes. Snape had taken on an apprentice Slytherin girl as a teacher's aide, and after 3 years of teaching her everything he knew, he retired and hadn't been heard from since. She had replaced him and actually liked teaching, so the whole of Britain was better for it. Professor Lupin had remained the defense against the dark arts teacher, and the fact that he was a werewolf was well known. He basically told every class that him being a werewolf meant that classes during a full moon were free periods, which every student was happy with. Not that things were always peaceful. According to Hermione, there was still something happening every year, but after their first year, it all seemed quite tame. For example, when Lupin was outed as a werewolf in the middle of their second year, the Board of Education got a man called Lockhart to come teach the classes. Hermione sent a copy of the first quiz Lockhart gave to all his classes to the Board of Education. The first question was apparently, what is Lockhart's favorite color? After a month it had become clear they had replaced a good teacher with a fraud, and Lupin was provisionally reinstated. Eventually the only thing the students cared about was that he was a good teacher, and they got an extra free period once a month. The year after that, some of the Death Eaters who never went to Azkaban and didn't show during the resurrection tried to stage a coup. The year after that, someone pretending to be Voldemort showed up and tried to gather supporters. It was a year and a half later they found out it was just a group of wannabes who staged a lot of powerful feats to pretend to be as mighty as Voldemort claimed to be. The fakers were all caught and thrown into Azkaban only a few months ago. Harry was pleased to have missed all of that, as he had not exactly been unoccupied over the last 6 years himself. The Hogwarts graduation took place in the open field in front of the castle by the Black Lake, where they had once waited for the other schools to arrive during the Triwizard Tournament. Each student was given a magical badge that represented their house and Hogwarts, and Hermione refused to tell Harry what it could do since it was a school-only secret. Harry wasn't curious enough to look into it, but that didn't mean he'd let such a thing slide. He'd been out of the castle for 6 years, so it was long overdue for a prank. Headmaster Dumbledore stood before the assembled students with a proud smile. He had already announced McGonagall as his replacement, and that this would be his last year before he retired. When the March of the Valkyries started playing at a low volume and getting louder and louder, he gave a fond smile as if he had expected nothing less from his final day. The ground started rumbling, and Hermione and Neville simultaneously turned to give Harry a glare, which Harry only returned with a smile. One of the students pointed to the forest where they noticed movement and shouted, "Look!" Everyone looked to the forest, where they noticed a towering figure charging out of the woods. It was a massive creature no smaller than an elephant and bright purple in color, with a mighty horn rising from between its nose to well over its back. It was a giant crumpled horned snorkack. It charged out of the woods towards the assembled student body and was followed by hundreds of smaller crumpled horned snorkacks. Harry smiled when he looked over and then saw something he really wasn't expecting. A blonde-haired teenage girl was sitting on top of the massive snorkack and was expertly riding it. Harry didn't remember setting that up. As the snorkack horde charged the graduation ceremony, Harry calmly asked Hermione, "Who is that riding the snorkack king?" Hermione sighed and answered, "Luna Lovegood, the co-author of the Quibbler." She seemed quite happy and didn't appear to be in any danger, so Harry let her be. The graduating students ran for their lives, and Dumbledore sat there humming the chorus of March of the Valkyries without a care in the world. The students ran for safety into the castle, and most of the little snowcacks followed and caused chaos throughout the castle. The big one seemed to be following Luna's orders and was doing laps around the castle while Luna yipped and shouted with joy. Harry could only chuckle at that. When someone saw a snorkack, they later forgot they saw it, so the only evidence of someone seeing a snorkack was that they didn't remember seeing one. However, Luna's skill riding the snorkack king made Harry wonder how many snorkack kings she had ridden in the past and forgotten about. Harry didn't know if crumpled horned snorkacks were real, but these were all created by the Apple of Discord. Harry figured a prank no one would remember would be funny, but seeing how happy Luna was, he decided to change the magic a bit so that people with a sense of humor would not forget. As the chaos died down, Harry walked over to where his dog father was sprawled out on the ground, clutching his sides and laughing hysterically with tears coming down his eyes. Harry didn't tell him about this prank, but Sirius Black would have likely been disappointed if Harry had not done anything, so he was very happy with his godson. After the ceremony, Harry dispelled the snorkacks and everyone gathered together to head to Sirius's home. Before leaving, the chipper blonde walked up to Harry holding a purple egg with ethereal swirls over it, twice the size of a fist. She said, "Thank you, Professor Potter," and turned and left with the egg. Harry had his suspicions about that egg but decided not to worry about it. Magic was magic, and having all the answers often took the fun out of everything. Hermione and Harry spoke for hours on her plans for the future and the details Hermione discovered about the magical world. Any Muggleborn would look at the current magical world and believe they are drastically behind the times, but after years of research, Hermione came up with a theory as to why. It was intentional. Magic allowed witches and wizards to advance in both personal and societal power, but some time ago, witches and wizards reached a turning point. It was at that point that laws preventing new advancement became common and the whole of wizarding culture suddenly stopped in its tracks. According to Hermione, if the hidden magical community advances any further, it would be forced to overhaul itself completely in a way that would not end peacefully with the non-magicals of the world. Because of this, bringing the magicals into the modern times was a recipe for Armageddon. The problem of course was that the longer they held themselves back, the further they would leap forward once that wall was eventually breached. According to Hermione, the statute of secrecy would absolutely end within 5 years. So, Harry and Hermione had been making plans to deal with it before then. The first step was to remove the non-magical population's fear of magic. In order to do so, Hermione would be using books. With Neville's help, Hermione had been spending her free time for the last few years rewriting wizarding tales and bedtime stories along with writing a number of her own. Harry planned to flood the markets with these children's stories and get the next generation of children and the current generation of parents familiar with witches and wizards, their customs, abilities, and quirks. Once Muggles become more familiar with magic users, they won't panic nor fear their presence when the reality of magic becomes apparent to the world. Of course, that was only half of the plan. The other half was to give the magical community a new direction to advance that would not cause problems with the non-magical world. Before this point, neither Harry nor Hermione had any good ideas. Then Harry got the Mind Stone. That led to the question, how would magicals feel about VR games? As long as Harry sold them cheaply enough, he could get everyone to spend their time in the VR games, thus directing their need for advancement in a controllable direction. They could use magic within the game without problem and the non-magicals within the game would be none the wiser. Because of this, Harry wanted to try for a working prototype within half a year and launch it for sale by the next year. He could have the goblins beta test for him. They would probably take over some virtual land and make a goblin city, but that was fine with Harry. There was no law that prevented them from living with muggles above ground in a virtual environment. Once the VR world was online, magicals and non-magicals would interact more frequently within a fantasy world. It would take a few years, but the best case scenario was to basically get the non-magicals used to witches and wizards before the statute of secrecy was irreversibly shattered. Neville had not been idling around either. Through Hermione he'd gotten every sort of muggle book on plants and agriculture and had been using what he read, and the parts Hermione explained because he didn't understand, to advance his own understanding of magical plants. The stuff Neville showed Harry was moderately concerning. Neville had bred plants that could absorb magic to grow. Neville demonstrated this by casting an incendio at the plant and the plant actually absorbed the magic of the spell faster than the heat of the magically created fire could burn the plant. There was a limit of course, but the potential was terrifying. Especially because wizard magic was chaotic by nature. Harry confirmed through some tests that the plants grew even better absorbing sorcery than they did wizard magic. To prevent Neville from accidentally destroying the world, Harry designed a lab for him filled with magic-proof tech he could use to test and contain his creations and prevent an outbreak. A plant that could absorb any magical attack and grew faster than could be physically cut down was kinda terrifying. 2 months after the Battle of New York, things were mostly settled down with the businesses and residents in the condemned buildings being relocated and everything going back to normal. Mostly. Harry wasn't the least bit surprised that some clever idiots actually robbed a bank using Chitauri weapons. After the mothership got atomized by the reality bomb, all Chitauri tech seemed to stop working and even the collected pieces by the government were little more than paperweights. Spider-Man disarmed and caught them without an issue, but S.H.I.E.L.D. bailed them out of jail and probably offered them a job within an hour of their capture. Harry wondered what their salary would be. It wasn't too long after that when Stark called Harry over to discuss their own plans for the future. Stark started with, "What do you think about a suit of armor around the world?" Harry rolled his eyes and replied, "That would make people feel too safe and without proper wariness, they'd be more prone to random acts of stupidity. It's better for the world to figure out how to protect itself. We just need to show it how. That's what the Hero Association is for. And I get that, but I'm talking about how to prepare for the next invasion, because you'll never convince me there won't be another and we may not get enough support before that happens." Harry chuckled. Stark wasn't wrong. The reason the Chitauri came via portal was because there was no active space gate that allowed ships to jump to Earth. However, there was an inactive one. Carol Danvers and the Skrull heavily encoded the thing to prevent others from easily using it, meaning the Skrulls could come over whenever they pleased, but other ships could not. Of course, Harry had no confidence that would stop Thanos if the Technomancer actually decided to put some effort into showing up. Even if the gate was destroyed, Thanos certainly had access to ships capable of getting to Earth from the next closest space gate. Harry replied, "You're talking about a legion of automated Iron Mans, right? Take it from me, nothing in this world is unhackable. You know how secure my systems are. There are people who can tear through my firewalls like wet tissue. Mass-produced automated defenses run by Jarvis or Link is not the way to go." Stark heavily frowned at that. The pair had discussed Link's origin and they knew he was probably the most advanced AI on the planet. If Harry stated that a system monitored by Link could be hacked, then anything Stark could come up with over the next few years would not make the cut. Stark continued, "So we can't remotely operate the suits and we can't put people in the suits." Harry mulled over the problem for a bit before a terrifying smile started spreading over his face. Stark took a step back and asked, "Harry, you're not thinking of a diabolical prank, are you?" Harry nodded. "Do you know what the best way to guarantee your plan works when planning against an enemy?" Stark replied wearily, "No, I do not. Please teach me, O wise lord of pranks." Harry smiled and answered, "The best way for a plan to succeed against someone is to plan to lose." Come again. If you plan to lose and your opponent plans to win, then nothing your opponent does will get in the way of your plan, guaranteeing success. Success of the plan to lose. Stark added. That's right. So, the reason we don't want to deliver a batch of Iron Man suits to S.H.I.E.L.D. is because we know they will probably end up in the hands of the bad guys and be used against the good guys. Stark perked up at that. So you want to create a bunch of Iron Man suits with a hidden feature that takes into account that they will be stolen and used for bad stuff. Right. Like a biometric lock built into a subsystem welded into the frame to make it non-removable, but can actually be removed with the right tools. But I could create an undetectable metaphysics-based system that would activate if someone tried to harm someone good with the suit. When activated, the suit would knock out and eject the occupant and then allow the good person to wear it, turning the tables. Tony gasped, "Oh my god. That would be the greatest prank in the history of espionage." Harry smiled, "I know." Stark then gave a thoughtful pose and added, "But historic prank aside, that won't solve the problem of protecting the Earth. It will in the long run. The reason we can't release the good stuff is because of the hidden elements that will use it for world domination. If we use this kind of bait to lure them out and remove them, the chance will arrive to actually release the good stuff and get some help. So cut out the bad guys hidden within the good guys and give the rest Iron Man suits." Harry shook his head and pulled out a gauntlet from his inventory. "I had something else in mind. Put this on." Stark examined the gauntlet for a moment before strapping it to his wrist. The moment he snapped it on, red static pulsed over the gauntlet and over his body. Stark felt himself brimming with energy and asked, "What is this?" "Nova Crystal. It can safely saturate a living person with a form of energy called Nova Force. This energy has a lot of properties which can grant superhuman abilities. I'm almost at the point I can mass-produce them, and once the subversive aspects of government have outed themselves, I want to try creating a super-powered police force using these." Stark already took the gauntlet over to a scanner and started measuring everything he could. He asked, "What if it gets stolen?" "Ah, that's the best part about Nova Force. There is a link between Nova crystals, and the Nova Force in any crystal can be diverted to another crystal. So someone in need of a boost can be supercharged and a stolen crystal can be depot-word. Like a gun you can remotely turn on the safety for." Stark couldn't help but ask, "Seriously? Where the hell did you get this?" "Alien civilization. They actually used Nova Force to create a galaxy-spanning law enforcement group called the Nova Corps, but they lost all their crystals." Stark asked with a petty amount of accusation, "You've already been to other planets, haven't you?" "Yep. I'll transfer over some of the designs I found you might be interested in later." Stark smiled, "Yay. Gifts? I'll make sure to get something for you when I come back from space." Harry ignored the remark and continued, "First I'm going to make a prototype." Harry then removed a metal disc with a very familiar shape. Stark asked, "Is that soon to be the new and improved version?" Stark nodded, "Well, if anyone can be trusted with that, it's him." Harry agreed. It was a week later that Harry called Steve over to his house. Harry met Steve at the door and the war veteran politely held out his hand, which Harry took for a greeting. "Captain Rogers, ready for an upgrade?" "Is that what you called me for? There won't be any needles involved, will there?" Harry replied, "No," before taking him downstairs to the training room. Harry walked over to a table and pointed at a shield whose profile matched the one Steve had gotten so used to over the years. "You made me a new shield." "Kinda. It is still made of vibranium, but I've added a few improvements." Steve replied, "Howard told me that my shield had all the vibranium we had access to." "It did. I made this myself. Now try picking it up." Steve raised an eyebrow at the word try and walked over and lifted it. The moment he touched it, a shimmer of light spread from the point he held it and spread over the shield. Steve immediately felt the difference and asked, "Professor, what is this?" Harry smiled and replied, "A lot. Remember how Thor could throw his hammer and call it back to him through will alone? I added that enchantment to this shield. Only the worthy may use it, which is good because I added a lot more to it than just that. First, try tossing it." Steve gave a small smirk and tossed it away. A moment later it slowed and came to a stop in midair and returned. Steve expertly caught it and his smirk turned into a grin. Harry then snapped and a large crate materialized from the hard light projectors. "Next trick. Place the shield in the crate and close it." Steve was already curious as to what would happen and did as instructed. Harry then said, "Now pretend you are in a situation where you really need your shield. Imagine that shit had hit the fan and Captain America is needed to save the innocent." A moment later, a shimmer appeared in front of Steve which materialized into his new shield. Steve grabbed it and confirmed it was the same one. He even opened the crate and confirmed it was empty. Harry smiled. Harry already had a set of basilisk and venomed goblin silver knives with the same enchantment as the Sword of Gryffindor, which allowed its owner to call it back. Harry just added the same enchantment to the shield. Harry told Steve, "The shield also has an enchantment that will make it appear before you when you need it. Even if you are in a locked room or if the shield was buried in concrete and dropped into the middle of the ocean, it would still appear before you if you needed it." Steve replied, "Okay. I'm impressed." Harry laughed, "That is nothing compared to the last trick. You should feel that the shield is trying to connect to you, right? That is the last feature I added. It is a Nova crystal. I promise it is completely safe, so try connecting to it." The one in the gauntlet Harry showed Tony was barely a sliver of a piece. The one built into the shield was the real deal. Steve let the shield connect to him and shouted, "Whoa." A moment later, he started hovering in the air. Harry smiled and watched Steve figure out how to fly on the fly and slowly lower himself back down. Steve asked, "What was that?" "Nova Force. When your body is saturated with Nova Force, you will be several times stronger. You'll be able to fly, and bullets won't be able to penetrate your skin or deal serious damage to you. Of course, that was just with the Nova Force from the one crystal. Once Harry had more, every aspect would be enhanced. At peak level, someone with a Nova crystal would have all the abilities of Carol Danvers, but become even stronger and faster. Of course, that was only if all the Nova Force concentrated into a single person, so there was no easy way to have an army of Captain Marvels. Rather than look happy, Steve looked pensive. After a few moments he said, "And no one but me can wield this shield." "No one but the worthy," Harry corrected. "But even if someone worthy did use it, you still have priority, so you'd be able to call it back to you at any time. Also, your access to Nova Force is not permanent. If you store the shield somewhere and leave its proximity for longer than 10 minutes, your access to Nova Force will be cut until the next time you hold the shield. So Thor would be able to use it. Probably. But Thor's enchantment was cast by his father using Asgardian virtues as a base. Your shield has American virtues as a base. Someone who either doesn't believe them or has compromised too much won't be able to lift your shield off the ground." Steve asked, "Can you lift it?" And then he put the shield down. Harry looked thoughtfully at the shield for a moment before reaching down and picking it up easily. Harry smiled and said, "I may be a Brit, but that doesn't mean I don't have American values. I moved here for a reason, you know." Though Harry was not perfect, he had never compromised in doing what he knew was right and believed people should be free to make their own lives better. Steve returned the smile and picked up the shield. Harry snapped and the area turned into a battleground filled with giant robots, vicious-looking monsters, and dozens of armed soldiers. Time for a test run. Steve looked over at the training field with anticipation. He held his shield in front of him and charged forward at blinding speeds. He was going to have some fun with this. Chapter 98, Chapter 98 Terrible AIM. It was near the end of November when Stark announced he would give 100 Iron Man suits to S.H.I.E.L.D. Stark didn't know how corrupt S.H.I.E.L.D. was, but figured anything given to them would get to the bad guys eventually, so they were the best choice. It was rather easy to plan to lose since the worst-case scenario was that only good guys would use the suits. Stark even included a hidden kill switch that could be removed with a bit of difficulty. The software aspect of the suits would only allow someone keyed into them to use them, and Stark had yet to key anyone at all. So even though S.H.I.E.L.D. ended up with 100 Iron Man suits, no one could use them. Stark said he wanted a list of the applicants, and to the ones he vetted, they would be added to the list of authorized users and only they could use the suits. Stark promised he'd give at least 20 people access before the end of the year. Fury and the current heads of S.H.I.E.L.D. were all under the impression that Stark was worried about world security after the alien invasion, so though it was an unusual change, it wasn't completely out of character. Especially with how much Stark annoyed Fury when Fury specifically requested for certain teams or individuals to be given access sooner rather than later. Stark's stalling and being a general pain in the butt seemed completely normal. Of course, if they could remove the hidden kill switch and the Stark software and replace it completely, they could use the suits without permission. Very, very difficult, but certainly not impossible. Of course, Stark told S.H.I.E.L.D. that any unauthorized usage of the suits was grounds for Stark to recall every last one of them. It sounded like a threat, but to people with dastardly plans, it was something they could work around. The real trap inside the suits was a technomancer spell Harry had lying dormant inside the power source. No matter what they switched out, they'd never switch the power source. The technomancer spell would activate if someone in the suit aimed and activated weapons at someone who was not considered a threat. The spell would go off and overwrite any existing OS to knock out the pilot, eject the pilot, and allow the person who had been targeted to enter the suit as the new pilot. Tony ensured the suit would be vulnerable to technomancy spells, and it was unlikely anyone would add an upgrade which changed that. Steve was asked not to show off the abilities of the Nova Crystal for now. Harry already informed Steve that he wanted to make a peacekeeping group using these crystals, and Steve was basically the test pilot. Steve had no issue with that as long as precautions were taken with who gained access to such power, but when Harry described all the safety measures included with the use of Nova crystals, Steve was sold on the idea since this wasn't the first time he'd be used as a guinea pig. Nova Force, from what Harry could tell, mainly affected space, momentum, and gravity. It was a bit similar to red energy from Sidorac's Crimson Cosmos in the way it amplified momentum, but was not as violent. The gravity manipulating aspect was similar to the effect of gravitonium, but more refined. In addition to flight, Nova Force could potentially create wormholes and allow for interstellar flight from planet to planet without the need of a spaceship. A very useful feature for an interstellar peacekeeping corps. The momentum-enhancing effects would allow Nova Force to be used to generate concussive blasts, though more than a single crystal's worth of Nova Force would be needed for that. The main reason Harry couldn't mass-produce them yet was that he needed time, so he'd been spending all his free time trying to level up to 300. Once he had access to time magic, he could accelerate the growth of Nova crystals by thousands of times. He could technically borrow the Eye of Agamotto and do the same with the Time Stone, but such a drastic use of an Infinity Stone could easily be detected, and Thanos would know within a week of its use that the Time Stone was on Earth. Harry preferred for that to be kept secret a bit longer, so it was better to learn time magic himself, even if it took a while. It was the first week of December when Harry was kidnapped. He wasn't sure why he was surprised, since he had in fact been pretty overdue for a kidnapping. While Harry was walking from the NYU Science building to his house, which was literally across the street, someone shot a dart at his neck containing a powerful knockout drug, grabbed his body, stuffed it in a van, and drove off. Harry was not immune to drugs, but the effect of the ring of recovery he always wore automatically kicked in and removed the status immediately, though he likely would have woken up within a few minutes regardless. While feigning unconsciousness, he cast a continuous spell on himself that would increase his resistance to status effects for a few hours to ensure even if they hit him with another dose, it would do nothing since the ring of recovery only worked once every 24 hours. Harry then used some technopathy to send a message on his phone to Jean that he was being kidnapped again and to order takeout for dinner. Moments afterwards, his impolite kidnappers went through his pockets and took everything from his ring to his pants and shirt. Even his belt was taken, which was smart because Harry did in fact keep a fully charged metagem inside a hidden compartment in the belt buckle. Harry was rather surprised how thorough they were. They even hooked him up to N4, which constantly administered a sedative. Harry regulated his heartbeat and vital signs to ensure he looked unconscious while the van went about losing its pursuers. Harry's house had dozens of cameras, so Harry being kidnapped would not go unnoticed, so the drivers of the van were racing the clock to get away before the helicopters showed up. Harry wouldn't be surprised if the SHIELD helicarrier would be airborne and the Avengers called within the next 5 minutes. Fury had in fact called Steve and Natasha a minute after Harry was taken, as they were both still in New York. The latter was already friends with the Reds and had their number. When she called to give them a heads up so they could work together, she was surprised to learn that Harry had already sent them a message which implied Harry would take care of it on his side. Jean and the Reds trained and got stronger for a very specific purpose, to protect Harry when the universe learned that its fate was basically handed over to him. That being said, Harry didn't always want to sit in the back and operate as the man behind the curtain. He barely got to have any fun during the Battle of New York, and since Obscurus was considered a mercenary for hire, he couldn't just suit up and go fight crime whenever he felt like doing so like the girls could do. Because Jean was connected to Harry through his multiplayer function, she was the only clairvoyant in the world who could spy on Harry from a distance. The moment she got the text, she'd been keeping an eye on him to make sure nothing truly dangerous happened while he was playing around. Through the call to Natasha she said, "You remember what happened to Mole Man when they kidnapped Harry, right? Feel free to make it look like you're giving chase, but if they get away, then you'd best pray for their sanity once they are left to the mercy of Harry Potter." Natasha was also someone who'd let herself be kidnapped in order to fulfill certain goals, so she understood the principle, though Harry likely had slightly different goals in mind. When she relayed what Jean told her to Steve, the captain replied, "Ah, that sounds about right. I really can't believe he'd get kidnapped so easily." She considered telling Fury but decided against it. If Fury found out Harry allowed himself to get kidnapped, he'd insist on getting a message to the professor to stop wasting his damn time. He didn't appreciate operations like that going down without his input. While Steve and Natasha were on motorcycles hauling ass down the streets towards the van, Harry was shifting through the minds of his would-be kidnappers. Each was a war veteran and used to be an amputee. They were either missing a hand, their forearm, their whole arm, or even their leg. Each vet had been approached by Aldrich Killian, the head of Advanced Idea Mechanics, a privately funded think tank. Harry had gotten a lot of invites to, and just like every other invitation ever sent to him, completely ignored. The reason they used to be an amputee was because each had regrown their limbs in a way that would make Dr. Kurt Connors jealous. They had been given an injection of a serum called Extremis and told to inject somewhere public. If it worked, they would gain superhuman abilities and regrow their limbs. If it did not, they would violently explode. Harry and the girls did in fact watch the news and were familiar with the Mandarin bombings. Harry always laughed when he saw the British actor with a beard pretending to be the Mandarin, especially when Harry killed the actual Mandarin 2.5 years ago. From what he could guess, they wanted Harry to help them fix Extremis so that no one would explode. Harry had to use every ounce of willpower not to laugh maniacally at the thought these people actually intended to give Harry access to nanites capable of rewriting DNA. Every human being on the planet collectively shuddered at that moment, and no one but Jean knew why. The van eventually drove into a warehouse which had a hidden underground tunnel. They tossed Harry's clothing out the window and floored it through the tunnel. A moment later, the tunnel started collapsing behind them, preventing anyone from following them. At the end of the tunnel, Harry was moved into a nondescript car which finished the trek to what Harry figured was an off-site lab owned by AIM. Harry was eventually taken into a room and the foredrip removed. Harry calculated it would take about half an hour for the effect to wear off and patiently waited. Wouldn't want to spoil everything before the fun started. When the timing was right, Harry wearily opened his eyes and examined his surroundings, though did so without obvious concern for the fact that he was in his boxers. There was a pile of clothes next to him that were probably his size. Looking at the pile gave Harry a terrible idea. After determining the room had nothing of interest besides clothes, Harry started knocking on the door. He continued this for about 10 straight minutes, probably driving whoever was watching him crazy. Eventually, someone opened the door and pointed a gun at Harry, prompting him to step back. He noticed another armed guard-looking fellow standing next to beautiful brunette Harry figured was Maya Hansen. The other guard was pointing a weapon at her and she was looking distressed. Harry mentally rolled his eyes. These guys were going to pull a Yinsen using Maya. Well, that just meant one more target to prank. Maya was shoved into the room where she turned to the side the moment she noticed Harry was still in his underwear. She asked, can you put some clothes on? Harry answered, no. So who wants to fill me in on why I've been kidnapped? From the speakers in the room, the voice of that British actor with the fake Middle Eastern accent came through. That would be my doing. I am the Mandarin, and I require your assistance. The woman standing next to you is Dr. Maya Hansen. I acquired both her and her work some months ago, but the results have not been satisfactory. Maya sneered and said, you kidnapped me. The speakers continued, both of your lives are now in your hands, Professor. In 1 week I will inject you both with Dr. Hansen's project. If you finish her work before then, you both may survive. If you do not, then you will die, most horribly. Harry shrugged, sounds fun. The setup wasn't too stupid. If they succeeded, Aldrich Killian and A.M would come in and defeat the Mandarin and rescue Dr. Hansen and Professor Potter, and Dr. Hansen would sell her finished work to Killian out of gratitude, and everyone would live happily ever after. It was such a beautiful story. Harry almost felt bad for what he was going to do to it. Almost. The guards lead Maya and the boxer wearing Harry to the lab, where Maya gave a sob story about how she was trying to make the world a better place before she became the victim and was kidnapped by the Mandarin. Maya started wiping away her tears when she heard a slurping sound that caused her to jerk upright and look at Harry. Harry was sitting at a table with a half-eaten cheeseburger in a wrapper set next to a box of fries, a McDonald's Happy Meal bag, and a small drink Harry was finishing up through the straw. Maya couldn't help but ask, I'm sorry, but where did you get that? This Happy Meal? Good question. So what's this project the little orange wants me to fix of yours? Maya looked like she had far more she wanted to say, but decided to move on and started going over the Extremis project. Meanwhile, Harry got the little toy out of the bag and started playing with it. Killian, who was watching the cameras, suddenly realized that Harry had somehow gotten a Happy Meal out of nowhere and he hadn't noticed. That was of course because of the targeted notice me not, but Killian didn't know that. He stopped the footage and tried rewinding it, but the footage went to static for a while until just after they entered the lab. The footage had somehow been corrupted and he couldn't see where Harry got his Happy Meal. Once Maya finished explaining what Extremis was and how it worked, Harry started writing on the chalkboard they were allowed and explained, the problem is that some variable is causing your nanobots to diverge from their set parameters after splitting a certain number of times outside of controlled conditions. These divergent bots fall into an accelerating state, overwhelming the nanobots which are still working, causing the divergent set to feed back into the controlled set, causing them to overwhelm the host and explode. As he continued writing he said, these are some experiments we'll need to do to figure out how the divergence occurs so it can be rooted out and stabilized. What kind of equipment do we have to work with? Dr. Hansen gave him a list of all the nice toys and expensive machines they would be allowed access to in order to fix the issue. Harry was of course speaking out of his ass. The reason Extremis worked on some people and caused others to explode was because, intentional or not, it targeted the X gene, which was the easiest to manipulate and change. Maya thought it targeted the whole DNA, which it did, but a majority of the work was done with the X gene. To people without the X gene taking Extremis, they would explode. Harry could fix this, but the data would probably get out, so he wanted to sabotage it as much as possible before then. Harry was more interested in the nanomachines anyway. He hadn't done much with nanotech before this point, and now would be a good time to expand. While Harry spent the next several days convincing Maya and Killian they were crazy, news about Harry getting kidnapped spread across the states. Jean had already informed Tony, Reed, and Hermione that Harry was having fun, but everyone else was scouring the globe for the world's youngest genius. Harry's classes actually continued mostly as normal since a hard-light copy of Harry was teaching them. It couldn't answer questions about philosophy, but the programming was advanced enough to answer any questions on the class material as long as it was phrased well enough. For everything else, Harry's classes had assistants. 2 years after he started teaching metaphysics, Harry finally had some master's students, and since Harry had a leave of absence, his hologram had already asked the master's students to assist with teaching his classes to ensure his students wouldn't get an inferior lesson. During Harry's stay at the lab, he would randomly roam the halls. Though his door should be locked, he would obtain fast food or delivery food through unknown means, and there was one instance where a Pizza Hut delivery driver came to the hidden lab and delivered 5 large pan-crust pepperoni pizzas Harry had ordered. He ordered 5 to make sure there was enough for everyone, which of course implied Harry knew exactly how many people were in the building. Besides messing with AIM, Harry was also having fun with the nanomachines. Harry considered using nanomachines to rewrite genetics to be on the same level of ridiculous as using an infinity stone as a paperweight. I mean, yeah, you can use it that way, but it's such a waste. Nanomachines were made of a certain metamaterial, a material which had artificially grafted properties due to the structure of the form the material has taken. The nanomachines weren't really machines, but particles of matter that could fulfill 2 specific purposes. One was to bind to certain materials and forge and change those materials into copies of themselves. The second was to bind to another material and adjust that material in a certain way. So they were like a 2-sided stamp. One side turned certain things into another 2-sided stamp, the other side turned certain things into something else. The nanomachines of the Extremis program had one side which could turn the tiny platelets within blood into a copy of themselves, and the other side could bind to DNA molecules and edit them just slightly. However, nanomachines could only use one thing to duplicate themselves and were not flexible in editing things. They had potential, but were far from omnipotent. At least Maya's version. Harry didn't bother spending any time fixing Maya's extremis. He spent it hacking and altering the machine, which made the nanoparticles to create actual complex structure machines out of different nanoparticles. Why? Because once they were true technology and not just a singular particle, Harry's technomancy would be able to control them. Maya and Aldrich were both anxiously waiting for the deadline and the day they could rid themselves of Harry Potter. Harry still refused to wear clothes, so this entire time, he had been working with her in his underwear. Today, when Killian had his guards return Harry to his room, they saw Harry walk over to the bed, pick up a remote control, and turn on the TV. The thing was, that room didn't have a TV when Harry left that morning and no one installed one. Harry didn't seem the least bit surprised it was there and acted as if it was there the whole time. Killian checked out the lines and confirmed it was connected to a satellite dish on the roof he didn't remember setting up at any point since the lab had been built. Yet the line was professionally done and looked as if it had always been there. Maya was also asking if Harry could just complete it on his own because working with him was getting to her. It wasn't just the nakedness. There were points where she was certain he was in one part of the room doing something and in the next moment he was somewhere else doing something she hadn't seen him start. The more she tried to pay attention to him, the worse it got. She pulled up the security footage one day and everything he did looked normal, but she hadn't remembered Harry walking around at certain times. It was like she was forgetting segments of time and catching up, only to realize she missed something. Killian insisted she push through since they were so close. The experiments Harry ordered had been completed, and though Dr. Hansen didn't understand the results or the explanation Harry gave as to how they worked, everything had been written down and preserved so that others could. Eventually the day in question came, and according to what Harry said, the new batch of extremists would have no chance of causing explosions. The resulting concoction was filled into a canister which Maya took off the machine along with 2 syringes. Harry then casually walked up to the machine and pressed a few buttons. The screens went black and Harry grabbed Maya and ran for the door. The guards sprinted towards Harry, but he had been behaving himself this whole time, so this had caught them off guard. Harry pulled Maya through a security access down and closed it before entering the wrong pin to cause it to lock for a minute before another attempt could be made to open it. Maya used the moment to shout, "What are you doing?" Harry answered, "I purged the computers of all of the data, so that sample is the only one left in the world. We're going to exchange it for our freedom since I don't trust Little Orange to uphold his end of the bargain." Maya frowned but had no way of arguing that. The data was backed up off-site each day, but the final adjustments Harry made today were not in any system but the one Harry just purged. They had no absolute guarantee they could replicate the results. The door Harry just locked began to melt as the extremist soldier superheated the door. Harry dragged Maya and continued to run. Maya was shocked that none of the doors they went through were locked. Why weren't they locked? Eventually they made it all the way to the roof where they saw the outside. The building was in a warehouse district and none of the nearby structures could be reached by standard jumping. Harry saw a camera and said, "Listen here, the panda ring, you are going to send a helicopter to this roof. The pilot will get out and Maya and I will get in. If you try to breach the door, Maya will drop the only sample of perfected extremis off the roof." After addressing the camera, Harry then turned and smiled at Maya and said, "Now we just have to wait here together." When Maya heard the words, "wait here together," she became pale and nearly dropped the canister. Harry grabbed it and said, "Careful with that," before taking it from her and walking over to the edge of the roof and setting it next to him. If he was shot, he'd easily drop it. Jean noticed this and knew it was time for the end game. Maya spent the next half hour facing the roof access door since she didn't want to face Harry's boxers. She also used that time to inject herself with the syringe of extremis she had. After everything that had happened, she finally decided to kill Harry. She couldn't stand being on the same planet as him anymore, and with the extremis enhancement, it would be easy. It didn't even matter if he threw the canister over or not because she still had the syringe Harry was supposed to inject into himself. Maya stood up and turned around, but Harry was gone. Maya rushed to the door and ran down the stairs. She thought Harry had escaped, but since she still had the sample, it didn't matter. When she reached the lab, she found that the door she remembered getting melted was normal, as if it had never melted. She opened it and saw Harry Potter speaking with Aldrich Killian. Harry was wearing clothes and speaking to him as if they were old friends. Harry turned and noticed Maya and said, "Ah, there you are. I was worried. Dr. Killian here has secured the building so we are both free. We were just discussing what to do about extremis." Maya dropped the syringe. It shattered as she took a few steps back. She said, "No, wait, but we ran to the roof. You betrayed Aldrich." Harry looked confused and said, "What are you talking about? I've never met Dr. Killian before." Aldrich stated firmly, "Perhaps you should take a seat and calm yourself. You have been through a terrifying ordeal." "Dr. Hansen." Harry walked over and offered a hand, but Maya shrieked, "Get back, you naked madman." Harry took a step back and asked, "Naked? I'm clearly wearing clothes." She shouted, "Now, but you never did before." Harry gave her a puzzled look and walked over to a computer screen. He pulled up some security footage of the pair working in the lab and Harry was clearly wearing clothes. Maya gasped in shock and turned to Killian. "No, you saw him right? You saw him running through the halls in his underwear." Killian had no idea what she was referring to. Maya had never once told him that Harry was in his underwear because there was no point in repeating it. It was obvious. Killian just thought the pressure was getting to her and that was why she didn't want to work with him. He had no idea Harry cast a spell on her that caused her to see him in his underwear. Harry asked, "Why would he have seen me before today? He just came to rescue me." Both Maya and Killian realized at that point that Maya's deluded ravings had just exposed their carefully laid plan. Killian gave Maya a look that promised punishment later. Maya didn't take it well. She started shaking her head and backing up to a corner where she crouched down into the fetal position, shaking her head and muttering about a naked man. Harry simply asked, "So you're the orange guy?" Killian sighed and answered, "Yes. And now you have to die." Killian grabbed Harry by the neck and scowled. All that work down the drain. He didn't bother squeezing. He had confidence Harry succeeded in perfecting Extremis and rescued him before he could administer any to himself. Without Extremis, Killian could kill Harry by burning his head clean off his torso. Except he didn't. It took a moment, but Killian realized he was not generating any heat. Harry smiled, grabbed Killian's arm, and twisted it into an arm lock. Harry then struck his shoulder from behind, dislocating the man's arm entirely. Killian shouted, "Guards! Kill him!" Several of the guards around ran over to Harry and tried to tackle him. Harry took out the first with a rising knee strike to the chin and threw his collapsing form into the other, causing the pair to crash into each other. Killian was looking at his remaining working hand, wondering why it wasn't glowing. Harry spoke up and said, "You used Extremis, right? Sorry, but I kinda used your tools to create an airborne counter to Extremis. Everyone who was enhanced in this building has lost their enhancements and is immune to another dose." "What? No, that's impossible. You couldn't have. I watched everything you did. But did you understand any of it? The reason I didn't want to join that little think tank of yours is because we're not on the same level." Harry then punched him in the face, knocking him out. He took Killian's phone and called Fury's number. "Who is this?" "Hey Fury. Miss me?" "No. Now where the hell are you? Just track this phone. I'll keep it open." Harry set the phone on the table and went over to the computers to delete everything on them. This was mostly for show. He'd already edited the footage to show what he wanted it to show, and he knew someone with enough skill would recover the contents. When people looked over the footage, they would see Maya slowly lose touch with reality and various guards giving Harry fast food. There was a reason Harry went so hard on Maya. In a way, she was worse than Killian. Killian wanted power. Maya wanted to prove herself smarter than God and didn't care how many exploding corpses it took to get there. Being right was more important to her than the lives lost on her faulty attempt at divinity. She never had any intention of stopping. Even without Killian, she'd continue trying to perfect Extremis, even knowing the danger. It only took about 15 minutes for a dozen vans to show up and break in. Harry calmly ate microwaved leftover pizza while they entered the main lab, guns pointing everywhere. Natasha and Steve showed up and Harry offered them some pizza as well, which Steve accepted but Nat declined. Fury showed up another half-hour later and Harry gave the edited version of what happened while Maya was taken away in a straitjacket. Fury decided not to even bother calling out all the obvious BS in the story since it had been a long week. S.H.I.E.L.D. confiscated everything, but the machines Harry altered had already been changed back. The prototype nanomachines they created for him had already been collected into his inventory. After getting released from S.H.I.E.L.D., Harry wondered what he should get his girls for Christmas. Maybe a little vacation someplace far away? He'd think of something creative. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. Cut off one head, then kill it with fire. The fallout from the week Harry was missing was less than expected since Harry didn't do interviews. This gave the government a chance to take all the credit and Harry couldn't care less. The more they lied, the bigger the debt they'd owe him. He could call for one day if needed. Stark asked for details, of course, since they'd had a slightly similar experience, but the more Harry explained, the less Stark felt their respective kidnappings had anything to do with each other. The fact that Stark was tortured to comply and Harry pretended to comply from the start and mentally tortured the co-conspirator while using magic to sneak fast food pretty clearly drew the line between them. Harry asked Stark about Maya since the woman mentioned Stark and the playboy admitted to not even recalling their one-night stand. Things went back to normal for a few days, but on the last school day before Christmas break, Jean got kidnapped. And by kidnapped, it meant she had taken out the kidnappers and called Harry. One of them had a metal arm and tried to restrain her after she telekinetically blocked the tranquilizer dart they fired at her. She telepathically knocked him out and scanned the area, finding 3 more who were working with him and knocked them out as well. After reading their minds, Jean made a very simple request to Harry over the phone. "I want Hydra removed from the face of the earth." Harry shrugged and replied, "Okay." Harry wasn't going to ask what she found in their minds since it didn't matter. Their days were already numbered the moment they targeted her, so doing it thoroughly instead of half-heartedly was fine with him. Harry teleported over and read the minds of the would-be kidnappers to get an idea of what was going on. Reading the mind of the dude with the metal arm gave Harry an idea for why Jean was so pissed. James Buchanan, Bucky, Barnes. Steve's best friend and apparent brainwashed assassin and kidnapper. Since the pair wanted to remove Hydra completely, they needed more intel on them, so they needed someone on the inside. The pair entered Bucky's mind and found the man in a cell, seemingly unconscious and bound in chains. In front of the cell were hundreds of men made of shadow, all bearing Bucky's silhouette. From what the pair could tell, each represented one of the times he was conditioned through torture. Harry and Jean proceeded to tear them to shreds. Harry's understanding of the mind had grown thanks to the Mind Stone, and Jean had an intrinsic understanding of the psyche due to her connection with the Phoenix Force, so the pair ripped through the horde of mental demons with surgical precision, ensuring that the remainder of Bucky's mind was unharmed. When they were mostly done, Harry left Jean to finish up and began organizing Bucky's mind, since the shadows covered everything in a dark mist, hiding the man's identity from himself. Harry removed the shadows and strengthened the memories to return Bucky's mind and restore his personality. From entering Bucky's mind, finishing up and leaving, it took about 12 seconds in outside time. Once done, the pair woke him up. While waiting for the nearly repaired man to get over the disorientation of waking for the first time in decades, Harry teleported over to the knocked out Hydra agents and used telepathy and magic to implant within them a new set of memories before waking them up. They would remember Jean stopping the dart and the Winter Soldier fighting her, but they would remember Bucky killing her in the fight. Last, they would remember Bucky taking the body away to be disposed of. Once the memories were there, Harry woke them up. They'd report what happened and return to where they came from. Hydra operated in isolated units, so these guys knew nothing useful besides who recruited them and what their orders were. After finishing up, Harry returned to Bucky, who didn't even flinch at the fact that Harry teleported next to him. Jean had finished explaining the situation, so he looked at Harry and deadpanned, "Let me get this straight. You want me to pretend to still be brainwashed and go back while you get more intel to take down Hydra?" Harry replied, "Yup. Fine. Just promise me I can kill them when this is over." Jean answered, "No problem." Bucky looked down at his metal arm and shook his head before getting up and heading off. Harry gave Jean a pendant that changed her appearance so she could be missing while Harry took care of the intel gathering. For most people, finding out everything about an organization where the members were isolated would be incredibly difficult, if not impossible. Even if Harry found every member of Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. and read their minds, he still may not find every branch, since many of them were completely isolated from each other. So how would he remove them from the face of the earth? Harry only needed 2 spells. The homunculus charm was an incredibly complex spell that could be cast onto a sheet of parchment. First, an accurate drawing of a location or building must be written on the parchment, and only if it was good enough was there a chance you might be able to cast this spell on the map. What this spell did was reveal the true name and location of everyone in the location of the map. This, along with some security spells, was the primary spell which created the Marauders map. The taboo charm was another incredibly complex charm and also required a map of an incredible size and detail. The spell, when cast over the map, would cause a pulse of magic in the region that was mapped when a certain action was taken, specifically the speaking of the taboo word or words. The map marked the spot the pulse occurred in, allowing those paying attention to it to know the exact location of whoever said the taboo. Using these 2 spells combined with some assistance from Link, Harry created a massive globe of the earth almost 100 meters in diameter in one of the storage warehouses he owned and never used, since everything of value was actually stored in goblin caves below ground. The globe was as accurate as possible, and Harry spent an hour casting both the taboo and homunculus charms on the globe. The globe was basically a picture of the earth but did not include details of the interior of buildings, since it was a scene from above map. Also, when the spell was cast, no names appeared on the globe. Harry set it up so that the interior maps of buildings would be revealed thanks to the taboo. Normally when the taboo was spoken, a pulse of magic was released that marked the location on the map and caused the security spells in the area to be dispelled. Harry modified this one so that the pulse caused by speaking the taboo acted as a form of sonar that would fill in the lines of the interior walls of the buildings, showing the exact location of the people who spoke the taboo and show their names as well. Though neither the lines nor the names would last long on the globe. The taboo chosen was Hail Hydra. When spoken, the globe would identify the location it was said, and the homunculus charm would partially map out any building in that location and show the names of those in the area when the taboo was broken. The more times the taboo was spoken, the clearer the map of that area became. Of course, even with a globe that size, the map and names were tiny. On a map of this size, even the city blocks were smaller than ants, so the interior lines of buildings and the tiny names that appeared were too small to be noticed by a normal human eye. Link helped with that. 10,000 cameras capable of zooming into the tiniest degree were surrounding the globe. When the taboo was spoken, Link would capture the details of the map and the names in the region. Though the names and lines faded, Link would have them recorded. About an hour after finishing, Harry got an alert that Pepper Potts had just appeared in a safe room, taken there by a portkey she had on her. Harry teleported there right away and found she was unconscious, apparently having been hit by a dart gun. Harry used some magic to confirm the sedative was benign before he called Tony. "Hey Tony, that magic teleporting ring I gave Pepper activated and she is unconscious in the safe room. Pretty sure someone just tried to kidnap her." "What? Is she okay? How is she?" "Sleeping it off. I doubt she even saw the shooter. Someone tried to get Jean and Jean is going to fake her death for a bit while I gather intel on them." "Well, sign me up for that. They definitely intend to use Pepper to get to me. In that case, I have an idea. I can hear your pranking smile, you know that." The plan wasn't complicated. Harry told Stark he would use magic to put a life model decoy where Pepper was and let Hydra capture it. Tony knew exactly what a life model decoy was because he'd built one with Harry for himself. It was a robot that had a built-in holographic display that made it look like Tony. Tony could even operate it remotely to ensure it talked and acted like him. As for letting Hydra capture the Pepper decoy, Harry just used his time turner to go back to before Pepper was kidnapped and placed the decoy where Pepper vanished while using an illusion to ensure no one noticed the switch. Unsurprisingly, once Pepper was taken to some warehouse and tied to a chair, Tony was called and told to come to the warehouse without his armor. Tony did so, and when he saw Pepper and ran towards her, the warehouse exploded. Tony got out of the system he used to pilot the decoy and rolled his eyes at the balls these guys had. He got out a Brilliance phone and used it to make a few secure calls. Tony and Pepper's deaths meant Harry had double the amount of work, especially since his own wife was missing. Although he still didn't take any interviews, he did call Stark International's remaining board of directors and inform them that Tony's body wasn't found, so he is only missing. Tony's and Pepper's wills left everything to Harry, and he just told everyone he'd hold on to it until they came back from hiding. What was worse though was that Harry had to spend most of his time in the warehouse with the globe. This thing used a ridiculous amount of magic. The normal taboo spell only worked on magicals, using their magic to emit the pulse by changing the taboo word into a spell within the selected region. The normal homunculus charm only worked on heavily magical areas and used the magic of the area to power the charm, so it could never be cast over a non-magical building. Harry got around this by using his own magic and directing it by piggybacking over the global magical protections cast by the sorcerers of Camartage over the planet. He had the Ancient One's permission to continue as long as it did not interfere with or lower the effectiveness of the existing magical defenses. Harry could only spend 6 hours of each day out of the warehouse and had to spend the remainder of the day there as a battery. Still, it was worth it. After only a few days, he had dozens of names and locations, and more were added with every hour. 2 days before Christmas, 2 weeks from when he started, Bucky called and told him Hydra was making their move on Christmas. Harry called Stark, who had been enjoying a vacation with Pepper on a private beach, and told him to get some clothes on. He also texted Steve, Natasha, and Fury to lose whoever was tailing them and come to his location. Fury took the longest to lose his tail since he really had too many people watching him, and arrived with Coulson, Natasha, and Clint. Steve was the first to arrive and was chatting with Stark, who arrived a bit after he did. Fury took a look at the billionaire and said, "You don't look half bad for a dead man." Stark replied, "You look terrible for someone who is supposedly alive." Coulson quickly hid the smirk he wore, and Fury couldn't even put the effort into saying he was wrong. Ever since Stark gave S.H.I.E.L.D. 100 suits and didn't give anyone permission to use them, his bosses had been working him to death, keeping him busy. He'd seen the writing on the wall, but his cards were not in play, and this was too soon. He wouldn't admit it if you put a gun to his head, but he was mostly hoping Harry Potter would take care of whatever happened. Clint asked, "So where's the party?" Harry replied, "The guys who tried to kidnap Jean and tried to kidnap and kill Pepper and Stark are going to make their move on Christmas using the Iron Man suits." That got their attention. Steve asked, "What kind of move?" "Full takeover. They have a list of everyone who would go against them and will be killing them all on the same day and covering it up." Fury asked with a hard voice, "Takeover of what?" "S.H.I.E.L.D. of course." Steve asked, "Who are they?" "Hydra apparently. When the Red Skull died, the geniuses who worked for him were looking for employment and S.H.I.E.L.D. was hiring. They pretty much created S.H.I.E.L.D. and now they plan to take it over once and for all." After a few moments of silence, Natasha asked, "And how do you know this?" "Ah, it was the Winter Soldier who was tasked with kidnapping Jean." "Heard of him?" Natasha replied, "He's supposed to be a myth." Harry shook his head. "He wishes. He was actually in a worse position than Clint while Loki had him under control." Clint asked, "Worse? How so?" "The Winter Soldier was a good guy who was captured, enhanced, and controlled. He was a prisoner in his own body and watched himself perform unspeakable acts, unable to do anything about it." Clint said, "Seems about the same. But did Loki have you target anyone you knew personally and kill?" Clint shuddered a bit at that and didn't answer, glad he didn't have to. Harry continued, "Hydra sent him after some people he was friends with. He sent him after Stark's parents." Tony shouted, "What?" "Yeah, I was surprised to find that one out too. Hydra had one of the few people Howard considered a friend kill him, and the poor dude was unable to do anything but watch it happen." Everyone took a moment to feel sick at that. Natasha was the first to recover and asked, "Is he still under control?" "Oh no. Jean freed him and we came up with a plan. He went back to pretending to be an assassin and was asked to call once he knew what Hydra was planning. He is supposed to kill Fury on Christmas." Stark was half hyperventilating and seeing red. Harry said, "He gave me the name of the one who ordered the hit. Do you want the assassin or the guy who ordered their deaths?" Stark instantly answered, "Both." Harry nodded and said, "Once we've taken out Hydra, I'll call him over and you can slug him all you like as long as you don't kill him. He doesn't exactly feel great about it, so that might help him get over the guilt as well." Steve asked, "Who is this guy? You said he was Howard's friend." "Yeah, it's Bucky, aka James Buchanan Barnes. Turns out he's not dead." Steve was the next to shout, "Bucky, he's alive." "Yes, your friend is alive. After Stark is done with him you can have what's left, and don't try to talk Stark out of kicking his ass. Both he and probably Bucky need it." Clint sighed and said, "He's right, Steve. If the families of anyone I killed while under Loki's control came over to kick my ass, I'd be okay with it. I still see their faces, you know. I can remember each one." Fury had been given enough time to process what was going on during this revelation to ask, "How do you intend on taking out Hydra?" Harry took out and gave everyone a tablet that had a globe on it and a few dozen dots marked on it. Fury zoomed in on the dots and found dozens of locations. Some he knew about, many he did not. Once zoomed in close enough to a dot, a dozen names would appear. And this is? Harry answered, I've set up a global system that activates if anyone says, Hail Hydra. This system marks their name and location at the time they say it. I've been keeping it up for the last 2 weeks and every name on that thing is someone who has said it. Apparently it is how Hydra agents identify and practically greet one another. Steve asked, you can do that? Not easily, and it has been taking up all my time for the last 2 weeks just maintaining it. They say it more often when they are moving around and planning secret stuff, so I'll keep it up for another week during and after this Christmas thing. That should enable me to get most if not all of their names and locations. Fury stated, we can't do anything with this. Not legally? Steve had no idea how to use a tablet, so was looking at Natasha using hers, and said, if they are going to strike using the Iron Man armors, we have to do something. Fury glared at Stark for even giving those headaches to S.H.I.E.L.D. but stopped when he noticed Stark's slight smile. Fury sighed and looked over at Potter and asked, what did you do to those armors? Harry easily admitted, I hid a virus in the power core that would overwrite the OS of whatever is installed in the armor. Each one has a system which can tell the difference between hostile and non-hostile humans. If someone in the suit targets a non-hostile human and fires the weapons, the virus will go off and the suit will knock them out and release them, giving a chance for whoever was being targeted to enter and pilot the suit. Everyone turned to look at Harry incredulously. Stark noticed this and started laughing. Even finding out the identity of his parents' murderer could not stop him from laughing at the reactions of a prank he'd so meticulously prepared for. Coulson stated, you planned this. You gave the armors to S.H.I.E.L.D. knowing Hydra would use them. Stark admitted, not Hydra specifically. I didn't even know they were still around. But I'll admit it was bait and I was fishing. I wanted to make a security force, but there were too many people who'd abuse it. So Harry came up with a way to draw them out so we could get rid of them and make something better. Harry added, speaking of which, S.H.I.E.L.D. needs to be put down, entirely. Fury asked, why? If we can take out all the bad eggs. Harry interrupted, Hydra created S.H.I.E.L.D. to be used by them. I'm certain that if Peggy Carter had complete control over what S.H.I.E.L.D. should be, half the operations Natasha was sent on would never have happened. Natasha considered it and nodded. There were plenty of sketchy ops she'd been sent on, and if it was Hydra pulling the strings, that'd make sense. Harry continued, even without the Hydra agents, S.H.I.E.L.D. was still built in a way that benefited Hydra, and just continuing to exist would further their cause. It needs to be taken down. Fury said, there isn't a way to replace it. The security of too many countries is dependent on S.H.I.E.L.D. Beep beep. Everyone's tablets beeped and Harry smirked. A small boy in a green tunic appeared on the screen and a text box appeared next to him. That was the point. Hydra caused a lot of instability and then inserted S.H.I.E.L.D. to maintain stability. It was how the organization grew to its current international size. Harry asked, Link, what do you think we should do? Another text box appeared. Replace it with something more flexible. I have a draft I can give Mr. Fury for the structure of a new group that can replace S.H.I.E.L.D. without the lingering effects of Hydra. Oh, let me see, Harry replied. His tablet opened a window with rapidly scrolling text a normal human would never be able to read. Harry just paused every page and took his time reading it. A moment later Harry said, this isn't something you made just now, you've been working on this a while, haven't you? Clint spoke up, I'm sorry, but who is this? Harry nonchalantly answered, my assistant, Link. He is an AI that controls the internet. Before anyone could process that terrifying comment, another text box popped up. I discovered Hydra a while ago and met another AI. His name was Arnim Zola. Steve read the message off the tablet and asked, Zola? He's alive? Not exactly. Apparently before he died, his brain was scanned and turned into code. When Harry's internet spread, Zola was connected to it and read everything he could off it, trying to gather information for Hydra. Harry asked with an amused expression, what did you do? After determining his presence was not beneficial, I captured and dissected him. He put up a fight, but the power of the few hundred computers behind him wasn't a match for my systems. After learning what I could from him, I deleted and replaced him with a duplicate that obeys me. Harry nodded and asked, what did you learn? He didn't care what he learned about Hydra, he wanted to know what Link learned about humans since that was the first human mind Link could analyze. He was very short-sighted. I don't understand how someone could believe planning a mere 250 years into the future made their plans superior to others. He was also too selfish. Actions that didn't grant him or Hydra any gain were not considered, which really limited what he was capable of. Tony asked, you didn't kill and replace Jarvis, did you? Of course not. Zola was basically a virus and he attacked me first. Though I'll admit I baited him by pretending to be small and weak. He thought he could take me over and attacked without mercy. Harry nodded, excellent judgment and good response. Though Harry never programmed Link with any set parameters, Link did observe Harry at all times and learn from his approach. One of Harry's policies was not to attack first, but if you were attacked, then act accordingly. Fury was rubbing the bridge of his nose trying to pretend this wasn't happening. Coulson asked, if you have control over Zola and Zola has been feeding information to Hydra, have you been giving them false info? No. My minion has been acting exactly as the original would have in collecting and processing information. The only exception is that it has not given Hydra any information about myself or my boss's secrets. Harry said aloud for everyone's benefit, remain hidden but don't intervene. This is one of his guidelines, though he can break it if he feels the situation calls for it. Link had already realized that Harry had reached the point where he no longer needed to remain hidden, so Link himself wasn't required to stay in the background either. That was why he revealed himself and even helped Fury. Natasha asked, what does Hydra want Zola to do? Profile mostly. There are certain characteristics people have which point out who is more likely to act in specific ways. At the moment Zola has profiled every member of S.H.I.E.L.D. and determined who will be fine with the change when they take over, who will need a push, and who will fight to the death. 3 guesses which will be the targets for the Christmas attack. Stark picked up on this, so we know who is going to attack, we know how they are going to attack, we know who they are going to attack, which means we can find out where they are going to attack. So what do we do? Coulson picked up his tablet and politely asked, can you tell us how many locations the attacks will take place in at once? The map shifted and a dozen locations appeared. Steve said, we can warn them, set up a trap. Harry shook his head. Can't guarantee who is Hydra and who isn't. One person finds out, and everything is for nothing. Coulson asked the tablet, do you know which members are Hydra and which are not? Sorry, Hydra doesn't work that way. Their members are not written anywhere, and even Zola doesn't know the ones besides those he contacts directly. At best I can guarantee they are on the list of those profiled as being okay with the Hydra takeover, but that isn't a short list and I doubt they are all Hydra. Plenty of government workers don't care who the boss changes to as long as they get their paycheck and are lied to that they are doing good in the world. Clint sighed at the message and said, the little guy is right. We need to catch them in the act. Stark growled and shouted at the same time in frustration. This wasn't an easy puzzle. He eventually just turned to Harry and said, Potter, what is the most diabolically evil plan you can think of to take care of them? Everyone took a look at Stark, unable to believe he just asked Potter of all people a question like that. Harry gave a smile that had the onlookers shiver. Well, now that you mention it, I might have an idea. A lot of my employees use life model decoys for reasons I don't feel like explaining. Once Harry figured out the trick to making the things, a lot of goblins were given them, which allowed them to work above ground using the life model decoys while controlling them from their homes. It was still considered legal, and since the decoys looked human, it didn't break the statute of secrecy. Harry continued, I could have a few hundred of them hidden in place at the 12 sites, and when Hydra attacks, I could have the decoys change their appearance into Hydra soldiers. They could then breach and start attacking the actual Hydra soldiers. It won't matter if they are destroyed. We can even plant fake evidence on their bodies implicating the real Hydra agents and use that evidence to arrest the real Hydra agents. And then, as retaliation for the Hydra attack, we can assemble the Avengers to attack the Hydra bases whose locations we can claim were discovered from interrogating the Hydra agents. After processing what Harry just said, everyone took 3 steps back from Harry, including Stark. Stark turned to Steve and said, Captain, if I ever ask Harry for a diabolical plan again, punch me in the face, all right? Yeah, you got it, he replied. In order to help with the mission, Harry visited the 12 sites and drew up proper maps for them before casting the homunculus charm on them and hooking them up to Link, who created a 3D map for each location. Each goblin would be given a target who had said Hail Hydra at least 3 times in the last 3 weeks and directed to their location using the map. The goblins would approach and say, Hail Hydra, and if the target responded with the same, they would be shot, though non-fatally. Once the targets were taken out, they would attack the Iron Man armors. If there was still a Hydra agent inside, they would fight it to the death. If there was a human who had taken over it, they would attack it and let the armor defeat them. None of the goblins were pleased about that last part, and that alone removed a large amount of volunteers, but the premise of at least going and shooting a few people was still enough for a few hundred volunteers. Unfortunately, Harry had to stay in the warehouse fueling the maps. Link at least hacked the security footage and let him watch as all hell broke loose. It really did take a long time to remove the security features they found and retrofit the Iron Man armors, so they only had 8 total being used. It seemed they planned on a massacre at those sites, and the remaining sites only had a few people who needed to be assassinated. They intended to take them all out at the same time, and those 4 sites with just assassins had Iron Man back from the dead, Captain America and his new shield, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, and Fury and Coulson, who were both targets themselves but were very well equipped and prepared. Especially since they sent Bucky after Fury and he simply turned on Fury's boss and captured him. Harry laughed when Fury's boss started counting off the control words for Bucky's conditioning, and it did nothing at all. Hydra had no idea what was happening, and an hour after it started, it was over. Harry implied that the life model decoys would enter from the front, which meant time loss getting to the targets, which meant some of the Hydra agents would likely succeed in killing a few people. Fury and Coulson both noticed this and didn't say anything, understanding it was the best they could do. What Harry actually did was have the fake Hydra agents enter through a portal and attack their targets directly. This meant not one person was actually killed. This also meant that the Hydra agents in armors didn't have a chance to point their weapons and fire at non-hostiles. This was intentional, as the goblins wanted a good fight. Most of the goblins used their Call of Duty experience to successfully outmaneuver and kill the armored Hydra agents, but there were exceptions. One armored Hydra agent actually pointed a weapon at a hostage and threatened them. The goblins laughed and dared them to shoot. The result was as expected. The suit knocked him out and ejected him, and the goblins left while shaking their heads. One very skilled armored suit wearer named Grant successfully killed all the goblin life model decoys before he started his massacre, but the moment he tried to shoot someone who wasn't armed, he too was knocked out and ejected from the suit. Harry had already called Bruce to come over and sent a message to Thor that it was time to assemble. The pair arrived before New Year's, and Steve led the Avengers to the Hydra bases and destroyed each one. Harry was invited, but he had to stay and keep the maps running so he could get the names of the ones who ran away. Harry swore once this was over he was going to stay in the negative zone until he was level 300 since he really wanted time magic. It wouldn't take him longer than a week of real time, so he should have access to one of the forces of the universe by the 3rd week of January. The only real question was, what would he use to practice it on? Chapter 100. Chapter 100 Harry kills the zombie Marvel Universe. Author's note. 99 chapters, and every time Harry has gone all out it has been under some random restriction. I should probably do something about that, huh? Within the astral plane, Harry fought against a pack of what he called chrono wolves. It wasn't really a pack though. It was a single monster that existed in multiple timelines and could split itself with every decision it made. Harry had no way to choose what monster would form when he used battle meditation, but he really liked the chrono wolves since each copy gave EXP when slain. Due to this fantastic trait, when Harry did encounter chrono wolves while grinding after he reached level 300, he took his time, hours and hours to fight until the wolves stopped splitting. Not that splitting alone was a chrono wolf's only talent. Anything it bit froze in time, allowing the pack to rip it to shreds once a single wolf sunk its teeth into the target. It could also go backwards in time up to half a second, meaning if it jumped at a target and the target moved to counter, the wolf would basically teleport to where it was a half second prior, throwing off the counter timing and leaving the target completely open. And of course it could accelerate its own time, making it move faster and faster as needed. Until Harry reached level 300 he never stood a chance against them since they could move like teleporting forward and backward, and he'd quickly get overwhelmed, bitten, and torn to shreds when he tried them out while using battle meditation and time energy. Now things were different. After reaching level 300 in the negative zone and sinking enough stat points into wisdom, his magic defense was enough to resist the time stop effect of a wolf bite. Usually. Still, the trick to fighting it was to control the battle. A chrono wolf could only split when it made a decision. Right or left. Dodge or counter. Attack or withdraw. Harry had to use his wits to fight and completely control the fight in order to prevent the wolf from doing anything but what Harry needed it to do, thus preventing the decision split. If he didn't, one unattended wolf could quickly turn into 20 and he would be swarmed. It was only possible for Harry to do so using astral tack. He could only use it in the astral plane and while using battle meditation, but turrets, cannons, net launchers, and drones were used together with Link's help to command the battle and ensure the number of wolves remained at a level Harry could deal with. Although Harry liked the chrono wolves, he still didn't mind too much when anything else appeared. Harry was creating a game, of course, and he and Link had every intention of filling that game with all the monsters he encountered in battle meditation. Why pay others to create unique monsters and determine their attack patterns when Link could just record everything Harry fought against and copy it to the letter? When his girls mentioned that sicking abominations beyond the realm of comprehensible thought on people who'd never been in a fight their entire lives was an act of pure sadism, Harry simply countered that there was nothing wrong with staying true to the source material. That fact that Harry fully intended to watch as new players were torn to shreds by rabbits and wolves while eating popcorn was left unsaid. Besides, a lot of it was more for Link than Harry himself. Link enjoyed making other Ace as a hobby. He had created tens of thousands of Ace to act as NPCs to be used when the game was launched to run the virtual world. Each one had quirks and flaws and human-like problems that would give players no end of troubles and quests. Watching how these Ace learned and grew while interacting with players would teach Link more and allow him to grow. Once Harry determined the last wolf was unable to split further, his weapon cut it down and Harry heard a welcome sound. Ping. You have leveled up. Harry pulled up his stats and smiled. Level 300 was just enough for him to fight against creatures made of time energy. In order to use time magic, he still needed to fight a lot of time creatures and level up using their energy. Once he had enough, he could synchronize the accumulated time energy to his heart using the Heart Palace technique, and use that energy to control external time energy and cast proper time magic spells. Harry Potter. Level 310 age 18. STR 375 AGI 375. IN 625 WIS 650. Luck 50. Warrior Path rank 40. Scholar Path rank 47. Magic Path rank 53. Tech Path rank 48. Business Path rank 43. Crafting Path rank 45. Dragon Path rank 41. Chinook Path rank 40. Sex Path rank 59. Once Harry exited battle meditation, he immediately started syncing his life energy with the time energy stored within him. Years of practice and the fact that he'd been looking forward to this for years led him to succeed in one go. Sorcery was about connecting to external energies and manipulating them. The Heart Palace technique made this much easier by using an existing reserve of energy stored within as a base to control the external form of the same energies. Normal sorcery was basically someone shouting incoherently at the energy of the universe hoping their intent would be understood. The Heart Palace technique was basically learning the language of the energy, which made communicating with it quite a bit easier. Unfortunately for Camartage, not everyone was capable of learning this technique and had to use magic the hard way. Once Harry had properly synced himself to the time energy, he checked his messages to see if anything had come up during the time he'd been meditating. Link had in fact sent a message with some unusual details about Reed. Reed Richards and Susan had finally gotten married a month and a half ago. Reed had been taking her on weekly dates and had finally gotten into the habit of showing that he cared more for her than his work. Once that was clearly conveyed, he proposed, and she said yes. Ben Grimm was his best man and Harry was invited. Harry also found that Dr. Doom was coming, so he preemptively sent his former student a text message stating that if he was coming, to make sure to say hi since Harry was at the wedding as well. Harry was told moments later that Doom turned around and returned to Latveria. Dr. Doom had pretty much been the nemesis of the Fantastic Four and they'd gotten into all sorts of shenanigans. Doom had properly completed the homework Harry had given him and even mastered the extra credit, gaining an ethereal beast as a minion that Doom could strengthen with practice. When Doom first gained control over it, he attacked Reed and the others with it while they were at an overseas convention. It was very awkward when he discovered the beast's great power was useless on them. The ethereal beast was created from life energy and power cosmic and synced to Doom's magic. All the attacks it used were generated by power cosmic and had no effect on beings who were also empowered by power cosmic. So the thing was useless on the Fantastic Four and would be useless on the Silver Surfer if he ever showed up again. Though Doom rarely missed a chance to mess with Reed, he always avoided New York. He was probably the least surprised person on the planet when he saw the news of Harry's secret statue army defending the city from aliens. He'd predicted the professor likely had something like that up his sleeve as Doom had done something similar with a mass production of Doom bots. The Doom certainly wanted to trash Reed's wedding, but the fact that Harry texted him on a number no one should know he had that Harry was at the wedding was about as clear a warning as one could get. No, Doom was not worried Harry would kill him. He was worried Harry would publicly prank him, or worse, give him more homework. Harry had very specific criteria when it came to retribution. If Doom ignored an obvious warning and came anyways, Harry would absolutely make a move. So Doom stayed away from the wedding which went off without any issues. A month later, as in 2 weeks ago, Susan announced she was pregnant. Harry was called to use every bit of juju he had to make sure it would be a healthy baby. This bit of paranoia turned out to be well deserved as Harry determined that the baby was causing Susan to generate a strange form of energy which would harm her and the child. It was barely anything at that point but would become lethal before the baby was due and kill them both. Once they had the readout on the bizarre energy isolated, Reed suggested acquiring some element X, an element he discovered in the negative zone that he calculated could neutralize the foreign energy within Susan. Harry bonked him on the head for that. Sure, the calculations showed it would save Susan and not harm her or the child, but Harry showed Reed how that would likely cause the child to awaken his X gene before he was even born. Reed was many things, but he was not a genetics expert on the same level as Harry, so he'd missed that one. Harry confirmed that the baby's X gene already looked supercharged while completely dormant. Harry didn't really care if the baby woke his X gene early or not, but he did state it would be much harder to find a babysitter if the toddler had superpowers and Harry was too busy to volunteer for that. Instead, the pair opted for a method to partially disable Susan's powers. The energy was a byproduct of her powers and her pregnancy, but not her entire power. It only took a few hours for the geniuses to figure out how much of Susan's powers could be safely restrained for the energy to no longer be produced. Harry then just made a dozen anti-magic bracelets created to the specifications they calculated. She'd have to switch them out every few days and her powers would be significantly weaker, but it was a very small price to pay. So for the next 9 months Reed and Susan would be avoiding anything dangerous, especially anything that created any form of strange energies. Harry knew this, Link knew this. So when Link noticed all the signs that Reed seemed to basically be creating a portal device in secret, he notified Harry. Harry, having received the message, teleported to the Baxter building and spent about 5 seconds determining the location Reed had been building a portal device in secret. In fact, he found Reed working on it. Harry asked with exasperation, "What are you doing, Richards?" Reed turned around and had enough sense to be embarrassed. Harry certainly did not look 18 when he glared with disappointment. After a few moments of silence, Reed eventually told Harry what was going on. At first, when I saw a projection of what appeared to be an older version of myself, I thought it was one of your pranks. The projection claimed to be a Reed Richards from a parallel dimension and he said he wanted to teach me how to be the best father and family man I could for my wife and child. He said he'd teach me how to avoid the mistakes he made. Reed explained that he'd basically been contacted by another dimension and was invited over. Reed has isolated the location of that dimension and was going to build a portal device to it. The Reed on that side had already built a portal device and one could be used to travel to the other once this Reed finished his. Harry massaged his head and wondered how could a being composed of magic particles get a headache. Oh right, because Reed Richards was his student. An hour later, Reed Richards appeared in the portal room of another dimension's Baxter building. Rather than looking bright and clean, it looked dark and foreboding. Reed asked aloud, "Hello, is someone here?" The door opened a moment later and 4 figures walked in under the dim lighting. One of them stretched over and wrapped an arm around Reed before his face was revealed in the light. It was the older Reed, but his mouth had decayed off. He sneered and said, "Ever get the feeling you've been had? The decayed Reed's jaw opened until it was a foot in length and he chomped down on the bound younger Reed's shoulder as the other three figures ran over and grabbed Reed's limbs and started biting down. Sparks flew when the decayed Ben's teeth bit through the arm, revealing metal and wires. The holographic image over the robot faded to reveal the broken life model decoy that the four had bitten into. Zombie Reed shouted, "We've been tricked." He went to a control panel and flipped a few switches and a hum of energy started to whir before dying down. No. He couldn't have turned off the machine on his side so soon. Damn it, I'm hungry. Harry and Reed sat in the Baxter building of their dimension watching the scene through the one-way viewing portal that Harry cast. With Harry's research of the Space Stone, making a portal into a parallel dimension using magic and sending a life model decoy through wasn't too difficult as long as he knew the coordinates. Harry looked over at Reed who was both shocked and terrified. Harry asked, "What have we learned?" Reed sighed and answered, "That I am an idiot and a danger to myself and everyone around me." Harry shrugged and replied, "Well, I was going to say that all dimensions have limited resources so the chances of peaceful exchange between two dimensions are remote. But yet, that too. There are many types of scientists, Reed. You are an explorer. You seek the unknown, you are drawn to the distant, and you dream of the secrets held where you cannot reach. I can't say this is a bad thing, but you tend to forget or ignore the fact that exploration is, by a wide margin, the most dangerous form of science. The main problem was that people who explored for a living and knew the risks had a certain skill set. Reed's exploration was nothing like a professional explorer and Reed lacked all the training and experience of those who knew better. Reed asked after a bit, "Any suggestions?" "I don't think I can change so easily." Harry nodded, "You can't. It's a part of who you are. What you can do is get some experience. I'll have Link put together a list of books of fictional explorers you can read with Susan while she's pregnant. Figure out what they did well and what they did wrong. Read enough of them and you'll pick up on their good habits and discover your own bad ones." Reed nodded, "Like opening a portal without supervision or planning a trip somewhere and assuming I know anything about the place." Harry smiled and nodded, much to Reed's relief. Reed looked alright but an astute observer would clearly notice he was shaking. It didn't take a genius to figure out Reed had almost been tricked into unleashing a zombie apocalypse. Sure, the trap perfectly targeted Reed's weakness, but that was not an acceptable excuse for nearly endangering the lives of Susan, his child, his friends, and everyone on Earth. Reed promised himself never again. Leaping into the unknown may be what his heart desires, but he'd rather rip his heart out than let it harm his wife and child. Once Harry was certain the lesson had gotten through, he laughed while hiding a big smile. He'd gotten a very interesting pop-up during his visit. New quest, Zombie Extermination. The denizens of Earth 2149 have fallen victim to a zombie apocalypse which has infected the heroes and villains of that world alike. After running out of food, they seek a new supply and new worlds. As a being not truly comprised of flesh, you are uniquely suited to fight without risk of infection. Eliminate all the zombies within 1 week. Harry figured the time limit was because they would find a way to access new worlds in a week. Not that it mattered, he had no intention of allowing a threat which had targeted his world to exist. Harry made a few calls to inform his girls where he would be going. He couldn't invite them since he was the only one he knew that could not be infected. That and he promised to be safe. That of course meant no holding back. In a world where a zombie apocalypse occurred, there was no need to hide his strength. After doing a bit more preparation, Harry made a portal to the moon of that world. He got a pop-up as he approached it. Hell Mode Instance Dungeon, Earth 2149. Restrictions. Infinity Stones have 70% power. The further you are from your home universe, the weaker their effect. Cannot respawn outside of Instance Dungeon while inside. EXP will not be processed until all zombies have been killed. The death energy will be converted into standard energy. Dash 5 times EXP on kills. Harry really smiled at that last one. The first one wasn't too surprising. The Infinity Stones were the admin access passwords of the system that was the universe. All universes likely had a password, but there was no guarantee that all passwords were identical. Harry wouldn't even risk bringing the stones if it weren't for the highly convenient Infinity perk. Harry's inventory had a rule. Anything he didn't make that was considered a unique item would probably be ejected from his inventory on death. He got that message when he put Loki's broken scepter into his inventory. After getting the Infinity perk, that was no longer the case. The Infinity Stones would stay in his inventory forever as he had no intention of ever taking them out. It was safest that way. As for the EXP delay issue, that kind of made sense. When Harry killed something and absorbed its energy, that energy became a part of him and he could use it to assist in casting spells. There were some energies he would not take such as death energy. He had nothing against death, but death energy was for the dead and he was alive. The only ones among the living who would use it were necromancers and Harry would never disturb the dead, so he did not want to absorb death energy. So all the death energy apparently held by the zombies he killed would be held off and converted before he assimilated it, which he was perfectly fine with. Harry entered the portal and made a save point on the lunar surface. He was planning for the worst, which meant having a backup. If he was killed, he'd just reappear on the moon and have time to make another plan. After the save point was made, Harry cast a few spells on himself and equipped himself for battle. He had a thin set of full adamantium plate armor. It was thinner than cloth and could be worn under his enchanted basilisk hide robe. He even wore a full helmet with a built-in radar sensor and heads-up display. This was useful when dealing with low-powered mobs. Harry's energy sense could not detect attacks without energy, like a gun being fired or an arrow being shot, and detecting normal humans at a distance was impossible for his senses. The armor would take care of those and protect against the biters. Even his hands were covered in adamantium chainmail, though he could not wear basilisk hide gloves beneath the chainmail, as that would make casting difficult. Once prepped for war, Harry formed and concentrated a high-powered sphere of cutting curses before creating a portal to the Baxter building and tossing it through. The zombie Fantastic Four were quick to react, but not quick enough, as the expanding cutting sphere exploded in a wave of slices. Susan made a shield and Johnny hid behind Ben, but Reed was out in the open and took on the hit directly. What impressed Harry was that the blue jumpsuit Reed wore resisted the slices. However, Reed's jumpsuit did not cover his head, which was diced to bits. Harry borrowed a page from Loki and turned himself invisible while casting an illusion of himself stepping through the portal. Johnny stormed forward, and once close to the illusion, Susan cast a force field around the illusion and Johnny burst into intense flames. Harry was moderately impressed with the tactic. It would burn up the oxygen in the air, which, to a zombie, meant nothing, but would render the target unconscious easily enough. Invisible Harry cut off Susan's head with a sword and cast a portal on the ground while making it invisible. Ben noticed Harry had appeared behind Susan and charged forward, stepping into the portal and falling for a moment before Harry dispelled the portal, cutting off both of Ben's legs. Johnny shouted in rage and flew at Harry, but ended up being sliced lengthwise in half by the invisible blade Harry placed between them. Johnny's vision was badly affected when he immolated himself, which made it easy for him to fall for traps like that. Ben was shouting and swearing along with Susan, who for some inexplicable reason was able to speak while she was a severed head. Harry lifted Ben with telekinesis and made another portal to put him partially through before he closed it, severing Ben's head as well. Harry confirmed that Ben's body and limbs stopped moving after his decapitation, but his head, like Susan's, was still able to talk. Ignoring their ramblings on donating a finger for them to nibble on as compensation, Harry took a few moments to read their minds. It was truly disconcerting. This was not a plague, but magic of the darkest nature that remained in their brains. That meant there wasn't a cure. The magic killed the person and animated their corpse. Even if the spell was removed, they were still a corpse. There was no saving or curing them. Harry had read some nasty spell books, but this spell was truly a piece of work. First of all, it was sentient, to a degree. It specifically targeted abnormal humans. All weaker non-powered humans were food. Not that they could not be infected, but there would not be enough left for one to rise after each inch of flesh made its way into the stomachs of the infected. This world was completely normal 2 weeks ago. Every superpowered individual had been infected within a week, and another week later, there were no uninfected humans left. The survivors were able to kill most of the zombie hordes using various weapons, but the remaining zombies were the ones with superpowers, and they killed all of the remainder of the surviving humans. At least ones that could easily be located. That's when this zombie Reed came up with the idea of finding a new world of flesh. The fact that the zombies had full access to their intellect was the main reason the foul magic spread so quickly. These were not mindless brutes. They could reason, they could plan. From what Harry could tell, the magic even had a failsafe. If the zombies went longer than a month without eating, they would no longer feel hunger. This was a trap, and a clever one at that. It meant if any non-zombies survived, they'd be tricked into coming out of hiding once the zombies were no longer hunger-driven monsters. This would remove the need to kill all the zombies, meaning the risk of another outbreak was always there. Harry had no intention of sparing them. First, because the curse was almost guaranteed to return if even one remained, and second, because he wouldn't get any EXP until they were all killed. Before Harry left the Baxter building, he connected a thumb drive into their computer systems and started downloading everything. This Reed suit was made of a material called unstable molecular fiber, and Harry was interested in it. Besides, what kind of video game character doesn't loot the treasure after killing the monster? Harry jumped outside and after a few dozen stories landed on the ground. The city was scarred with evidence of one intense battle after another. It only took a minute for Harry's first 2 customers to show up. Zombie Hulk and Zombie Wolverine. Hulk noticed Wolverine and shouted at the immortal, "My flesh," to which Logan growled. The pair rushed to see who could reach Harry the fastest. Harry's energy sense and radar picked up another person closing in from a nearby building. What was interesting was that he sensed dragon chi within him, though much weaker than the chi Harry got from the black dragon. Harry ran at Hulk and slammed a palm into Hulk's body. Even through his decayed lips Harry could see the giant's sneer. That sneer vanished when Hulk's astral form was ejected outside of his body, causing Hulk to fall to the ground. The Dragon Chi user leapt from a nearby building as Zombie Logan reached Harry. A telekinetic push sent Wolverine flying, and Harry charged himself with Immortal Dragon Chi and smashed his fist into the challengers. The green tights-wearing Chi user's fist and arm blasted apart from the force of the impact. Harry's blade removed his head a moment later as the sound of thunder echoed in the distance. Thor jumped from what Harry figured was the other side of the city and landed in front of Harry. He noticed the fallen Hulk and the crushed Chi user and elected to throw his hammer at the new flesh. Harry used the time magic, acceleration, to grant himself what was basically Pietro Maximoff's mutant power. Harry watched as the hammer approached and grabbed it by the handle and stopped it in midair. Yeah, he was worthy. Rather than use an untested weapon though, Harry put it into his inventory and cast a slow spell on Thor, who had started charging him. Sensing no one too close at the moment, Harry set up the creation of a massive vortex of light and darkness. This was a variation on the spell Dimension Edge. It was basically 100 dimension edges packed together like Harry's cutter sphere. Unfortunately, it could not be moved from where it was cast and could not be cast quickly. Harry called it Dimension Grinder. Harry used telekinesis to move the unconscious body of the Hulk while Bruce Banner's astral form watched in silence as the body was lifted over and dropped into the shredder. A moment later and Hulk was no more. The astral form of Banner seemed to sigh with relief and faded away. The slowed Thor was still getting closer, and once close enough, the spell was resisted using Thor's mighty strength, granting him full speed once more. Harry let the spell cancel on purpose as it allowed Thor an opening on a predictable attack. Harry just caught Thor's attack and judo threw him into the grinder. Without his hammer, Thor had no way to fly, so he fell face first into the grinder, which shredded him to pieces and broke apart. The spell wasn't very stable and it wasn't safe to cast repeatedly without damaging the dimension you were in. Up next were a few faces Harry recognized and a few he'd only heard about. Zombie Beast, Angel, and Nightcrawler had shown up along with someone Harry recognized as Hercules, son of Zeus. Nightcrawler vanished and Harry moved his hands behind his shoulder. Nightcrawler appeared there and Harry caught his head and squeezed it until it popped using Siderock's red energy and Immortal Dragon Chi to boost his strength. Hercules charged forward with impressive speed and Harry noticed another African-American hero charging him from the other side. Harry got out a sword and used his accelerated speed to strike them both, but surprisingly, his blade was unable to cut through either's skin. Hercules simply didn't take the damage and the African guy Harry didn't recognize seemed to have skin harder than metal. Harry cast another pair of cutter spheres at Beast and Angel which shredded the pair, but the spells did nothing to Hercules and the other guy. Someone in a red costume approached and a moment later he turned into a massive 4-story tall giant. Harry cast stop on Hercules and the other invulnerable guy before teleporting to get some distance from the giant and casting Eternal Fire. He then transfigured it into a dragon and fired it at the giant. The huge man tried to block, but the flaming dragon passed through his arms and torso like it wasn't even there, causing a massive hole to appear in his chest. He fell down dead a moment later. Hercules broke the time spell and shouted with rage, but the other guy remained stopped. The son of Zeus grabbed a car and threw it at Harry's position so fast Harry had to teleport out of the way to dodge. Harry cast stop on him again and cast a portal under Hercules. Harry was pleased that the portal did not shatter when he fell through, as most gods and demigods could not be taken through a portal against their will. Harry dispelled the portal once he fell through up to the neck and decapitated the son of Zeus. Harry glanced at the still stopped other guy and decided on a repeat performance, decapitating him the same way. A being the size of an insect flew over to Harry and changed in size to that of a woman before biting down on Harry's shoulder. Harry grabbed her head and popped it too while casting a cleaning spell on him to remove all the body parts and blood. Her teeth were unable to pierce Harry's armor. Wolverine used this moment to jump out from where he was hiding, but the radar system in Harry's heads-up display was tracking him, so Harry just grabbed him with telekinesis once he was close. Harry looked at Logan and wondered about the best way to kill him. None of the zombies had regeneration and Logan seemed to have lost his as well, but Harry didn't want to let that stop him from doing it right. After taking a bit to go through the Black family grimoires, Harry settled on a dehydration spell and cast it on Logan at max power. Logan slowly shriveled up as all the moisture in his body evaporated, leaving a dried husk. Even the husk started to break down, leaving a shiny skeleton. Harry tried to put it into his inventory but could not. Apparently that meant that Logan was still considered alive. So Harry baked his skeleton in eternal fire. The bone marrow and brain matter that survived within his bones and skull were heated to levels hotter than the sun and were broken down to base components and gases. After another check, Harry confirmed the skeleton could be put into his inventory, confirming Logan was dead. Harry removed the belt and helmet from the bee woman and from the giant man. He recognized Pym particles when he saw them. They were the science closest to magic Harry knew of, but Hank Pym had no intention of sharing and Harry was too polite to ask. But since there were some samples here just lying around, Harry would help himself. Loot for the win. It didn't take long for the next round to show up. These ones he recognized. Iron Man, Captain America, Hawkeye, and Storm. Actually, there was one more who he didn't recognize, someone who could fly and was wearing a black and gold suit and wearing a gold and red helmet. What was more interesting was that he radiated what was clearly Nova Force. That was interesting. Zombie Stark fired a repulsor and Harry dodged and used some technopathy to take control over his suit. Harry was a bit surprised to find the suit fighting it, so Harry just froze it in place and cast a powerful stunning hex. Stunning spells didn't work on zombies, but the wizard magic did corrupt the operating system, causing the suit to fall from the sky. Hawkeye fired several arrows at Harry's back and legs, but they all bounced off the armor hidden under the basilisk hide cloak. Steve rushed forward and Storm started gathering thunder clouds above them. Harry used telekinesis to toss Stark into the air above him right as the lightning struck, causing it to char Stark and surprise Storm and Steve. Harry cast a tripping jinx on Rogers once he was close, and with a quick movement of his blade he cut off Steve's head as he tripped and fell next to Harry. The guy using the Nova Force flew at Harry with his mouth open, clearly aiming for Harry's neck. Harry cast an anti-magic circle. The dude ignorantly flew through, which temporarily cut his connection to the Nova Force. Harry used the accelerate spell again to get close and cut off his head in the moment before he reconnected to his power. Storm tried to hit Harry with lightning again, so Harry made himself invisible once more and had an illusion of himself fly up towards Storm, who defended herself by conjuring intense winds and hail. Harry cast another cutter sphere and made another portal above Storm and tossed it through. She was too distracted by the illusion to notice the attack from behind and was shredded to pieces. Harry also cut off Stark's head for good measure after using technopathy to open the suit. On the edge of Harry's radar was Spider-Man, who had yet to get any closer. Harry felt that meant that Peter's spider sense still worked and went off every time he tried to approach Harry. Too bad that was really easy to get around. Harry started walking in the other direction, and once Peter no longer sensed danger, he swung over and pounced on Harry. Harry of course just cast stop on him before continuing to walk away. Peter didn't really have any decent magical defense, and you needed a high level to resist time magic. His spider sense didn't kick in because Harry would just kill him in an hour. That meant Peter wasn't in danger for now, which is why he didn't sense any problems. The spider sense couldn't sense danger a long time out, which was an easy way to get around it. Harry removed the helmet containing the Nova Force from the dude's severed head, which was swearing and complaining non-stop. Harry put the helmet into his inventory since he would definitely find some fun uses for it. Now that he had access to time magic, he could accelerate the growth of Nova crystals and mass-produce them. Next up on his radar was a very large group. This group seemed composed entirely of villains, and instead of coming in small groups or one at a time, this group seemed to want to come at Harry together. Harry recognized Rhino, Dr. Doom, Juggernaut, and someone he guessed was the Red Skull. Some he didn't recognize was a dude wearing a green goblin mask and rode upon a flying glider. Next there was a very large, muscular Skrull, and behind him was a figure as muscular as Hercules but covered in a black suit with a white spider on it. His mouth was large and he had an unusual tongue. Since they wanted to have a group fight, Harry figured he'd oblige. They had him surrounded, so Harry teleported outside of their encirclement and started conjuring Fiendfire war fiends. Standard Fiendfire just created feral animals of cursed flames, but this modification created warriors. What was useful was that they did not look like they were composed of flames, but appeared to be constructs made of shadow. The war fiends charged the villains, and Harry saturated himself with strength energy, dimensional energy, dragon chi, and time energy. The villains met the war fiends head-on and quickly learned of their true nature. The black spider guy, Rhino, the Skrull, and the Red Skull were all set on fire and unable to put it out. Juggernaut's connection to the Crimson Cosmos granted him immunity to magic attacks, and Dr. Doom's armor was highly magic resistant, so both were unaffected. Harry used his speed to dodge Juggernaut and slam his fist into Doom's torso. Doom's armor was no less durable than adamantium, but that meant little as Harry's pure strength caused it to dent all the way to the back of the armor, squeezing all of the juices within Doom out of his mouth as all of his organs were liquefied. The goblin threw a couple of what Harry figured were bombs, and Harry threw them back using telekinesis. Their explosion threw the man off his glider where he was attacked by the war fiends. Juggernaut tried again to crush Harry, but his speed made that impossible. Harry instead pulled out a metal cylinder and a gallon-sized bottle of water from his inventory. He uncapped the cylinder and used telekinesis to lift and move the liquid nitrogen inside and directed it into Kane Marco's nose and mouth. His massive hands were unable to stop the liquid as it entered his nose and made its way into his lungs. Not that iced lungs would really do anything to a zombie. Marco couldn't feel the temperature or pain since he was a zombie and didn't even need to breathe. Harry then moved the water over Juggernaut's head and into his mouth and nose, where the remnants of the liquid nitrogen froze it into ice. Juggernaut may have been immune to magic, but he was not immune to chemistry. The frozen water completely blocked up the passageway of air into the lungs, and the boiling liquid nitrogen quickly turned to gas in the sealed space. A moment later, Kane Marco's head shot up from his body as his chest exploded. Due to the armor he wore, the only direction the explosion could go was up. Juggernaut's power granted him immunity to magic and physical force attacks, but his actual flesh was not impervious. That was why he wore armor in the first place. His flesh being his weakness when he was a zombie wasn't really a weakness, but it was still the easiest route to use to kill him. Harry walked over to Doom, whose crushed torso prevented him from moving. He asked, "Who are you?" Harry considered the question and answered, "Harry Potter." Doom replied, "Never heard of you." Harry shrugged. That probably meant no magicals, which made this easier. He took a few moments to conjure a dimensional edge and severed Doom's head as well. The remaining villains had been rendered to cinders by the war fiends. Harry's quest pointer directed him to areas with zombies, and when they were close by they pointed him directly to the nearest zombie, so it was possible that he could personally hunt them all, but that was too much of a pain in the butt. Instead, Harry got out a crystal rabbit. This was the first version, but he still did some upgrades to it. Harry set the parameters for dead people and collected the heads of the zombies before releasing the rabbit on their bodies. The zombie corpses he just killed were not the only corpses in the city. In an hour there would be thousands of them. Harry would make a few portals and toss a dozen through to every city on Earth. Every corpse would be turned into a rabbit. While he was setting up the parameters, a figure in red armor came floating down. Harry recognized Magneto as he was not wearing his helmet. It was also clear that Magneto did not have the decay that the zombies did, implying that the man remained healthy, and Harry's quest pointer did not indicate him. Magneto approached and asked, "Who are you?" "I know every super-powered being of this world. I guess you could say I'm an interdimensional mercenary." I was paid by some higher powers to kill every zombie on this planet. I'll be finished in a few days, a week tops. Magneto had checked the corpses of those around and asked, truly? I hope so. I am the last super-powered individual of this world that is not infected. Harry asked, what about the other mutants? I haven't seen too many around. Magneto hummed in thought and stated, there was an event some time ago that caused most mutants to lose their powers. I was one of the few unaffected. Harry nodded, that's good to hear. Stay out of trouble. Magneto nodded and flew off, still in thought. The only uninfected humans he knew of were on Asteroid M, and if the newcomer could deliver, they'd be able to rebuild. All was not lost. Harry let the rabbits do their thing and went to the New York sanctum. Mounds and mounds of zombie corpses littered the area, which were swarmed by the white rabbits. Harry entered the sanctum. Most of the displays were destroyed, but the artifacts remained. Unfortunately, they all ignored Harry, just like artifacts of his world. Harry decided to leave them here, but he did notice a number of books he wasn't familiar with, so he'd snatch those himself. Eventually he found the lone occupant of the sanctum. The man Harry had never met but had heard of from the Ancient One. Doctor Strange. The man was badly injured and seemed to already be a zombie, but he was also chained to the wall. Zombie Strange looked up at the stranger and sighed with relief when he saw Harry didn't appear to be infected. Strange said, you have to kill me. I can't hold myself back much longer. Harry replied, sure, but what happened here? Another me. He was already a zombie. He made a portal to this world from his own. I fought him, but a few other zombies got through. While fighting myself, I couldn't stop them. It's all my fault. Harry shrugged. There are survivors. I'll take care of all the zombies. The man nodded. The other Strange. He had a book. I think it caused this. Destroy it. Now, please end me before I lose myself. Harry nodded. He cut off the man's head and destroyed it with magic. Harry searched a bit and found the destroyed body of another Doctor Strange. Harry found the book on him and rolled his eyes at the flesh binding. Of course it was the Necronomicon. Seems someone really wanted to bring someone back from the dead, and it got a little out of hand. Harry wondered if he could find that other zombie world, but ignored it for now. He looted everything that he could, including the necklace of both Doctor Strange's. It was the Eye of Agamotto, but completely different from the ones his Ancient One used. Rather than a tool to use the Time Stone, it had far more power. Harry would have fun studying it. Since he had two, maybe he'd gift one to his world's Doctor Strange when they met. Harry wouldn't put the Curse Book of the Dead into his inventory but didn't mind memorizing the content for reference. He even found the spell that would return the dead, but the book didn't contain any warnings about the massive zombie outbreak that would occur afterwards, so it was obvious nothing could be trusted. Harry burned the book with Phoenix Fire and got to work spreading the rabbits and finding the hidden zombies. Since it was in a zombie's nature to hunt for flesh, none of them were hiding in a bunker unless that bunker was filled with human flesh. But in such a case, they would likely all turn to zombies and run out and leave the bunker on their own. Every couple of hours Harry would portal to the moon and then make a portal from their home so he could keep the girls up to date. In addition to looting the toys he found, he was also looting knowledge. The reason he decapitated many of the zombies was so that he could spend time rifling through their brains. Like the brain of the Dragon Chi user, the guy who apparently called himself Iron Fist. Harry took the knowledge of how the fighters of Kunlun trained in the use of Chi, and though much of it Harry had already guessed, there were a few gems of useful information Harry found incredibly helpful. He didn't do that to Strange though, since he wanted to die before he failed resisting the zombie curse. Once Harry was done looting from a severed head, he'd destroy it and move on to the next one. Harry also raided Stark's home. Doing so set off the security, which sent hundreds of Iron Man armors on autopilot at him. Harry had fun with that one before he downloaded all of Iron Man's schematics and technical innovations. He did the same thing to Doom's palace in Latveria and a few other notable locations. It took only 3 days to finish. Ping. You have leveled up. Quest complete. Zombie extermination. Reward, Dimensional Quest Board. Harry smiled at the prize. He leveled up 10 times and put all those stats into int. He'd need it considering the research binge he was about to start. Harry found a rabbit and dispelled the effect, causing all the rabbits to slowly turn to ash. Harry then summoned back the original crystal rabbit. There was more to loot, but Harry would leave it for the survivors. Wakanda actually survived, and Harry found their king bound in a room with his arm and leg chopped off. The king told Harry that Hank Pym was eating him slowly. Harry fed him a potion he created, which was basically a full restore. It combined the elixir of life with bone grower, nerve restorer, and flesh knitting potion to restore lost limbs and fully recover. T'Challa could not stop swearing for 10 minutes from how terrible it tasted. Harry dropped him off at Wakanda and they offered Harry some schematics they had. They were not the most advanced things he'd seen, but it was another direction and useful for reference. After he was done, Harry sanitized himself and returned home. He had a lot to do, but he had all the time in the world. Comment. 60 comment.